As the first flashes of lightning illuminated the bridge, the player was told to prevent the monsters from spreading across the land after the portal was broken. The portal had already begun to form when the next message informed the player that if successful, a reward awaited him. And then a bright orange flash illuminated everything around, where a clawed paw appeared from the materialized portal. Where a second later, the first representative of another world appeared on the bridge of the human world, breaking through the portal. Looking around with its fiery eyes, the monster, which resembled an upright dog in appearance, made a growling sound, which became the signal for the rest of the army, which began to appear from the portal, filling the space of the bridge. But before the guests from another world had even taken a few steps, they suddenly saw that their path was blocked by a man armed with something between a halberd and an axe. The guy, who had someone else hanging in the air over his right shoulder, watched attentively as the monsters appeared from the portal one after another. Realizing that only one enemy was blocking their path, the dogs bared their teeth, preparing to attack. The man hanging in the air told the boy that things were bad for them, to which he smiled and replied that he hoped for Wang Lung's luck. And so, having secured the blessing of his strange companion, Jeremy began the process of summoning. Looking at the card that had fallen out, the young man thought to himself that now it would become clear how lucky Wang Lung was today. And when the card was revealed, the young man, smiling, noted that this was exactly the character he needed now. At that very moment, the weapon he had been holding in his hand all this time began to glow, changing its shape before his eyes. And after a couple of seconds, Jeremy no longer had a combination of an axe and a halberd in his hand, but only a halberd with a modified blade shape. And behind his back, clutching exactly the same weapon, appeared a huge, stern-looking man. Looking at the monsters standing opposite, Jeremy suddenly shouted loudly that the great Commander Chin He had arrived for battle, after which the young man received a message that a special skill had been activated, which reduced damage from enemy attacks by 30%, and all opponents who have just been affected by this skill will show more aggression. Where at that very moment, the guests from another world rushed forward and began to attack their opponent, who, without having done anything yet, had already managed to weaken them. Jeremy met the monsters with a sweeping movement of his weapon, which scattered the pack of dogs in different directions, after which the young man prepared to throw, holding the halberd out in front of him with the tip forward, pushing off with all his might, where the force of the throw was so strong that it damaged the road surface. Jeremy rushed straight into the crowd of uninvited guests, and when he reached his goal, this collision with the enemy was more like an explosion from a dropped bomb, where all his attacks were accompanied by the Commander Chin He, who had arrived and was constantly behind him. One of his opponents tried to sneak up on the young man from behind, but the guy, warned by his companions, immediately noticed the danger. Turning sharply, Jeremy, with an equally sharp movement, drew the blade of his weapon, whistling through the air, across the body of his opponent, but the dog also managed to reach the young man's head with its weapon, where at that same second, and even before the young man's hands finished moving, the monster's head separated from the body, starting to spin in the air. Not even a minute had passed since the battle had begun, and all the guests who had arrived from another world were defeated, covering the bridge with their bodies. Looking around, Jeremy winced and noted that the blow to the head he had received had not been very pleasant. A game was in full swing on the school football field, where, to the shouts of one of the team's players, a young guy kicked the ball away. A very young Jeremy, who did not take part in the game, watched everything that was happening from the sidelines. After all, from a very early age he was not at all interested in ordinary games, as he was very keen on reading comics and playing video games, where he always worried very much about the heroes and secretly dreamed of becoming one of them someday. One day, he noticed a new computer game, which he himself did not notice how captivated he became. And very soon, having demonstrated great abilities or even talent for video games, Jeremy began to participate in championships, regularly winning prizes. But no matter how hard the young man tried, he always remained in second place. It was as if fate itself did not allow him to take the honorable place of not a secondary, but a main character. But one day, radical changes occurred in the world of people, which not only changed the entire way of life of people, but changed the planet itself. Reality itself has undergone such changes that it has become more reminiscent of some kind of computer game. Portals to other worlds began to appear in different corners of the planet, from which uninvited guests would emerge onto the Earth every now and then. And to balance and counter this phenomenon, those who mastered the sword and magic began to appear among people. Some called them warriors, some called them mana users, some called them hunters, but most simply called them players. In a very short time, the players displaced celebrities and movie stars from TV screens, taking up all the attention, where every time he heard another player talk about his exploits, Jeremy noted with bated breath that this was his dream. He made a promise to himself that he would achieve, at any cost, to become the owner of mana and conquer other worlds. And now, 8 long years have passed since the moment when the young man made this promise to himself. Jeremy stood leaning against the wall, heavily intoxicated, clutching a nearly empty bottle in his hand. At some point, it slipped out and crashed noisily onto the concrete floor, which the young man did not even notice, busy with thoughts about how his dream had just shattered into tiny pieces. Once again unfolding the piece of paper he had received from the Mana Awakening service, Jeremy ran his eyes over its meager contents. Having very emotionally noted that all these skills were useless in battle, the young man literally banged his head against the wall, saying that all efforts were in vain. Bowing his head, the young man told himself that it was time to stop chasing an unrealistic dream, where becoming a hero, in all likelihood, was not destined for him. Finally entering his apartment, Jeremy began to undress, remembering that tomorrow was his day off and he would be able to get a good night's sleep. But suddenly his peripheral vision was drawn first to a female silhouette, which was very strange since he lived alone. And when the young man turned his head, he saw a certain girl who, calling him by name, said that she had been really looking forward to this meeting. At that very moment, Jeremy, apologizing on the go for having the wrong door, quickly left the apartment. But a second later, the young man, seeing the number on the door, burst back in, declaring that there was no mistake and asking what the girl was doing there. However, the uninvited guest suddenly introduced herself as Erlia Angelos, a representative of the universe itself, where she stated the purpose of her visit was the need to personally meet such an outstanding person and present a gift. After listening to the girl's words, Jeremy said that she had definitely mixed something up, since there was definitely nothing outstanding about him and never had been. But Erlia disagreed with him, where she stretched out her hand emitting rays of bright light, saying that Jeremy is the second person in the entire universe who has the 3rd level of communication skill. And with the words that the young man simply needed to accept the gift, the girl extended her glowing hand to Jeremy's head, which plunged him into real horror. As soon as the beam of light touched the young man's face, at that very moment he was literally pierced by a whole column of bright light bursting out from under his feet. But Jeremy couldn't do anything about it. All he could do was scream helplessly. Meanwhile, the light was so bright that it burst out of the windows of his apartment, illuminating everything in the area. But then, this strange action was over, and Jeremy found himself sitting on the floor, wondering what had just happened to him and where his uninvited guest had suddenly disappeared to. Suddenly, the young man heard a message that several new skills had been added to him. Not understanding where the voice was coming from, Jeremy began to look around nervously, but the voiceover added that if the young man had any questions, he could use the status window. After which the voice, which turned out to be Erli's voice, said that their meeting was over, and Jeremy unsuccessfully tried to convince her to stay, as he had many questions. When the voice disappeared, the young man wondered if all this had been some kind of hallucination, the result of excessive alcohol consumption. Deciding to check, Jeremy remembered about a certain status window that had been told to him, which immediately appeared before his eyes. Having familiarized himself with the contents of the window, where the main part of the definitions was clear to him, the young man decided to press the button, which was supposed to launch some kind of information lottery. At that very second, a lottery machine appeared right in front of him, which looked more like some kind of small monster, which scared its user. The creature's teeth opened, and its overly long tongue gave the young man sitting next to it a capsule. Having received this unusual object in his hands, Jeremy looked at it for a while, not knowing what to do next. But suddenly the golden capsule opened, and a piece of paper immediately fell out of it, which contained some information. Carefully studying what was written there, the young man wondered whether he had accidentally gone crazy, and whether all this was really happening to him now. Meanwhile, his status window displayed a message that using the lottery once a day would not consume mana. The day before these events, Jeremy was in the office, where the leader of their guild, Dave Martinez, had just attracted everyone's attention. The man noted that their guild's fight with rivals for the right to explore other worlds is the most important thing. Then Dave suddenly pointed to Jeremy standing behind him, saying that this young man had distinguished himself today like no one else. After all, it was thanks to him that their guild had just signed a contract to explore one of the newly emerged worlds. Immediately after this announcement, the guild members began to approach Jeremy, congratulating him on such a successful deal, where the hero of today himself embarrassedly said that there was nothing complicated about it. However, not everyone was ready to share his success, where a man passing by him suddenly noted that it would not be difficult to make a deal if you had a good drink with the person you were making it with. His words did not go unnoticed, where Dave immediately made a remark to the man, but this had no effect on him. Where, looking at the hero of the day, the man said that he was risking his life in other worlds while Jeremy got drunk every day with clients and partners. However, the guild leader did not calm down either, loudly noting that Jeremy's work was very important for the full-fledged work of the guild, where without it there would simply be nowhere to risk one's life. And when the disgruntled employee left the room, Dave apologized, saying that if Tom hadn't been so good, he would have kicked him out of the guild long ago. After which, the manager moved on to the pleasant part, handing Jeremy an impressive wad of brand new bills and saying that this was the promised bonus for this last contract. Having thanked the boss, the young man mentally concluded that he had finally managed to collect the required amount, where with the help of this money, he can now realize his long-standing dream of becoming the owner of mana and super abilities. Jeremy had already waited too long for this moment to put it off for even a few more hours. And now he was standing in front of the machine, which was designed to awaken mana in a person and evaluate his unusual abilities. Turning to everyone who accompanied him, Jeremy noted that he and Samantha could have handled this on their own. To which Dave cheerfully replied that the team couldn't stand aside on the day when two of their comrades became mana holders. And then one of the guild members noticed that the previous person had already finished, and it was Samantha's turn. Having called Jeremy cute, which clearly did not please the young man, the girl headed towards the Mana Awakener, which was accompanied by wishes of good luck. Looking back, Jeremy noted to himself that Tom had also decided to come today for a reason, but most likely because of Samantha, where the young man found it very suspicious how intently Tom was looking at the girl. Meanwhile, the one who came out of the Awakener before Samantha and did not receive skills with which it would be possible to fight, was reassured by his friend, and the people standing nearby, who also witnessed how the now crying guy was awakened, noted that for this reason, the Awakener is called a lottery, where if a lot of talents are revealed, a person will become lucky, but if not, he will remain a nobody. Jeremy understood perfectly well everything that the people standing nearby were talking about, because if there were few talents, 300,000 would be wasted. But the young man's bad thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of Samantha from the Awakener, where all the guild members and all the other people nearby were eagerly awaiting the results. And then the screen lit up, where after reading that the girl's mana level was 27, 11 talents were discovered, the main one being holiness, and Jeremy and everyone who was nearby literally opened their mouths in surprise. At that very moment, Samantha was surrounded by everyone who was with the Awakener, since such high results of awakening were extremely rare. However, Dave immediately shielded the girl from everyone else, reminding her that she was a member of his guild. While the leader was fighting off those who wanted to recruit Samantha to their guild, the girl herself headed towards Jeremy. Having met her with a smile on his face, the young man congratulated the winner of today's lottery. Samantha couldn't even come to her senses yet, asking her friend what she should do now. But at this point in their conversation, it was announced that Jeremy was expected to appear in the Awakener. Noting that it was finally his turn, the young man headed towards the car. Samantha shouted after him that she felt that Jeremy would definitely get an even greater result than she had, where the young man, who had almost disappeared behind the door, smiled and thanked his old friend. Once inside, Jeremy noted that everything here was arranged much more naturally than he had imagined. And then it was announced to him that first of all, he needed to relax and then take hold of the crystal ball, which the people called the Eye of Odin. After which Jeremy heard that they already saw potential in him, and the approximate time of awakening was 10 minutes. Energetically grabbing Odin's eye, the young man noted, not without emotion, that the happy day had come when he would become the owner of mana, where in just 10 minutes he will turn into the very hero he always dreamed of becoming. The long 10 minutes for the young man ended, where the guild members outside had already seen the sad results of awakening with a mana amount of 7 and 3 talents, the main one of which was the talent of communication. Knowing his complete failure, Jeremy remained inside the Awakener, leaning against the panel with Odin's eye, where he was informed of the latest reports, according to which the young man with his meager abilities was not recommended to join the combat unit. But then the procedure was over, the doors of the Awakener opened and Jeremy had to go outside. As he drew level with his guild members, Dave began to say something, trying to find the right words for the situation. But the young man interrupted him, saying that there was no need to worry, since failures happen to everyone. Since Jeremy and Samantha awakened the mana, they were also given special watches that they had to keep with them at all times. Looking at the young man, Samantha suggested that he leave early today and rest. But Jeremy said that she shouldn't worry about him, since this wasn't the end of his life. It was just the possibility of joining a combat squad that was excluded. But after just a couple of hours, the young man could barely stand on his feet, noting that same feeling when all the meaning of life disappears, which he was able to experience today. But there he sat in his apartment opposite the glowing window of the state in the darkening air, not believing that this was actually happening. Jeremy wondered who this girl was who just showed up and gave him this incredible new skill. After all, skills are usually obtained by leveling up or by finding a rare skill stone. Without understanding what was happening as a whole, the young man nevertheless realized that with the skill of the lottery, he could receive information about the future. Deciding he needed to explore this new skill further, Jeremy pressed the information lottery button again, where at that very moment the same hellish lottery machine appeared in the air. Having received information that the cost of one attempt was equal to 1 point of mana, the young man said that he was ready to play. And then the lottery machine began to dispense capsules, which Jeremy immediately opened one after another. However, in each capsule he found information that the neighbor's cat would soon become pregnant, his neighbor would cheat on his wife, there would be a heavy downpour in 2 weeks, and other completely unnecessary information. And so, having finished reading the last information message with information about the future, Jeremy was completely disappointed, since he did not find anything useful. Taking a closer look at the status window, the young man noted that he only had 1 unit of mana left. He also noted that this window shows its status in real time, which is very convenient, because everyone else has to go to the Awakener to track changes. The only problem was that he had a paltry amount of overall mana. Everyone's mana is restored in 24 hours, where during this period of time, one will restore 100 points out of 100, and the other 7 out of 7. However, Jeremy noted that he had a skill he should be grateful for, and so the young man decided to use his last mana point by spinning the lottery machine. The silver capsule that fell out this time began to open, emitting a very bright glow. Jeremy couldn't understand what was happening now when a message appeared in the air about the player receiving rare and important information, which was information about the emergence of a new portal. The young man, who had been traveling among the trees for quite some time, exhaled tiredly. A golden arrow in front of his eyes indicated the direction, and pop-up windows indicated that in a couple of 100 meters he would need to turn right. Quite tired from the long walk, Jeremy expressed his hopes that he should arrive at the place very soon. And so the young man was informed that he had reached his destination, where, at least for the time being, he had found nothing. Taking out his cell phone, Jeremy noted that there was less than a minute left until the time indicated on the lottery ticket. And indeed, as soon as the last seconds passed and the clock showed 5:07 in the morning, a portal appeared right in front of the young man. Delighted that he had received such valuable information, Jeremy also noted that this was not just a passage to another world, but to a world with treasures. There were only 2 officially registered treasure worlds, the first of which was a dragon's lair somewhere in England. The second, sometime later, was the passage that appeared in China leading to the Panda Bamboo Forest. Usually passages to other worlds with treasures disappear when people find themselves there and do not receive names, but there are also some, information about which gets into the canons. These include, for example, dimensions that cause cataclysms that destroy cities or even entire worlds. Also, passages to worlds where legendary objects are found, such as the Excalibur sword discovered in England, do not go unnoticed. Or the mythical green dragon halberd, which was discovered through a portal that appeared in China. And now Jeremy has a chance to acquire a completely unique weapon. After all, in treasure worlds there are no monsters to fight. Everyone can get a legendary item just by passing the test. Fully understanding that such a chance could only come once in a lifetime, the young man had no doubts about his further actions. Jeremy stretched his hand out in front of him and resolutely walked straight into the portal that appeared in front of him. And while he was passing through another world, his thoughts revolved around the fact that if monsters suddenly appeared here, he would definitely not return alive. It was a real game, with his own life at stake, and the young man was ready to make that bet. And so Jeremy completely dissolved inside the portal, which immediately disappeared as soon as it absorbed its guest. The young man grabbed his head and cursed loudly at the place where he found himself. He couldn't understand how he had ended up back at the place he had marked, when he had been moving straight the whole time. Looking at his mark, Jeremy came to the conclusion that it was all just an illusion, magic that clouded his vision. He didn't really want to waste mana, but he had no choice, and resorted to his ability as a researcher, where at that very moment the dungeon he was in appeared before his eyes in a completely different form. And the player himself received a message that the illusion magic was dispelled. And he discovered a hidden passage. Very pleased that he had managed to dispel someone's magic so easily, Jeremy headed towards the secret passage. Closing his eyes, the young man noted to himself that he had definitely underestimated the talents that had been discovered in him, where research turned out to be a very cool ability. There was nothing more to wait for, and Jeremy opened the secret door, deciding to trust in fate itself. Where on the other side he was met by a whole crowd of gnomes who joyfully greeted the man. One of the gnomes noted that this time the challenger looked simply awful, to which his interlocutor, however, objected, noting the ability of a person to dispel an illusion. Jeremy couldn't believe that he was seeing real gnomes in front of him, to which one of them noted the guest's excellent observation skills. In his mind, the young man asked himself many questions about why this world was called the world of mole treasures, when there were gnomes here, and who was there instead of dragons and pandas in other worlds. Then the dwarf who came forward introduced himself as Tobus, and congratulated the young man on passing the first test. But he immediately added that the second test for Jeremy would be a duel with him, where, if he won, he would be rewarded and allowed to return to his world. The young man was very surprised that he did not need to clear this world in order to get back out, and Tobus noted that there had already been 4 contenders before him, and they all lost. And when the dwarf asked whether this had not been talked about in Jeremy's world, the young man replied that at least he had definitely not heard such stories. However, returning to the question of the competition, Jeremy asked whether it would be a regular fight. However, upon hearing this, all the dwarves literally began to roll on the floor with laughter, and Tobus told the young man to follow him. While they were walking, the dwarf told them that one of the contenders had once tried to attack him with a knife, for which he had immediately paid with his health. And Jeremy, who was following him, could only manage to note the excessively inflated self-esteem of this race. The gnome continued, saying that they used to fight physically, but all the contenders lost after the first blow, so the method was changed. And when asked why the dwarves needed this at all, Tobus replied that it was not because of their desire, but because of what they once created. Hearing this, the young man remembered the legend of some contract that limits one's abilities in exchange for incredible strength. Seeing that his companion was hesitating, Tobus, standing in the passage, hurried the young man. Squeezing through the narrow, low doorway, Jeremy noticed that the gnome had a nasty character, and Tobus was already presenting to his guest the masterpiece, which all the gnomes had spent a lot of effort to create. The young man didn't know what to say when he saw the most ordinary TV and game console in front of him. The gnome noted that his guest was not very surprised to see such advanced technology, adding that they would fight using this technology. While the game was loading, Tobus invited Jeremy to sit next to him, where the young man thought about his chances of winning an unfamiliar game, even though he was a gamer. The young man was thinking about his own things when the dwarf attracted his attention by saying that he would now explain how to control it. But suddenly the game's splash screen appeared on the screen, which made Jeremy literally jump out of his seat. Tobus asked what had so alarmed the young man, to which he quickly pulled himself together and replied that the people on the screen seemed familiar to him. To which the dwarf explained that this was impossible, since it was rare to find such advanced technology, even if you traveled through dimensions regularly. While Tobus was showing how to control the character, Jeremy was thinking that his interlocutor could not even imagine that his guest was from a world that possessed such technology. Then, paying closer attention to the game, the young man noticed that only the character designs were different, but the essence remained completely unchanged, including all the basic combinations and super abilities of the fighters. It was exactly the same game that he had played all the time in his distant childhood, but the dwarf suggested a trial fight, which Jeremy refused, saying that he was ready to start, since everything was clear to him. Throwing the joystick to the guest, Tobus noted that people have no character or endurance at all, since they are immediately ready to give up. But as soon as Jeremy picked up the joystick and prepared to play, he received a message that a game skill had been activated. Looking at the gnomes, the young man silently noted that they were the ones who should surrender. After all, he is a professional gamer with a lot of experience, where his abilities are enhanced by his new gaming talent. Jeremy's opponent didn't understand what was happening in front of his eyes on the TV screen, and once again the dwarf noted with regret that he had suffered a crushing defeat, and the young man noted that he had won many times, and now he was counting on a good reward from the gnomes. However, Tobus did not want to retreat so easily, declaring the need to play again, to which Jeremy reminded him of his own words, spoken a minute ago, that fighting a man was pointless. But then other gnomes joined in, declaring that he should fight them too, since Tobus was the weakest of them. But the young man recalled the rules voiced by the gnomes about defeating one, where he is not going to do anything else without additional benefit. The arguments of the guest from another world were fully justified, and the dwarves stood there, not knowing what to answer. But suddenly, one of them approached Jeremy, and said that if he defeated them all, he would receive as a reward a much more valuable item than was planned to be given out earlier. Where, in response to the young man's questions, they explained that, like lizards and bears, they planned to give out something random from the treasury. And Jeremy, hearing their words, noted that they clearly meant dragons and pandas, which means the ability to communicate for those who live in different worlds. And the gnomes continued, saying that if he defeats them all, they will create a unique item for him. And so, after some time, all the dwarves were defeated, and his last opponent, like the others, noted that he was unable to land even one blow. And Jeremy apologized for forgetting about the level of his opponents, adding that next time he would play with only 2 fingers. Having heard a not very flattering remark addressed to him after the sarcasm that had been voiced, the young man also heard requests not to move while he was being examined to create an artifact, where he was immediately bombarded with questions about how he dared to go to another world with such worthless characteristics and 7 points of mana. But suddenly the gnome fell silent, not understanding what he saw among the talents of their guest today. Jeremy asked what was wrong with him, but the dwarf asked him to be quiet, as he needed to think. Then he turned and asked another dwarf named Dimitra to come over and look into the boy's skills. Taking the skill-determining device, Dimitru noted that Tobis was no good for anything, and when he looked at the guy, he was amazed at his talent for playing 2nd level. But Tobis immediately explained that he needed to look at something else. And so, taking off his glasses, Dimitru noted that the 3rd level of communication is very interesting, asking whether in their world they really don't know about talent levels. Where, hearing the question, Jeremy thought that he had only recently acquired some of his skills, which he still knew nothing about. Tobis, clutching his head, noted that the guy's world was extremely backward, and ordered everyone to listen to him carefully. The 2nd level of any talent can only be obtained when skills are passed down in the family. But the 3rd level skills carry a completely different potential, where, for example, if a person has the 3rd level of swordsmanship, then he represents something like the very beginning of this art. The 3rd level is a unique and unrivaled original, born from the universe itself. Tobis added that, in simple terms, the 3rd level allows you to create the essence itself, where meeting someone with the 3rd level is a great honor. The dwarf also explained that at first he wanted to do something to compensate for the guest's low level. But seeing the 3rd level, he decided to call Dimitra, who also sees the future. While Jeremy was surprised that the dwarf could see the future, Tobis explained that with the help of all this, they would be able to create equipment specifically for their guest. Here, Dimitru, who was sitting on the floor, suddenly stood up, noting that he had not been so tired for a long time. He also said that fighting with a person was very interesting, and now he notes in himself a strong desire to create something new and unusual. After which Dimitru loudly called all his companions to follow him to the workshop, and when Jeremy tried to go in after them, Tobis stopped him, telling him to wait here, because inside his body would instantly turn to ashes. And so the doors to the workshop slammed shut, and the young man was left alone, wondering what the gnomes were going to create. After some time, the door to the workshop opened again, and Tobis was the first to appear in the doorway. Having said that they had worked hard and were finished, the dwarf threw an object into Jeremy's hands. Having caught it, the young man discovered that it was just some kind of bracelet. Having become very doubtful, the young man said that apparently the gnomes had deceived him and simply taken one of the items from the vault, to which the masters immediately said that they were not deceiving anyone, and if their guest did not like the reward, he could return it. Looking at the completely exhausted gnomes, Jeremy decided that they would definitely kill him if he tried to ask how to use the artifact again. At that moment, Dimitru approached him, holding out some kind of bag and saying that this was his payment for having managed to meet with the 3rd level. Opening the offering, the young man noted that the bag was filled with mana crystals, which could be sold profitably if needed. It was an expensive gift, for which Jeremy sincerely thanked the generous gnome. Then Tobis approached the guest, asking him to go down lower and telling the guy to come to them again if possible, since he hadn't had this much fun in a long time. And suddenly the dwarf dealt a powerful blow right to the top of the young man's head, causing him to experience severe pain. He rolled from side to side, holding the bruised area and rubbing it, trying to drive away the pain. Rising to his feet in a rage and preparing to tell Tobis what he thought of him, Jeremy suddenly found himself back in his own world. He couldn't shake the feeling that all of this was just a dream. But the bracelet on his arm and the bump on his head indicated otherwise. The hard work and skill of the gnomes, who had clearly lived for more than 1,000 years, deserved respect. Opening the status window, Jeremy used the skill to research the new item he received in another world. And having familiarized himself with the characteristics of the bracelet, the young man noted that they somehow did not impress him at all, where even the ability to change shape sounds somehow vague. But then Jeremy suddenly remembered that he had an information lottery that could provide answers to questions. And now he has already summoned the crazy lottery machine, on which he was going to play a total of 6 times, taking into account 1 daily free attempt. Quite quickly, all attempts were used up, none of which brought him the desired result, As Jeremy walked around the office the next day, he noticed that it was unusually empty inside, and he couldn't see Samantha. To which Dave explained that after yesterday's active awakening, he decided to give the girl a day off. Then the young man noticed that there was no one from the combat group in the office, and the boss immediately explained that he had given them a day off too, since there was less than a week left before the trip to another world. Jeremy immediately realized that Tom had deliberately arranged all this in order to keep him away from Samantha. Also, looking at Dave, the young man noted that he was a very good person, since anyone else, when they saw his insignificant abilities, would have thrown him out of the guild immediately after awakening. Jeremy's thoughts were interrupted by his boss, who asked if the boy was going to take part in their hike. After all, there are situations when even people with weak talents gain useful skills during campaigns and become part of a combat squad. To which the young man responded with categorical consent, since he had joined the guild only for such expeditions. Here Dave noticed the bracelet on his interlocutor's wrist, asking where he got it. To which Jeremy replied that this worthless trinket had recently been given to him. In his mind, the young man thought that no one should know about his foray into another world where he received this gift, and participation in the upcoming expedition will give him an excellent opportunity to test his new weapon in action. And so the long-awaited day arrived, where the guild leader, standing at the portal, gave out final instructions. Following the instructions, Dave checked the information provided by the portal seller, according to which a level D world awaited them on the other side, where no more than 10 people could enter. Noting Tom's lateness and the group's delay because of him, Dave nevertheless did not avoid giving a safety briefing. He stated that the purpose of the expedition was to collect as many mana crystals as possible, as well as to give Samantha and Jeremy the opportunity to level up. And while the boss was talking, Tom whispered sarcastically that with such useless skills he would be embarrassed to come to the office at all. But after Jeremy countered by saying that at least he wasn't late because he was stuck in the toilets, Tom angrily noted that the guy wouldn't be getting a promotion. But the young man found an answer to this too, saying that time would put everything in its place. His interlocutor did not know what to answer, making some kind of inarticulate sound. The guild leader was already finishing the briefing, adding that only 6 people were participating in the sortie, which should be enough. He also recalled how 2 members of the battle group from their guild died during the last foray into the sea-level world. After which Dave said that safety comes first, where they need to follow all the instructions of the senior. And finally, the preparations and instructions were completed, and the participants of the expedition headed inside the portal. Before they had time to look around inside, at that very moment, the participants of the expedition were attacked by one of the monsters that filled this world. Tom, who was in front, grabbed the hilts of his swords and told the guy standing next to him to get out of the way. Then, with one deft movement, he disarmed the lizard and threw it aside. The group members watching him work noted that although the man was rude, he definitely knew his business. Tom himself, turning to Samantha, said that he left the enemy alive, where the girl can destroy him herself to increase the level. And while Samantha was finishing off the monster, the man thought about who would collect the mana crystals, where, glancing sideways at his recent interlocutor, Tom said that this would be a task for Jeremy. But Samantha immediately objected to his words, saying that she was the youngest here, and should collect crystals, to which Tom explained that in other worlds age does not matter. She wanted to say something else to the man when Jeremy himself suddenly intervened in the conversation, saying that he would collect crystals. Smiling, the young man noted that they were all doing one common thing for the good of the guild. Samantha wanted to talk to her friend, but Jeremy stopped her, saying that everything was fine. Meanwhile, Tom had already managed to fight the next monster that had appeared, which he disarmed with the same ease and knocked to the ground, after which the man called Samantha again, so that she could finish off the monster and raise the level. And so the girl's sword plunged straight into the head of the defeated monster, which increased her level each time. But when Tom once again invited the girl to finish off the monster, she noted that she had already killed many monsters, where now it was necessary to provide the opportunity to increase the level to other team members, since this would no longer be fair. However, after listening to Samantha, Tom suddenly said that she did not yet understand that they did not need to be honest here. Not understanding what the man was trying to tell her, the girl asked for an explanation. Then Tom compared Samantha and Jeremy, saying that she was level 27, had 11 talents, one of which was the rarest on Earth, and he was level 7 and had 3 useless talents. And here it becomes quite obvious who needs to be given the opportunity to level up for the sake of the guild's future. And when Samantha said that the head of the guild would never do such a thing, Tom agreed, reminding her that he was in charge of the sortie, where all decisions were also his. The girl didn't know what to answer when Tom said that all the participants in the expedition were obliged to follow his orders. Their other companions, having once again noted the less than ideal qualities of their leader, decided that upon their return, they would file an official complaint against him. However, Jeremy's thoughts were directed in a completely different direction, where, looking at the back of the one heading to fight the next monsters, the young man thought that this man's behavior showed a complete lack of respect for Dave. Watching Tom deal with the monsters, Jeremy didn't understand why he behaved this way, knowing that a complaint would be filed against him. Pretty soon, the entire floor was covered with the bodies of monsters defeated by the swords of the leader of the expedition. Jeremy, who was left without the opportunity to level up, mentally rejoiced that at least Samantha had received a promotion. And so, finally, the expedition approached the room in which, as a rule, one could find the leader of the monsters, a kind of boss in computer games. And indeed, on the other side of the door they were met by a huge monster, which was clutching an equally bulky axe in one of its paws. One of the team members noted that this leader of the monsters was very different from those he had encountered before. Meanwhile, Tom, without further ado, rushed at the monster standing in front of him, where his companions noted with disdain how cruelly their leader dealt with the giant lizard. But not a minute had passed before Tom stood in front of his companions, and the monster's body fell to the floor. Glad that everything ended well, the team members, in a meeting, suggested letting Jeremy finish off this monster, since Samantha had taken all the promotion points before that. But suddenly Tom shouted menacingly that Jeremy would not receive any experience or points today. But one of the team members did not remain silent any longer, saying that this was completely unacceptable behavior on the part of their leader. But Tom suddenly said that he didn't really care what they said, since no one would leave here alive. Realizing what was going on, Jeremy began to actively wave his arms and shouted for his companions to defend themselves. But it was too late, as Tom quickly closed the distance, and his sword pierced the man's body, where the leader whispered in an ominous voice that he almost died of boredom while waiting for this moment. Watching their colleague's body slowly fall to the floor, the remaining band members loudly called Tom a madman. Suddenly, leaving the lifeless body of his first victim, Tom, with a mad expression on his face, rushed towards where the other members of the group were standing. With a synchronized movement of his hands, clutching sharpened swords, the madman beheaded 2 more members of this expedition. At that very moment, Jeremy buried Samantha with his body, and the killer was surprised that the survivors were still not screaming and begging for mercy. At that moment, some thick, dense energy began to rise from the bodies of the dead, and Tom, whose face was filled with madness, enjoyed how his body absorbed this energy. While the killer was busy, Jeremy decided to use his research skills to figure out what was going on, where, looking at the volumes, he, in addition to his usual characteristics and skills, also saw the presence of the talent of absorbing the power of the dead. At that very moment, it dawned on the young man that the leader of the group had been doing this kind of work for a long time, where he immediately asked a question about the death of 2 of their colleagues during the previous operation. As Tom advanced on his new victims, he noted Jeremy's good mental abilities, adding that they would not save him from death. The killer also explained that he did not want to rush things so much, but after he saw Samantha's abilities, he was no longer able to hold back. After all, he will gain simply incredible abilities after he kills her and absorbs the power given to her. Covering the girl with himself and listening to Tom's crazy speeches, Jeremy did not notice how Samantha began to do something behind his back. The killer, preparing his sword, added that in fact he had nothing against Jeremy, but behaved this way simply to distract everyone's attention and create the necessary image. And so, as he struck, Tom noted that as an apology, he would kill the young man with one quick blow. But then the bracelet, which had already begun to glow as the attacker approached, suddenly turned into a sword, with which Jeremy stopped the blow. This made a strong impression on Tom, who did not strike with full force only to torment the enemy a little, but this force should have been enough to destroy his weapon. The killer noted that his former hiking companion had an unusual weapon, where Jeremy thought that Tom was very observant and experienced. At this moment, Samantha, who had been preparing for an attack all this time, attempted to strike at the expedition leader. But easily fending off the girl's attack and throwing her back, Tom told her to sit still until he finished with Jeremy. Samantha flew several meters and fell not far from where the monster's body was. The killer, smiling, watched Jeremy's reaction to what he had just done to his girlfriend, cynically declaring that he should have shed another tear. And the young man instantly appeared next to the girl, helping her come to her senses and get to her feet. Tom, however, did not stop in his cynicism, stating that his victims did not need to be so serious, since they could just all have a good time together. Jeremy, on the other hand, was trying to figure out what he could do in a situation where the enemy was clearly superior to him in every way. Yes, he could do nothing against Tom, but next to him was someone who had enough strength to protect him. As the killer slowly approached them, the young man once again used his research skill. Only this time he used his abilities on Samantha, where he immediately saw all her talents. Where one of the girl's abilities was the creation of an impenetrable energy shield, where all that was left was to hint to her how to use it. He then told Samantha to use her mana as if she was trying to create a shield, where he added to her question that he would explain everything later. And so the girl concentrated hard and began to control her mana, where at that very second she and Jeremy found themselves inside an energy dome. The initiator of their use did not expect to see such a result from the use of abilities. Tom, who remained on the opposite side of the barrier, was no less surprised by how the newcomer used his powers. He stood and looked at the pure energy before his eyes, and suddenly he laughed with the laugh of a true madman. Without hesitating for another second, the killer began to deliver multiple blows to the defense created by the girl, which was sensitive for her. As it turned out, he was not at all embarrassed by this defense, where Tom noted that it would only make it more interesting. Seeing how difficult it was for the girl to hold back the onslaught of an experienced opponent, Jeremy asked her to hold out a little longer. A plan finally formed in his head, according to which the young man decided to finish off the monster, which would give them the opportunity to leave this dimension. Seeing Jeremy heading towards the monster he had defeated, Tom immediately understood what his old enemy wanted to do. Shouting that he would not allow this to happen, the killer increased his attacks on the dome many times over. Jeremy was already preparing for the blow when the dome was destroyed by another attack from the madman. An exhausted Samantha had already fallen to the floor, while the remains of the protection she had created were crumbling. But Jeremy still managed to plunge his sword into the body of the defeated monster. And after the monster breathed its last, the young man froze in anticipation of what was about to happen. He quickly looked around, while Tom chuckled, saying that the guy's hopes were at least naive. Accompanying his words with an appropriate gesture, the madman said that the plan did not take into account one small detail, where after the destruction of the master of the world, the return to one's world occurs only after half an hour. Since Tom continued talking, he did not hear what Jeremy said, not very loudly. And then the killer noted that, apparently, Jeremy was so scared that he couldn't even speak normally. But the young man suddenly repeated in a very firm and confident voice, saying that Tom had miscalculated, where he didn't expect to instantly move to their world, but just wanted to increase his level by finishing off the monster. And then he used his ability and launched a new type of lottery, which was designated in the status window as a unifying lottery. And then, among the hundreds of cards flashing past him, which only the player himself could see, one finally stood out, where, taking it between his fingers, Jeremy noted that from this moment on, Tom would act as the victim. Feeling some changes in the energy level, the killer could not understand what was happening now. Realizing that Jeremy was accumulating some kind of power, Tom decided that he could not allow this process to end. And so he, clutching his swords tighter, rushed swiftly in the direction where his opponent was. However, the movement of the killer's sword was suddenly stopped by some new weapon that Jeremy was clutching in his hands, where with a movement of the same weapon he easily threw the attacker far back. But Tom, who was a level A player, was able to stay on his feet, and his weapon also helped him. Meanwhile, Jeremy looked with interest at what his sword had suddenly transformed into. Opening the status window, the young man saw that under his own name was written the name of another person, in whose image the player was currently located. Realizing that this weapon actually belonged to the character from the past, whose name was under his, Jeremy still did not know how to use this weapon. Deciding to try to make some movement, the young man realized that his body somehow knew how to handle this half-axe, half-halberd. Watching the young man, Tom shouted loudly that his opponent could not jump beyond his capabilities, and therefore would remain a nobody. But in front of him was no longer quite the same person with whom he had begun this bloody expedition. Screaming hysterically that he wasn't afraid of a worthless mana user like Jeremy, Tom charged. His movements were very fast, and the tip of the blow almost reached Jeremy's throat. But at the very last moment, the young man, with a simple and light movement of his weapon, parried the deadly blow. After which his opponent's weapon shattered into small pieces, which its owner could not believe, and Jeremy, after destroying the enemy's weapon, was already preparing to deliver his final blow. And the young man accompanied his application with a wish for his opponent to burn in hell for a long time. And so he stood next to the body of the murderer he had just defeated, clutching the weapon in one hand and intently examining the palm of his other hand. Jeremy noted with no small amount of surprise that even the A-class player he had just displayed was no match for him, where the abilities he had just displayed were those of the SS class, which only 9 people on the entire planet had. Deciding he needed to learn more about this skill, Jeremy rushed over to his friend, who was still lying on the ground. Having lifted the girl's body, the young man noted that she was unconscious, and did not look very well. And while he was wondering when they would be able to return to their world, a man hanging nearby in the air noted that the girl had spent too much energy. Falling back in surprise, Jeremy fearfully asked the man who he was and where he came from, to which he immediately replied that the guy himself had summoned him. Looking closely at his interlocutor, Jeremy suddenly realized that this was the one who had owned the weapon in the distant past, with which he had dealt with the killer today. But the Chinese general said that the young man should now be concerned with the condition of his companion, and not where the military leader of the past came from, with which Jeremy agreed. When he raised Samantha's body again, the general suggested trying to transfer some energy to her to stabilize her condition, and the young man was quick to follow the advice, placing his hand on the right point on the girl's body to transfer energy. Where after just a few minutes, Samantha made her first sounds, beginning to come to her senses. A joyful Jeremy thanked the general for his help, but he said that he was grateful to the guy for pulling him out into this world. But then the Chinese military leader said that his time was coming to an end, and the young man did not immediately understand what he was talking about. And the man explained that he was talking about the time he could be present here thanks to the call. The general hoped that Jeremy would call him next time, to which he replied that it depended only on his luck, having said at the end that they would meet much sooner than the guy thought. His assistant in today's battle disappeared into thin air, and so Jeremy was once again left alone in the room next to Samantha, who still had not regained consciousness. While he was sitting there waiting for the return to his world to happen, a status window suddenly appeared, where he saw a message about receiving a reward for loading the strongest character. Dave was overjoyed to see the portal showing activity, noting that he had been starting to worry. But the feeling of relief that washed over his body was suddenly replaced by another tension when he saw Jeremy coming out with Samantha in his arms. Where, however, no one else appeared after the young man from the portal. The man accompanying the guild leader asked where all the other expedition members were, to which Dave angrily shouted that the first thing to do was to check the health of those who had returned. Very soon, paramedics arrived, provided first aid on the spot, and took Samantha to the hospital. The guild leader approached Jeremy and asked how he was feeling. Saying that he was completely fine, the young man asked Dave for a private conversation. Already in the office, the guild leader could not believe what he had just heard from his interlocutor. But Jeremy provided the boss with surveillance footage from one of the expedition members. Without delay, Dave watched the video recording, where he was overcome with mixed feelings of helplessness and rage. When the recording ended, the man blamed himself for what happened, saying that he was chasing his class as a player, to which Jeremy said that no one could know his true nature. However, he had the ability to absorb the energy of killed players, which made him stronger each time. And to the boss's suggestion, the young man replied that all the deaths of the guild members in the past were the work of Tom, who easily hid his tracks in other worlds. Once again, the guild leader blamed himself for what happened to his entire team. But then the man asked a question about what happened after Tom dealt with the 3 members of the group, which was unexpected for Jeremy. And it wasn't that the young man didn't trust the boss. It was just that no one needed to know about his abilities yet. And so he, making it up on the fly, said that the monster had mutated. What Jeremy just started talking about actually happened in isolated cases where mutated monsters began to use the player's abilities. Dave thought for a moment and noted that something like this hadn't happened in a long time. But even if it had, it would have been pretty difficult for the dungeon master to deal with Tom. Then the guild leader asked what skill the monster had acquired after the mutation, to which the young man immediately replied that it was a stealth skill of one of the group members, where at the moment when Tom was trying to kill him and Samantha, the monster snuck up on him from behind. Dave then pointed out quite seriously that it was nothing but karma to be killed using the skill of someone you had just killed. Having finished giving explanations to the guild leader, Jeremy came to the hospital, where Samantha was in one of the rooms. After looking for a while at the girl, who still had not regained consciousness, the young man went home to also rest a little. Literally falling onto the corner sofa, he exhaled heavily and voiced how tired he was today. However, having opened the status window, the young man literally forced himself to take up the study of what he had not been able to study before. While figuring out the system, Jeremy noted that when he selects an information lottery, an additional window appears with various categories, where one can assume that in the unifying lottery, everything is arranged in approximately the same way. But then his eye caught a certain button that indicated a certain guaranteed lottery, which the young man immediately pressed. Looking closely at the squats that appeared before his eyes immediately after pressing the button, Jeremy immediately realized that these were all those with whom he had already managed to meet, and who knew how to control mana. As he began to leaf through the cards, the young man was looking for a very specific character. And then he stopped scrolling, seeing the one who almost saved his life in the confrontation with Tom. Summoning this particular character took away 99 mana points from the player, which was impossible for Jeremy with his 7 points. Scrolling a little further, the young man saw cards with images of Tobis and Dimitra, where to summon them you needed to have more than 300 mana points for each. However, the question arose as to why there were only 2 of all the gnomes he had met in that dimension. And only now did Jeremy notice that all the cards contained the names of characters, and he only knew the names of these 2 gnomes. Now the young man realized that the true power of this skill was that he could load the character he needed in each specific situation. And suddenly he saw the last card, which immediately caught his attention, where Aelia Angelus was depicted. To summon her into this world, the player had to spend 999 mana points, which was completely unrealistic. Thus, in order to use the skill as it should, Jeremy needed to increase his mana level, which was possible either by leveling up or using the combining lottery. But since his mana level was approaching 0, he decided to postpone this lottery until tomorrow and play the information lottery today. And so, sitting on the floor around the open capsules, Jeremy literally cried, lamenting the fact that his luck was no good. When it was past midnight, the young man went out to a secluded place located right behind his house. Mana was fully restored after midnight, and Jeremy, without thinking twice, launched the unification lottery. As he watched the various cards swirl around him, he marveled at how incredible it was to use this skill. And so the dropped card landed right into the hands of the late player. At that very moment, his body began to be enveloped in some kind of white smoke, and the young man himself noted completely different sensations than when he summoned the Chinese general in another world. Seeing the name of the image of Wang Long in the status window that appeared, the young man couldn't believe his eyes. After all, he was one of the worst rulers, who brought his dynasty to complete decline and lost his throne. And so he looked at this figure from the past, who now, hanging in the air before him, reproached him for his bad thoughts about his life. And in response to Jeremy's question, the character who appeared loudly declared that he was Van Lung, who stood at the head of the entire human race. The expression on the young man's face made the grief-stricken ruler of the past ask if he had been poisoned by something at dinner. And so Jeremy had already switched his attention to his cell phone, when Van Lung suddenly noted that without explanation it was clear that the young man was disappointed in the abilities of the summoned character. But strength does not always decide everything. As the young man walked away, he asked when Wang Lung would disappear, but he shouted at the boy to take a closer look at his talents. After which Jeremy, with a not very pleased face, noted that the summoned hero had second-level luck, and Wang Lung explained that his luck had saved his life in his early childhood, when his home was surrounded by enemies. Then he inherited the entire empire, because there was no other claimant left alive, and even after his kingdom fell, he knew no need until the end of his days, living peacefully in another country. But Jeremy still couldn't understand how the new character's luck could be useful to him in fights in other worlds. Wang Lung reproached the young man for his stupidity when he angrily said that he would definitely not go to the casino accompanied by the former emperor. It was only when he said this that the young man suddenly realized what Wang Lung was getting at, and immediately summoned the crazy lottery machine. The first attempt in a day did not spend mana, and he played the lottery, where a golden capsule immediately fell out. Watching this, Van Lung smiled smugly while Jeremy was ready to pray to this character. Embracing his guest, the young man promised him that from today on they would meet more often. After that, Jeremy studied the information from the capsule, which said that in 3 months a portal would appear where it would be possible to find one of the skill stones. When the burst of joy had died down a little, the young man turned to the bored character next to him, saying that he wanted to ask a question. And when he asked why Wang Lung was so kind to him, since with his calls he distracted the emperor's spirit from a well-deserved rest, the character replied that, on the contrary, he was very glad of the opportunity to unwind. Remembering that the general had said the same, Jeremy asked what Wang Lung did in the afterlife in hell or heaven, to which he laughed and replied that he was not the real Wang Lung. He then explained to the surprised youth that he was some kind of copy that was created from information about Wang Lung that was stored in the universe. And then Jeremy realized that he was downloading not only all the abilities, but also information about a specific personality, thereby creating a new personality that could develop independently. Only now did the young man begin to realize that third-level communication was simply an incredible and limitless skill. The character continued by saying that he could not be unkind to his creator, to which Jeremy explained that he could not yet understand that he was capable of creating new personalities. Then Van Lung reminded his interlocutor of Erli's words, who said that the universe had given the young man a gift. Where there is every gift, every manifestation of favor, and whoever the young man calls, any character will help him with all their might. Having received answers to his questions, Jeremy warmly thanked his new acquaintance from the past. And Wang Lung, already dissolving into thin air, said that his time was up, but he would always be there for a new meeting. The guild leader lowered his eyes and announced that he would be disbanding the organization from today onwards, which Dave attributed to the recent deaths of most of the members, where at today's market prices he won't be able to recruit new players. In addition, bad rumors began to spread about their guild, related to the frequent deaths of players, and therefore he asks everyone for forgiveness for such a decision. After some time, the manager and Jeremy were left alone in the office, sitting opposite each other. Dave asked if his former employee planned to continue to be a mana wielder and travel the worlds, where he immediately received a positive answer. Even though luck might not have been on his side at other times, the young man strove for the life he had always dreamed of, which he told his former boss. Looking at Jeremy with the kindest gaze, the man noted that he had guessed about such an answer from his interlocutor, after which he immediately handed his interlocutor some kind of envelope. Having opened it, the young man found inside an application form for admission to the Academy of the Association of Mana Holders, and Dave added that since the guild can no longer help with leveling up, the young man only has this option, where the entrance exam will be in a week, where he will also send Samantha. Where the man, however, doubted that after everything that had happened, the girl would want to continue participating in this, to which Jeremy replied that she would hardly refuse. Here Dave changed the subject, putting another watch on the table that gives users mana, explaining that it was found among the things of the late Tom. And then he added that apparently he was also a member of another guild called Blackwood. Blackwood was the largest international guild in the world. It had the largest number of members who were so committed to serving their leader that they were willing to kill for him. And so Dave noted that the young man should be careful, as no one knows what they might do due to the loss of a precious member. And Jeremy whispered that most likely another reason for the dissolution of the guild was the Blackwood Guild. Then the man added that he would tell Samantha the same thing when he met her tomorrow. Extending his hand to his former employee, Dave thanked him for being there and reliable all this time. After shaking his former boss's hand, Jeremy thanked him in return for being considerate and teaching him a lot. The next night, the young man stood around the scattered fortune capsules while Wang Lung stood nearby and lectured him, telling him that fortune was fickle. With regret, the young man noted the correctness of his interlocutor, who had only the second level of luck, which did not guarantee receiving the necessary characters every time. Where it didn't help even that this ghost of the past got along very well with such a monster as a lottery machine, which means next time you need to focus on the unifying lottery, increasing the number of characters. But the next time, passion took over, and Jeremy squandered all his mana on the information lottery. And then came another night, where the young man firmly decided to take up the unifying lottery. No sooner said than done, the process was launched, where the player stood and prayed that he would get a new cool character. And so the coveted card was chosen, where Jeremy immediately noted that he had done an excellent job. On the day when the entrance exams were scheduled, the young man arrived at the right place, where he stood and admired the buildings of the Mana Users Association Academy from a height. Before that, he had already managed to go and update his mana clock at the Awakener, because all his characteristics had been improved. This was facilitated, among other things, by the winning of a gold card in the unifying lottery. The girl in armor who appeared introduced herself as Agatha, a paladin of one of the rulers of the past. But looking at the summoned character, the young man noted that he had no idea who she was. And while he stood there and recalled recent events, his attention was drawn to a familiar female voice, where he immediately asked Samantha, who appeared in front of him, how she was feeling, to which she explained that everything was fine now, adding with a wink that she has had a very high level of endurance since childhood. After all, in order to see Jeremy's performances at tournaments well, she used to have to run a lot in order to be the first to take the best places. Having laughed at their shared past, the young man suggested moving towards the entrance of the academy, but Samantha suddenly stopped his movement with her hand. Looking at the girl's serious face, Jeremy understood that she most likely had questions for him. For example, how he could have known about her skills before she knew about them. While Jeremy was racking his brain to come up with some excuse, Samantha suddenly leaned over his clothes. And so, having shown her friend a large speck of dust stuck to his jacket, the girl said that they could now continue on their way. She was already happily heading towards the entrance to the academy, and Jeremy was still standing there, completely confused. Looking at the departing girl with a smile, the young man noted that she was a very good person. Even though she guessed that her friend was clearly hiding something, she didn't show it and didn't ask a single unnecessary question. Despite the fact that Jeremy was older than Samantha, her actions and understanding showed her true deep development of personality, which is what the young man thought about when he rushed after his companion. To gain the right to travel to other worlds and clean them up, the owners of Mana had to complete a month-long training course at the academy. Those who were members of guilds could receive education and experience directly from them, but everyone else had to study at the academy. Of course, for many, individual training in a guild was preferable to group training in an academy. This was also connected with the way the entrance exam was organized, which everyone had to pass in order to study at the academy. Looking around, Jeremy noted the presence of a huge number of people, and Samantha noted that the exam was about to begin. And then a man appeared in the foreground, introduced himself as Instructor David Sloan, and announced that the exam was about to begin. Pointing to a toy behind him, the man explained that each candidate had to hit it as hard as possible, and if the result was at least 30 points, then the exam was passed. And then the instructor turned to one of those present, telling him to come up to him and be the first to try to pass the exam. A big guy emerged from the crowd and headed towards the exam site, saying that he would easily get 30 points. Finding himself in front of the toy, the pumped-up man swung and delivered a huge blow with all his might, where at the same second, the number 27 appeared on the monitor, and the instructor announced that the exam had been failed. But the applicant was not going to simply admit defeat, saying that the device was clearly broken and demanding that he be given another try. Without further ado, David delivered a not very strong blow to the toy, forcing the failed applicant to recoil with his movement. The man couldn't stay on his feet and fell, and the monitor showed that the instructor had scored 88 points with his simple strike. Jeremy and Samantha watched the events in surprise, with the latter noting that the instructor possessed incredible strength. And David explained to the man that the device was in perfect order. He just failed the exam, and then invited the next one. Another man who decided to try his hand at the academy failed miserably, scoring only 10 points, as well as the girl who tried to enter the academy after him, who only managed to get 25 points. But the applicant who took the exam after her managed to score 30 points, and David immediately announced his admission. And finally, it was Samantha's turn to try her hand at admission, where the instructor politely invited her to come up and begin. Finding herself in front of the toy, the girl, without any preparation or thought, struck it with her foot. After which the number 67 appeared on the screen, the instructor announced her enrollment, and Jeremy was sincerely happy for his friend. Meanwhile, David looked at Samantha's card, surprised that she decided to go to the academy, because with such skills, the best guilds of their country would be competing for her. The girl herself had already managed to return to her companion, where he congratulated her on her admission, and in response, Samantha said that Jeremy would definitely be able to score more points. And so the young man's name was called out by the examiner, and his companion told him to try hard. Jeremy himself understood that only 30% of applicants passed this test, where with his mediocre abilities there was definitely nothing to count on. And so he stood in front of the toy, and David gave permission to begin taking the exam. Remembering that he had an artifact that increased all his characteristics by 10 points, the young man decided to make maximum efforts. Concentrating, the young man began to move his foot, where suddenly he received a message about activating the game skill and increasing all player stats by 100%. Jeremy didn't even have time to understand what happened, as the toy received a powerful blow from which it literally flew into the air. The examiner could not believe what he had just seen with his own eyes, where the toy flew off to the wall, and on the screen hanging above it, the 91 points scored by Jeremy's strike appeared. Everyone who watched the next applicant take the exam immediately noticed that this result was only 5 points less than the Academy's absolute record. Stumbling with excitement, David announced to the young man that he had entered the Academy. Samantha came to the unambiguous conclusion that her friend, as she had assumed, was definitely hiding something. And the hero of today's exam stood and thought that he had apparently overdone it. Almost a month had passed since the entrance exams, where Dave, sitting in his office, was brushing off annoying representatives of other guilds who asked him to tell them how to find Samantha. And while most of them were once again listening to a refusal, one of the most attentive men suddenly turned his attention to the documents lying on the table. Having seen the information that interested him, the man quietly left the room, leaving all his competitors to continue their useless work. When the man was left alone, he called the guild and said that it was necessary to send people to the academy, since a girl with the saint skill was studying there. As promised, training at the academy lasted no more than a month. The first week was devoted to theoretical knowledge about other worlds and the monsters that live in them. The second week was devoted to weapons training and other physical training. The last 2 weeks have combined various types of preparation, mainly for unforeseen and emergency situations. On the last day of training, all graduates will have to pass a final test, which will show how ready they are to travel around the worlds. As Samantha walked to the academy, she thought about how tomorrow's final test would go, noting to herself that Jeremy wasn't worried about it at all. Suddenly, a man appeared right in front of the girl, who immediately handed her a card, introducing himself as a representative of one of the guilds, and asked if they could talk. He shouted to the girl, who was already running away and flatly refused to join the guild, that they were ready to provide her with better conditions. The girl decided to make her way further into the academy with great caution, carefully looking out from around the corner. Knowing that the data on admission to the academy was strictly classified, the girl was wondering how the guild representatives could have found out this information when a male voice behind her asked Samantha what was bothering her. Turning around, the girl saw in front of her a respectable man who assured her that he could solve all her problems. And now he was already handing Samantha a card of his guild, which he invited her to join to solve all the problems. But the result was the same, where once again the girl ran away, and the guild representative shouted after her about the possibility of providing better conditions for cooperation. And while the girl was trying to get to the academy, she continued to be pursued by persistent recruiters. Already sitting inside the training building, Samantha complained to Jeremy that yesterday all these representatives had been following her right up until the very beginning of training. And the young man suddenly said that the girl would be treated specially, no matter where she joined, and perhaps she should take advantage of this chance and not waste time on the academy. To which Samantha replied more than seriously that she would live the way she wanted, where she didn't need any guilds. As he continued eating his breakfast, Jeremy noted to himself that his girlfriend was quite a stubborn girl. Changing the subject, Samantha suddenly asked her friend if he would like to go somewhere with her after graduation. But before she could finish her thought, her sentence was interrupted by the appearance of another student, Hank McEnroe. He greeted Jeremy and Samantha in a friendly manner, where the latter was not very happy about his sudden visit, which interrupted her plans. And the unceremonious Hank immediately began to ask the young man if he was ready for the test, stating that he personally was very nervous, where he suggested that Jeremy go and practice some more, which helps to relax and take his mind off things. However, continuing his meal, the young man replied that he did not really want to and like to fight, even if it happened in virtual space. The virtual world, which was created with the help of magic, copied the human body, taking into account all of its characteristics and skills, where people could train and use their abilities without fear of causing any real harm to their health. The problem was that, in essence, such training was a game, where Jeremy's characteristics immediately doubled. Where at first he felt very strong and powerful, he would find himself depressed every time he returned to his usual worthless characteristics. And while he was mentally regretting that his talent for the game only extended to games, Hank, stretching, declared that in that case, he no longer had any worthy opponents here. And at that very moment, Samantha suddenly turned to him, offering to fight her in the virtual arena. The young man was both surprised and pleased by this, because until today the girl had regularly refused to fight with him. And when asked the corresponding question, Samantha explained that she was currently experiencing extreme tension, which she needed to somehow relieve. Hank tried to shout for the girl to wait a bit, but it had no effect, where she dealt another blow to the enemy. Getting up from the floor, the young man stated that Samantha definitely wanted to kill him with her actions. Laughing and flexing her fists, the girl cheerfully replied that, unfortunately, this is impossible in virtual space, where she reminded Hank of his own recent words about the impossibility of causing physical harm. After which the man shouted that in that case, he would also give it his all and began his attack. But Samantha deflected her opponent's throw quite deftly, gracefully rising into the air right above his head. Before the young man could even understand anything, another kick landed right on his head. Meanwhile, Jeremy watched from the sidelines as Samantha beat up Hank, noting the incredible strength the girl possessed. However, Hank's ability to block attacks and take hits was also impressive, and then he shouted that it didn't hurt at all, where at that very second another blow landed right on his lower jaw. Samantha put all her strength and energy into this final attack, after which, all that was left for Jeremy to do was to catch the virtual body of his new friend. At this time, David passed by the virtual reality room, who assumed that the three of them were preparing for tomorrow's test. However, of all the students, the instructor had the highest hopes for Jeremy. He immediately remembered how this guy had passed the entrance exam, which had made a strong impression on him. He saw a similar result 3 years ago, where only one future student was able to overcome the 90-point mark, where that guy had a huge amount of talent, which was a rarity for the academy, since usually such talented people would immediately go to some guild. The difference between these results was only 5 points, but 3 years ago, a different toy was used that added a bonus to the true points. So it's hard to guess how many points Jeremy would have been able to score if the old toy had been used. And so the day of the final test came, which was a trip to another world of Category E. The instructor explained that if the test is passed, then each of the students will become a full-fledged player with the right to enter other worlds. For the safety and security of the exam, the group will be accompanied by Class B instructors. While David was explaining the safety rules to everyone, Samantha, looking at the portal, fell into some kind of stupor. After all, as soon as she saw the door to another world, she immediately remembered the not very pleasant events that happened during her last visit to another world. She was distracted from her sad thoughts by Jeremy, who told the girl not to worry and to return unharmed. Thanking the young man for his care, Samantha promised that she would return in full health and victorious. And now it has been announced that the first group of students can enter the portal to begin taking the exam. Jeremy and Hank, who remained outside, talked about how their friend should pass the exam without any problems. And after some time, the girl came out of the portal, noting that everything went more than successfully. Both Hank and Jeremy said they were very worried about how the girl would perform on the exam, and were glad that everything ended well. And then it was announced that the next group, which included Samantha's friends, was invited to take the exam. The girl approached Jeremy and asked him to come back alive and well after the exam. In response, the young man stroked his girlfriend's hair, suggesting that they go somewhere after successfully passing the exam, where Hank immediately intervened in this proposal, asking to take him along for the company, which of course did not really please Samantha, who wanted to spend time alone with Jeremy. The portal to the new world was already open, where one of the academy workers completed its inspection, confirming that it was a Category E world. David, who was nearby the whole time, said that he would personally accompany this group. And now the second group of students has already passed through the portal and prepared for battle while in another world. And the instructor accompanying them made notes about how quickly each of the participants in the expedition prepared for a surprise attack. Jeremy immediately announced that the initial security check was complete, and that in order to complete the mission, they must adhere to the formation recommended in class. David, observing how this guy behaved, noted his high organizational skills, as well as his high enthusiasm and determination. At the same time, David noted that, unfortunately, this guy's talent pool is as bad as it gets. But then, Jeremy loudly announced that the first enemy had appeared right in the group's line of movement. Seeing the intruders, the green orc immediately rushed to attack, and Jeremy shouted at Hank to block it with his shield. And so, having reduced the distance, the monster delivered a powerful blow, which Hank, as was said, blocked with the help of a shield. However, noticing that the orc's attack was much stronger than expected and that his friend could not cope alone, Jeremy immediately gave the order to provide him with support. And now the further advance of the monster was blocked by two people. Their unofficial leader himself, taking advantage of the moment, soared into the air behind the backs of the defenders, preparing to strike. The blade of his heavenly halberd quickly pierced the monster's body, causing it to fall backwards. After a successful attack, Jeremy calmly landed on the floor, right in front of the monster he had defeated. The noise outside the door attracted the attention of another monster located in another room. Meanwhile, Jeremy apologized to his friend for making a mistake in his calculations, to which Hank cheerfully replied that the orc simply turned out to be stronger than it might seem. Watching everything that was happening from the side, the instructor noted to himself that the attack of a monster in a Category E world should have been easily blocked by a student, meaning that the world could be a borderline between categories E and D. But then several more orcs appeared in the group's field of vision, rushing forward rapidly, preparing to attack the uninvited guests. At that very moment, Jeremy gave the order to the archers to prepare to shoot, which the latter did, pulling the bowstrings of their guns. And when the command to fire sounded, several arrows pierced the bodies of the attacking monsters. One of the orcs still managed to break through, but Hank skillfully blocked his further advance. He then lifted the monster into the air on his shield and slammed it into the stone floor with all his might, where the other participants of the expedition, who were ready, immediately dealt with him with their stabbing and cutting weapons. The instructor, watching the battle and making notes in his notebook, noted with a smile that he had made a mistake in the world difficulty category. At the same time, outside the portal, the academy workers noticed some strange activity. One of the instructors snatched the portal category assessment device from the examiner, not understanding what was happening. But suddenly he grabbed his colleague, asking about who he got the information about the portal from, to which he replied that he personally was not acquainted with that person. One of the guilds recommended him to him. And when the instructor demanded to name this guild, the young man named the Blackwood Guild, citing the fact that he himself could not find a portal to another world, no matter how hard he tried. The students from the first group who were nearby began to ask about the problems that had arisen, but without explaining anything yet, the instructor suddenly threw the inspector to the ground with all his might, after which he apologized and said that apparently they were deceived with this portal. He explained to everyone present that there are portal sellers who have learned to falsify information about the category of the world from the other side. Seriously scared, Samantha asked the man what category of the world was actually on the other side of the portal. Meanwhile, Jeremy was already standing in front of the door leading to the master of this world himself. Calling on his entire group for help, he pushed against the door in order to get inside and fight the main enemy. As soon as the door gave way, the young man immediately felt a strange energy, where he noted that he had not felt this even near the lizard from the D category world. But then the door was completely open and all the students immediately headed inside. Seeing the huge monster sitting in front of him, Hank was very surprised at how menacing the master of the world looked. At that very second, David suddenly shouted that an unforeseen situation had occurred and the exam was cancelled. The huge orc was already charging when the instructor shouted that this world was actually Category A. Well, in the human world, the portal had already been fenced off and cordoned off by special service officers. The girl, who apparently was in charge of security, asked where the criminal was, to which the instructor, glancing sideways at the man he had pinned to the ground, explained that he had lost consciousness from shock. The girl then turned to her colleague, giving the order to take the criminal into custody. After which, without addressing anyone, Amanda Stone voiced that it would be necessary to contact the Blackwood Guild. Her thoughts were interrupted by the same colleague, who suggested that everything could end well, since the group was accompanied by a Class B instructor. To which Amanda immediately said that the students and instructor were now in a Class A world where even Class S players couldn't always cope. And therefore, both the Class B instructor and all the students are most likely already dead or close to it. At this point, Samantha intervened in their conversation, asking if there was any way to save those inside, to which Amanda replied that they would not be able to enter that world as long as those who entered it before them were alive. All they can do is avenge them once passage becomes possible. Meanwhile, events in the world of Category A were rapidly unfolding, where, watching a huge monster rushing towards him, one of the students prepared himself for death. But suddenly the instructor accompanying them used his abilities, summoning entangling fibers. At the same second, some ropes studded with spikes began to appear from the floor one after another. These ropes, summoned by David, stopped the rushing monster, restricting its movements. While making great efforts to restrain the monster, the instructor shouted that from this moment on he would be in charge of the group's actions, where now everyone should calm down and take advantage of the moment while the monster is chained, to inflict as much damage on him as possible. The students, shaking with fear, very hesitantly said that they understood everything, while simply continuing to stand and look at the orc, where one of the girls suddenly screamed loudly that nothing could save them from imminent death, and the opportunity to hold off the enemy was quickly ending, which David loudly announced to the entire group. And now, looking at the monster who had completely freed himself from his bonds, the man noted that if this continued, it would definitely be the end for all of them. Meanwhile, the even more enraged orc began to attack the one who had just restrained his movements with his huge axe. But the attack was not destined to be successful, because at that moment, Jeremy, rushing forward, dealt the orc a powerful blow, where the instructor and Hank and all the other students could only be surprised at what the young man had just done. And Jeremy was just starting his next fight against an opponent who was significantly superior to him in all respects. And here's what happened 10 minutes before Jeremy dealt that first blow to the orc, which surprised everyone present. Watching David try to hold back the monster and the students in a state of stupor and panic, the young man decided to act on his own. The first person he called was Wang Lung, who cheerfully stated that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked how the boy was doing, to which Jeremy replied that he believed in Wang Lung's victory, to which he quickly said that he didn't even know how to fight. But the young man did not need his assistant to fight, he needed his luck for the unifying lottery. While the lottery was spinning, Jeremy saw a message in the status window that appeared stating that he had used the lottery for the 10th time in a row, for which he was entitled to a bonus. After which, Wang Lung immediately noted that this gift of fate was the sole merit of his luck. And indeed, there was something to rejoice about, because the young man had a diamond card at his disposal. And so, with another blow of his sword, Jeremy threw the orc to the far wall like a teddy bear. The instructor, perplexed, asked Jeremy how he, a simple student without exceptional skills, could do such a thing. At first, the young man wanted to answer that he trained a lot, but then he simply said that he was lucky. However, behind his so-called luck, there was a very specific person, whom he managed to summon with the help of the lottery, where he didn't expect to get such a character as a Germanic dragon hunter from ancient myths and legends. Meanwhile, the orc managed to get to his feet and prepared for his next attack on the people. Surprised that the monster was still alive, Jeremy used the research skill to find out its level and abilities. And when he saw that the orc standing in front of him was level 82, the young man was horrified, since this category is where S-class players fight. But the monster was not at all interested in the conclusions of the people, where he had already rushed at the one who had just dared to resist him. The new character summoned by Jeremy loudly informed the owner that the orc was attacking again, but the young man did not need any hints, as he was already prepared to repel this attack. However, the movement of the sword's yoke was deftly stopped by the orc when the latter used his weapon, after which the monster immediately raised his hand holding a huge axe upward in order to strike back. But Jeremy, in the form of the mythical dragon slayer, noted that even if the monster was S-class, it definitely wouldn't last long against a character who was SS class. The orc was able to deliver his crushing blow, which the young man, however, dodged without any problems. Without a second's hesitation, Jeremy delivered 2 quick counter-punches to his opponent, where, having experienced a sharp pain, the orc recoiled back, and 2 bloody cross stripes immediately appeared on his chest. Feeling even more furious, the monster swung its formidable weapon and rushed forward for a new attack, but the young man skillfully blocked the movement of his opponent's weapon with his sword. Looking the orc straight in the eye, Jeremy smiled and asked him if this was all that the worthless monster was capable of, which of course provoked a whole series of attacks from the monster, which the young man successfully deflected. The instructor and students, who had been watching the fight the entire time, were unable to utter a word, so shocked were they by Jeremy's abilities. Meanwhile, the newly minted warrior told his opponent that it was time to end this performance, and so he rushed at the orc, pointing the tip of his sword straight at his body. The attack was so unexpected and fast that the monster didn't have time to do anything when Jeremy's weapon pierced his body. And so the monster, defeated by the academy student, fell backwards and soon collapsed onto the floor. The summoned character congratulated Jeremy on his excellent work, to which he replied that it was all thanks to the German dragon slayer. Meanwhile, everyone who stood on the sidelines, not interfering in this confrontation, was already running towards the winner of the mortal fight, where immediately numerous words of gratitude poured out towards Jeremy for saving lives. And the instructor, having also thanked the guy, said that he, of course, had many questions. But first, they needed to return to their world. The young man began to answer something when he suddenly felt some movement behind him. But a second before the orc's hand reached the winner's body, Hank rushed forward and covered his friend with his body. The monster's attack was incredibly powerful and threw the hero several meters to the side, where, watching his friend break through a boulder with his body, all Jeremy could do was scream his name. Without a second's hesitation, the young man decided to settle accounts with the monster, jumping high and swinging his sword. He struck with a force he had never seen before in his life, expecting that this time the orc would definitely be defeated. However, this attack did not cause any damage to the orc at all, as if he was covered by some kind of invisible shield. Observing the incomprehensible phenomenon, the instructor noted that the master of the world should not have such skills. However, it could have happened that at the moment of death this monster mutated, acquiring a new ability. And so the orc, literally risen from the dead, used his new abilities, letting out a piercing cry. After which everyone noted that they had completely lost the ability to move. The first one the orc tried to deal his crushing blow to was Jeremy, who was closest to everyone else. However, his opponent was unable to hit his intended target, as the endurance skill he used allowed Jeremy to move and dodge the attack. The young man noted that his opponent had become noticeably faster when the character he had summoned loudly shouted about a new attack from above. Having managed to react, Jeremy defended himself from the blow, raising his sword above his head, which in this case played the role of a shield. And the German dragon slayer suddenly said that he once acquired a skill by slaying a dragon, which restores all wounds, increases characteristics. He called it Dragon's Blood. While the young man was expressing his surprise at such an unusual skill, the character again warned him about the attack, which this time was from behind. Jeremy barely managed to turn around and put his weapon up for defense, taking the blow almost directly himself, after which a whole hail of new attacks rained down from the orc, which the young man successfully repelled. But then the German dragon slayer said that his time here was coming to an end, which was not at all opportune, and then his assistant, summoned by the diamond card, disappeared, and the huge sword suddenly fell in Jeremy's hands. Looking at the hilt, the young man immediately noticed that with the disappearance of the assistant, the sword became significantly heavier. And then the young man turned his attention to his opponent, whereby the expression on his face the guy immediately understood that he sensed his weakness. Assessing the prospects, Jeremy noted that all the other members of the group were immobilized. He himself had run out of mana, and he could not summon anyone else. Turning his gaze to the monster advancing on him, the young man tried to figure out what to do in this situation. And the huge orc had already stretched out his huge hand in order to finish off his opponent once and for all. Time seemed to stand still for Jeremy, where he remembered how much he dreamed of becoming a superhero. But now he would die so stupidly, where he will not be able to fulfill the promise to return back alive. which he gave to Samantha when leaving for this world. All these thoughts greatly inspired the young man, who firmly decided that he was definitely not going to die in this world. With incredible effort, he tightly gripped the hilt of the sword, where some new energy immediately began to form around him. Shouting that he would never die here, Jeremy struck again with his weapon. And then a player status window appeared, where a new message informed the young man that he had managed to independently use the ancient weapon belonging to the Dragon Slayer. The player can now use the full power of this sword, where he also has access to the X-ray function, showing all the major arteries of the enemy. And now, finally, the introduction of a skill in the form of Dragon Blood was announced, which increases all player abilities by 1000%. Immediately after this message, Jeremy dealt the orc a crushing blow that split his opponent's body in half. As soon as the monster's body fell to the floor, the young man was immediately told that his level had increased and all his characteristics had been increased. Looking at the disappearing sword, Jeremy repeated the named qualities of the weapon, which restored both his health and skills. Remembering the creators of the bracelet, the young man reproachfully noted that they could have warned him about all the qualities of this artifact. But his thoughts were interrupted by a new message, where the ability to awaken dragon blood was added to his skills, which was a very high-level award that could not fail to please its owner. He immediately realized that gold cards could only help increase the level, but diamond cards could also provide new skills. Noting that awakening dragon blood was comparable to having an extra life, Jeremy finally said that it was time for their entire team to get out of this world. But turning to his companions, the young man met only their lost gaze. Here his attention was drawn to the appearance of Hank, from whom the young man immediately inquired about his state of health, to which his friend suddenly asked, addressing Jeremy as you, whether he would now kill the members of the group. Where this completely non-trivial question brought Jeremy into a real stupor. But Hank explained that the guy was obviously hiding his skills, and now he must destroy everyone who witnessed their manifestation, to which his interlocutor only called Hank a fool. And when Jeremy said that this is why people don't get killed, all the other students breathed a sigh of relief. He then added that he was not hiding anything. He actually only had the second level before visiting this world. But Hank immediately asked where his friend got such strength and abilities from. Deciding not to reveal his cards for now, Jeremy replied that it was all about his unusual skill, but what kind of skill it was, he couldn't say yet. Hearing this, Hank was glad that he could also get a similar skill, where his interlocutor noted to himself that it was possible, but the chances of getting a level 3 skill were close to 0. Meanwhile, the people on the other side of the portal were languishing in anticipation of the opportunity to enter inside. The young man standing next to Amanda noted that if the group simply hid and lived in that world, then a breakthrough would occur in a month, where the structure of the portal will change and the monsters inhabiting it will be able to pass into their world. And then he immediately suggested using the portal closing system, to which he received a categorical refusal. But then one of the observers shouted loudly that something was happening with the portal, after which Amanda ordered everyone to get ready to go inside. Having prepared her weapon, the girl whispered that she would avenge the fallen in full and without mercy. All the people around the portal also drew their weapons, preparing to pass through and fight. But suddenly David came out of the portal, then Jeremy and all the other participants in the exam, where, having lowered her axe in surprise, Amanda literally lost the power of speech looking at the group that appeared. Meanwhile, the instructor announced the end of the exam, the complete clearing of the world, and thanked everyone for their excellent work. But then his attention was drawn to Amanda, who very emotionally asked the man why he was so calm. Without waiting for an answer, the girl immediately asked the following questions about what happened in that world, and how the group was able to defeat the owner of the Class A world. But then her attention switched to the weapon that the master of the world owned, and which Jeremy took with him as a trophy. Immediately beginning to examine this rare object, the likes of which had not been seen for about 10 years, Amanda asked where they got it. Before David could say a word, the girl suggested that the man had managed to defeat the master of the world. At that very moment, a representative of the academy intervened in the conversation, noting that since David was an employee of the academy, the trophy he had won belonged to the academy, to which Amanda said with displeasure that while the representative was sitting there, the instructor was fighting the monster, which meant that the trophy rightfully belonged to him. The representative then said that he would simply take care of sending it, but the movement of his hand, which reached for the axe, was suddenly stopped by someone. It was Jeremy who said that it was his trophy, which he would own and do with as he saw fit. But looking with disgust at the young man, the representative of the academy said that the student had probably gone crazy, encroaching on their property. To which Jeremy immediately replied that he had defeated the master of the world, which meant that by law, all the trophies belonged to him. After which he added that he is not an employee of the academy, and his status as a student does not mean that he needs to transfer what he has earned to the educational institution. But the man was not going to give in so easily, and after clearing his throat a bit, he accused the student of blatant lying. Then David put everything in its place, intervening in the conversation and confirming Jeremy's words, where the instructor immediately told how this guy single-handedly defeated the monster while everyone else was immobilized. But the academy representative could not believe that some student could defeat a monster of such a level on his own and alone. However, the resourceful Jeremy countered this verbal attack by asking if winning wasn't what they taught at the academy. And he immediately added that the first task of the leadership should be to clarify all the circumstances of what happened, and to take care of the wounded, and not to divide up the spoils. Absolutely everyone who today, through someone else's fault, was exposed to mortal danger while taking an exam, agreed with this argument. Realizing that he was categorically wrong, the academy representative began to talk about how, in the end, everyone returned alive. Jeremy's words also touched Amanda, who noted to herself that she, by examining the axe and participating in the division of the trophy, had become like this man. Immediately collecting her thoughts, the girl canceled the state of emergency that had been introduced earlier and ordered that the students be taken to the hospital for a full examination. And the representative of the academy, also becoming animated, suddenly shouted that he was the boss here, and therefore everyone should listen to him. Taking a cup of coffee from David's hands, the girl could not believe what she had just heard about the orc's mutation. But the instructor repeated once again that Jeremy had defeated the monster, but it had somehow healed itself and continued to fight with new skills. And finishing the story, David also noted that when the orc was defeated again, he was not able to rise because he was cut in half. What the man was now telling made quite a strong impression on Amanda. Her interlocutor also added that he doesn't remember exactly, but it seems that at the beginning of the campaign, Jeremy had a spear, but at the moment of meeting the master of the world, it turned into a sword. The girl listened with genuine interest to the story about how when the orc was killed, the stone inlaid in his weapon began to shine. But the most amazing thing was that when it was all over, the guy had no weapons at all left his hands. David could only find one explanation for all this, which was that this student was using artifacts. After hearing this hypothesis, Amanda thought about the fact that this guy had an artifact that could destroy a Class A monster, assuming that he had the skill to create such things, where such skills are comparable only to those of the US SS player Mila Anderson. After these thoughts, Amanda suddenly stood up from her seat and quickly walked somewhere, saying that they needed to hurry. Meanwhile, Jeremy was in his room, where he opened the status window and was surprised at how much his level had risen since his recent hike. Of course, defeating a monster of class close to S was difficult, but it was definitely worth it. And now, in order to effectively and quickly raise his level, he needs to go through as many worlds as possible. At the same time, even the information lottery did not guarantee that he would learn the coordinates of a free portal, and he had to come up with something to search for it. While he was thinking these thoughts, he was caught by a knock on the door, where a female voice asked permission to enter. And then Amanda appeared in front of him, accompanied by David, where the girl asked about the young man's well-being, to which he explained that there was a complete absence of injuries. Then the girl introduced herself, saying that she was in charge of the portal security department. By introducing himself in response, Jeremy made it clear that he was ready to listen to his visitors. Amanda then explained that the man who was searching for portals for the exam had been deceived, and when she added that the Blackwood Guild might be involved in this incident, Jeremy's face changed dramatically. He asked why the guild was setting the academy up like this, to which Amanda replied that there were some disagreements between the two organizations, and it was most likely revenge. After listening to the explanation, the young man breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they had not come specifically for him. But then he realized and asked about how the death of several students, which happens quite often during the tests, could harm the academy. And then David entered the conversation, explaining that he was their target, since his father was the head of the academy. While Jeremy was silently surprised by such information, the instructor added that, in any case, the academy was to blame for what happened, where he immediately apologized on behalf of the educational institution, adding that the culprit had already been fired, and all students would be paid compensation for moral and physical harm. Jeremy thanked the man for such attention, adding that in any case, the players should be prepared for any surprises, as their exam showed. Noticing that the conversation between the men had ended, Amanda once again attracted Jeremy's attention, where she decided not to make any preludes, and immediately asked the young man if he would like to work for the good of the country. Without thinking at all, Jeremy laughed and responded with a categorical refusal of such a prospect. The girl tried to convince him to listen to the proposal in full, but the young man continued to insist that he was not interested in it at all. He belonged to the last generation to undergo compulsory service, and understood very well what it meant to put oneself at the disposal of the authorities. But then the girl objected, saying that no excessive obligations would be imposed on the young man, which, of course, he found hard to believe. She then added that working for the state would give the young man free travel, the opportunity to study and improve his skills for free, and would almost free him from taxes. And most importantly, those who cooperate with them will be able to receive free portals to other worlds that correspond to their level. All that is required in return is to cleanse the worlds indicated by the authorities 4 times a month. Having told Amanda that he had changed his mind and was ready to cooperate, the young man thought to himself that there was probably no other opportunity to quickly level up. And the girl, quickly accepting Jeremy's consent, asked if he was ready to carry out the country's first task, where he is offered to clear one of the worlds, of which there are becoming a lot in the world, and he will need to give only 30% of the magic stone that will be mined. Listening to the information that he could always refuse a particular portal and choose another, Jeremy noted that the conditions were very interesting. After all, if an organization is engaged in searching and providing portals, then he will always have room to improve himself. And so, having weighed all the pros and cons, the young man finally made his decision, saying that he was ready to sign the contract. This pleased Amanda quite a bit, where she immediately said that they would select a portal for him in the very near future, and all he needed was to sign a contract at the office. Here he turned to David, asking whether he needed to return to the academy after being discharged, and the man explained that the guy had passed all the tests, and there was no need to return. Then the instructor added that despite this, he was expected at the academy for graduation. And Jeremy, of course, agreed to be at the graduation, but then Amanda intervened in their conversation. With her eyes lowered to the floor, the girl seemed hesitant to say anything to the young man, who was prepared to listen to her attentively. But finally, having plucked up her courage, Amanda asked if Jeremy would like to sell the axe, and if possible, in installments. And now all the necessary papers were already lying in front of the young man, and behind Amanda's back hung an orc's axe. Watching the girl handle the axe, Jeremy asked if she was comfortable, to which his interlocutor explained that she simply did not want to part with this baby for a second. And while she was once again examining her purchase, the young man expressed his feelings of joy regarding the fact that this weapon had found a new owner. The first trip to another world on behalf of the state was supposed to take place in a couple of days, but for now, Amanda invited the young man to inspect their building. And the first place they arrived at was a training hall that many had heard about outside these walls. As soon as Amanda appeared in the room, everyone who was currently training immediately paid attention to her, where at that very moment the trainees began to show much greater zeal, trying to impress the beautiful girl with their strength. Amanda, immediately realizing what was happening, noted with displeasure that the boys needed to train even harder. But in everyone's eyes and thoughts, it was no longer the training that was on their minds, but the irresistible appearance of the girl who had visited the gym. Jeremy also felt the attention on him, with people in the room whispering to each other about who the guy was that was accompanying their goddess. Then one of the men in the room came closer and greeted Amanda personally. She introduced her friend to the very guy who single-handedly defeated the Orc Lord. Shaking hands and carefully examining the guest, the man introduced himself, calling himself Michael. The girl added that she was giving a tour to an important guest who would now be working with them, and therefore asked that they treat him with respect. And then Michael, pointing to the virtual reality system, offered the guest to fight, since he had come to their hall. Amanda didn't like this very much, and hissed through her teeth for Michael to leave the guest alone. But the man did not calm down, saying that a duel was the best way to get to know a person. Watching his new acquaintance, Jeremy noted to himself that this was just an attempt to show his strength, a provocation that he should not give in to. And so he turned around and said that this kind of childish games was definitely not to his taste, where he would prefer to continue his inspection of the headquarters. But the smug man immediately said that in that case, no one here would even consider Jeremy a man. The young man heading towards the exit immediately noticed how everyone around him began to quietly chuckle. But suddenly he turned sharply to his future opponent, saying that he was ready to fight him. Amanda tried to stop him, saying that he had just come from the hospital and only had an E grade, to which the young man said that he wanted to show that he was hired for a reason, where now Amanda herself would be able to evaluate everything. The girl thought to herself that Jeremy had defeated the orc only thanks to artifacts that he would not be able to use in the game. Meanwhile, the young man had already managed to take a seat in the chair and put on virtual reality glasses, and now he was standing opposite his opponent with a spear, where he immediately received a message about the activation of the game skill. Consequently, all the characteristics of the young man were increased by 100%. Clutching 2 swords in his hands, Michael apologized for the harsh words he had spoken earlier. where the presence of a pair of short weapons in front of his eyes brought back some not the best memories for Jeremy. And his opponent continued to chatter, saying that if the guy really defeated the orc, then he would gain experience, but if not, then he would show himself in front of Amanda. And suddenly, abruptly stopping the conversation, Michael rushed forward, trying to strike his opponent. Shouting that he had no equal in speed, the man didn't even have time to realize how his body was pierced by a spear thrown by Jeremy. And so, having won with just one simple movement, the young man took off his glasses and headed out of the hall. Passing Amanda, Jeremy asked to end the tour for today, explaining that he had some things to do. And when he also refused to let the girl walk him to the exit, Amanda became seriously angry with Michael. Already on the street, Jeremy scolded himself for being thrown off balance by such a simple provocation. After some time, the young man stood in his usual place, where he tested various lotteries, calculating his mana, the amount of which had now increased to 23 points. And so, having decided what to spend the mana on, Jeremy launched a unifying lottery. He had become very accustomed to the fact that he had been lucky in this lottery lately, and so he was disappointed that he had drawn a common card, where immediately a peasant appeared in front of him, from whose clothes one could understand that he was from the distant past. When the character introduced himself, Jeremy asked what century he was from, which made this guest from the past think hard, since peasants were generally uneducated. And when he finally named the year, he accompanied it with the phrase, "From the birth of Christophia." And when the character answered Jeremy's question that it was a goddess, in whose existence their religion believes, the young man immediately guessed that it was a character from another world, which opened up some very interesting prospects, making it possible to load a wide variety of characters. In particular, one could count on the call of some superhumans from other worlds who could explain the reasons for the appearance of portals. And so the peasant, whose time had run out, disappeared into thin air, and Jeremy noted to himself that he had received very useful information. And so he launched the lottery for the last time today, where he again got neither a diamond nor even a gold card, which greatly upset the young man. And Wang Lung, who had been watching him for some time, decided to show himself and asked why his master was so upset. Looking at the one he summoned, Jeremy couldn't understand why he got a card with a character that had already been drawn, where he was not at all happy and could not believe that out of billions of possible options, he again got Wang Lung. Lamenting that he had wasted his mana, the young man called himself the greatest loser, and the character could only state the strong negative emotions of his master. But suddenly a status window appeared in front of Jeremy's eyes, informing him of a successful attempt to resummon the same character. After which, it was announced that Wang Lung's abilities had been increased by 1 point. Looking into the status window, the young man did not yet fully understand what was happening here. He certainly understood that the lottery skill was very unpredictable, but he didn't think that it would be to such an extent that it would improve not his characteristics, but those of the summoned character. Where, as the status window showed, the character's skills can improve almost infinitely. But then the young man began to think that perhaps the lack of indication of the limit of improvements meant that Wang Lung had already reached the limit. Jeremy was distracted from his thoughts by the character he summoned, to whose question the guy explained that he was simply thinking out loud. And Wang Lung suddenly declared that his luck was one of the most useful skills, and his master was very lucky. To which Jeremy said that in the grand scheme of things, and compared to what he could get from another character, luck level 2 is nothing, where he still can't figure out how his card came up like that again. After listening to the young man, Van Lung suggested that his card had fallen out because of the connection between them, since he was the first one Jeremy had summoned. And the young man tried to understand the patterns, remembering the lotteries, and thinking that of the 12 individuals who had drawn, all were earthlings, except for one. But his thoughts were again interrupted by Wang Lung, who said that his time was up, and he would be glad to see him again soon. Left alone, Jeremy decided to test the skills he had not yet had a chance to try. And only now did he notice that thanks to Wang Lung's level increase, all of his stats had also increased. But then he pressed a new button that allowed a random lottery, where a new lottery machine immediately appeared in front of him. Following this, instructions began to appear, according to which, in order to carry out the summoning, the player needs to download 2 personalities from the same era, where the young man immediately realized that if he united certain characters, he would significantly increase the chance of getting legendary figures from a specific era. And now Jeremy was already leafing through the cards, choosing suitable characters to combine, which turned out to be his old friend Wang Lung and the Chinese general he had once summoned from the golden card. And then a window popped up before his eyes, asking the player whether to make the connection. But Jeremy stopped himself, reminding himself that the remaining mana might still be needed. To distract himself, the young man tried to combine Van Lung and Tobis. but the device immediately issued a message that such a combination was impossible. Now it has become clear that the point of this lottery is to reduce the range used to load any characters. Jeremy was pleased to note that he was finally able to figure out for himself how this lottery works. 2 days passed, and Jeremy stood in front of the portal entrance, where the inspector reported that behind him was a Category E world. However, having learned from bitter experience during the exam, the young man decided to check the portal's characteristics himself using the research skill, where research has shown that there is no deception here. The portal really does lead to the world of Category E. But, in addition, the player was informed that a mana stone was buried in the world's master's room, where the possibility of obtaining such information greatly surprised Jeremy. Seeing the young man's strange reaction, the inspector asked what happened, to which Jeremy replied, smiling, that everything was fine. To himself, he thought that the ability to know in advance the levels of worlds, the type of monsters inhabiting them, and hidden objects and artifacts would be a serious advantage. And so, having received permission to enter, where the time of entry was noted, the young man headed inside. Just one step and he found himself in another world, hearing a final wish of good luck. Before he could come to his senses, the creatures that inhabited this world immediately attacked him. With a sweeping blow of his heavenly halberd, he easily dealt with the first goblin that approached. After which, with a few deft movements, Jeremy destroyed 2 more approaching monsters. And finally, deftly spinning the halberd, the young man decapitated the 4th enemy who attacked him. And as soon as he finished with the goblins, he was immediately announced a level increase, where such an easy success was not comparable to what he had to endure earlier. Jeremy looked sideways at the remaining monsters, saying that today he would show them who was boss. Where, just a second later, the Conqueror of Worlds once again unleashed his unrivaled weapon. And with each goblin destroyed, he was told that the level had been raised again. Very soon, realizing that the enemy was significantly superior to them, the goblins rushed in the opposite direction, where, having reached the right place, they hid behind the master of this world who appeared from his hole. Looking at the monster that appeared, Jeremy, without thinking twice, simply pierced it with his halberd, after which he stood and looked at his lifeless body, not believing that he had been able to kill him with just one blow. Now, remembering the bonus in the form of a mana stone, the young man transformed his weapon into a regular pickaxe and began the search process. The man checking and guarding the entrance to another world was quite surprised by the sudden appearance of their new agent. Looking at the young man with the stone in his hands, the man asked how he managed to do everything so quickly, to which Jeremy replied that he was just lucky. And when the Conqueror of the World asked if there were any other portals nearby, his interlocutor didn't even know what to say in response. But having collected his thoughts, he nevertheless answered that there were no portals controlled by their service nearby. But then he handed the young man a mobile phone, saying that recently on the internet, you can find a team for trips to the worlds. Later, he began to study this issue. The young man noted that to register, you just need to enter the serial number of your mana watch. Suddenly, he came across an advertisement that was looking for a player regardless of his class. Deciding to test his luck, Jeremy dialed the number listed in the ad, and when the phone was picked up, he said he was calling about the ad. However, all his hopes were dashed when he heard that they had already found a man to carry out the task. The man standing next to him immediately understood and noted that not everything went smoothly with this question for Jeremy. The young man explained that the only place where he and his class could go was already taken, and so he would simply end his adventures for today. Having decided to settle accounts with the organization's representative, he took out a bag of mana crystals and also showed off a mana stone. Just as the man was about to touch the trophy, Jeremy suddenly pulled his hands away, reminding him that according to the contract, he was taking 100% of everything that was not mana crystals. To which the man replied that his interlocutor was absolutely right and that he was very lucky to have found such a stone, which is very rare. Agreeing with the conclusions of the office representative, the young man mentally thanked his research skills. With spear in hand, Jeremy honed his skills in the gym using a wooden dummy. Having completed 1,000 strikes, the young man decided that that would be enough practice for today. He was heading to the shower when he noticed some members of the government organization getting very engrossed in the news. Stopping, Jeremy heard the host talk about a portal breach that had occurred earlier in the day, which had taken the life of a nearby player. The young man immediately noted that today he was in the very area where the breakthrough occurred, where, with such anomalies, the mana shockwave is felt by all nearby players, but not him. Then the thought occurred to him that it was precisely for the purpose of traveling to this portal that people were recruited regardless of class, which he immediately discarded, since no one would expose players to such obvious danger. In the evening, Jeremy was in his usual place, where he had already managed to summon Wang Lung. He explained to the character that after his foray into another world, he didn't have much mana left, and so he would first spin the information lottery and then use the remaining mana to spin the unifying lottery. And so, having told Wang Lung that he was counting on his luck, the young man started the lottery machine. And so, when no worthwhile information about the future was received, Jeremy told the character not to worry, since no amount of luck could get along with this crazy machine. But when using the last attempt for today, the device spat out some kind of hellish capsule, where a message immediately appeared stating that the player had received very important information. And for receiving such a lottery machine receives an upgrade, where now the player can specify one specific topic about which he wants to receive information. But then the ominous capsule opened, and Jeremy learned that in 4 days an artificial portal breakthrough would be organized on the bridge. The very idea that it was possible to deliberately cause a breakthrough was shocking to the young man. And he immediately realized that that morning incident was not an accident, but was well planned. This explained why he, being nearby, did not feel this event. And in general, if we accept the assumption that the breakthrough was organized on purpose, then many things fall into place. Where the young man was also convinced that the person he spoke to on the phone had something to do with this. Jeremy tried to figure out what to do, nervously moving from one side to the other. After all, if he gives information about the future, the Secret Services will definitely put him in chains and force him to predict the future. There was only one option left, which was to subtly hint to Amanda about this problem. But then a window with a message appeared in front of the young man again, where a button was blinking that needed to be pressed. And when he pressed the button, pictures of the universe began to be shown to him, accompanied by some explanations, where he was informed that if the course of history changed, then in that case he would lose the ability to receive information about the future. Therefore, it should not prevent the breakthrough, but can stop the monsters. Where if successful, the player will receive a reward from the universe itself. Listening to the information, the young man noted that now using his skill began to resemble a full-fledged quest. At this point, for some reason, Jeremy remembered Airly, who for some reason chose him to gift him with the skill. And now the young man began to understand that the universe was communicating only with him. And with his help, it wanted to prevent something terrible that could happen to their world. Noting that he and the universe definitely needed each other, the young man agreed to complete the task and prevent the spread of monsters. The next day, one of the portals located in the city suddenly began to change dramatically, where, after a small but rather bright flash, its structure changed, and more monsters began to crawl out onto the city streets. The conference room was in chaos, as everyone gathered was actively discussing the 2 breakthroughs that had happened recently. Here, the head of the organization asked if he understood correctly that there was not a single player nearby during the breakthroughs, where he, looking at the report, noted that the breakthroughs occurred not high in the mountains, but in the city center. His question was answered by Amanda, who explained that they checked all the players who were nearby, but none of them felt the effects of the mana. Not quite understanding what the girl meant by this, the chief asked if this meant that the breakthrough should not have happened, to which the girl responded positively, confirming her boss's worst suspicions. After what was said, deathly silence reigned in the conference room, which was violated by the head of the organization, saying that this was not possible unless the structure of the portals became different. But Amanda said the likelihood of the structure changing was extremely low, and then asked to look at one entry. First, she showed the body of a man lying on his stomach, with a clearly visible cut wound on his back, after which she switched the frame to another photo, where another player had a very similar injury, adding the explanation that both players died from a sword strike. The head of the organization found this fact very suspicious, asking what conclusions were made after the investigation. Amanda then explained that a group of investigators and experts had come to the conclusion that there was a way in which a breakthrough could be created artificially. When the girl finished her report, she left the conference room with relief. As Amanda walked through the corridors of the headquarters, she thought about what steps they could take in the face of complete uncertainty. She really didn't like the fact that she had to go home without achieving any significant results. And then the thought came to her bright head that perhaps the test should be entrusted to Jeremy, whose abilities she had no doubts about. The young man stood on stage and listened to a congratulatory speech that said he was graduating from the academy with the highest score. Where, having finished reading, the man handed Jeremy a certificate of completion of training as a player, which gave the official right to travel around the worlds. Thanking everyone for their participation in the development of his personality, the young man himself only thought about how he needed to finish here quickly and prepare for the confrontation with the monsters from the breakthrough. He was already moving down the corridor when Instructor David stopped him, saying that he had great hopes for his best student. And so the young man was almost able to leave the academy, when suddenly his attention was drawn to a familiar female voice. It was Samantha, who congratulated her friend on his graduation with all her heart. Suddenly reaching out her hands to Jeremy's hand, the girl placed something in his palm, saying that he should accept this gift. Looking at the small bag in his palm, the young man asked the girl what it was, to which Samantha, a little embarrassed, explained that it was a lucky charm that she had personally made. After all, it was quite by chance that she witnessed Jeremy crawling on the asphalt, lamenting his bad luck. She cast a spell on this amulet for good luck and is now confident that her friend will definitely achieve something good. Delighted with such a gift, the young man thanked his interlocutor, saying that he would treasure it very much. The girl then asked what her friend planned to do now, to which he replied that he would walk through other worlds. Overjoyed, the girl was just about to suggest to Jeremy that they unite into one squad, when her speech was interrupted by Hank, who suddenly appeared. This annoying guy was starting to really irritate Samantha, and Jeremy asked his out-of-breath friend what happened, to which Hank, having caught his breath, suggested that the young man go together to another world, where he was able to get one portal to Category E for them. But suddenly Jeremy jumped up, saying that he was ready to discuss all the issues later, because now he was a little busy. Watching their friend leave, both Samantha and Hank were left completely disappointed, as this was not how they had envisioned the end of today. But suddenly, the girl switched her attention from the departing Jeremy to Hank standing next to her, where her gaze did not bode well for the latter. She was already attacking the one who was always preventing her from being alone with Jeremy, when the latter thought that these two, of course, could help him. But he doesn't want to expose them to mortal danger, and therefore will try to stop the demons that have broken through with his own forces. A few days later, the young man stood in the middle of the street, trying to catch his breath. Since the information about which portal would be breached was not precise, he had already run around the entire area, looking for suspicious portals. But each time he saw that the portal had a fence and guards, which served as some kind of guarantee of safety. Taking out his mobile phone, the young man noted that there were only 3 portals left, through which a breakthrough was possible. The first was a portal to a Class A world, which was located somewhere in the area of the communal bridge. Next up was a portal to a Category C world, designed for cleanups and inhabited by giant spiders. And finally, the last one was a portal to a Category D world called the Wolf's Den. Of course, the best way to prevent a breakthrough was to clear the worlds. But the A and C category worlds had already been bought by various guilds, and the world of Category D was the property of a government organization, which also excluded the possibility of visiting it. The young man realized that if a Category A portal were to break through, a huge number of monsters would appear on the ground in a short period of time, where they will all be located near the densely populated city center, which threatens a large number of victims. Then Jeremy's phone rang, and when he answered, he heard Amanda's familiar voice, where, in her usual manner, ignoring extraneous conversations, the girl immediately got down to business, saying that they needed help with the cleanup. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the young man asked to be allocated a portal in a specific area of the city, to which Amanda, quickly flipping through the papers, said that in that area they had a portal leading to the world of Class D, which the young man already knew. Of course, he was satisfied with this portal, where he quickly began to say that he really wanted to go there, since it was in this area that the atmosphere had been very bad lately, and the girl could only listen to a long speech about how they couldn't ignore such a large area, thereby increasing the likelihood of a breakthrough. And when the young man finished, the girl noted that he was overly energetic today, and so she asked when Jeremy would be ready to carry out the cleansing of the world in that area, to which he immediately replied that tomorrow morning. This suited Amanda just fine, and she ended the conversation by saying that she would send a person to the portal, which made the young man incredibly happy. Getting up from her chair and looking out the window, the girl thought that perhaps she herself should look into that area tomorrow. A powerful blow from the heavenly halberd easily cut down another enemy that appeared in front of Jeremy, and when the body of the huge wolf that was the master of this world fell to the floor, the young man received a level-up message. However, looking at the information window, the young man saw that the set timer had not stopped counting down. This meant that the breakthrough would occur either in one of the 2 remaining portals leading to the worlds of Categories A and C. But if you think like a malicious person, then it would be more profitable to arrange a breakthrough of the portal leading to World A, since this threatens much more dire consequences for humanity. And so, having made his choice, Jeremy was already standing on the bridge in front of the portal, noting that there were only 10 minutes left before the breakthrough. But it was somehow too calm here, and suddenly he heard some car approaching this place. He managed to escape unnoticed when the car approached and stopped right next to the portal, where from his hiding place the young man saw a man in the uniform of some government organization emerge from the salon. Jeremy immediately noted that his guesses regarding the breakthrough of this portal were apparently wrong, since the person who appeared was definitely working for the government. While the man and the driver who had joined him stood at the portal, the young man came to the conclusion that it was his office that had decided to check the portal in order to prevent breakthroughs. Deciding to leave everything as it was, Jeremy slowly began to move, as he needed to hurry to the last remaining portal. But then his movement was interrupted by a very bright flash that illuminated everything around. His accidental cry attracted the attention of the saboteurs, where, in response to the man's words that there was a witness here, the girl explained that in a few seconds there would be nothing alive left here. After which, both attackers who had caused the breakthrough extracted some artifacts, activating them by breaking them, where a second later they both dissolved into thin air, leaving behind a not very bright blue flash. Watching the saboteurs teleport, Jeremy noted with annoyance that he should have immediately guessed that these were not government employees. The young man remembered the man's face well and immediately used his research skill, learning everything about his personality. However, he interrupted his actions, as right in front of him was a portal that had already changed its structure and was ready to let hellish creatures into his world. First of all, Jeremy called upon his lucky character, whose help he counted on when starting the lottery, after which this time he decided to resort not to a unifying, but to a selective lottery. The best combination of characters he could use now were Wang Lung and the Chinese general, whose cards he placed in the lottery machine. After which he asked Wang Lung to think of the most powerful character of his era that he knew, but suddenly some strange glow broke through the fabric of his trousers in the area of his pocket, and as soon as he took out the amulet given to him by Samantha, he immediately received a message about receiving a bonus to luck due to the player having the blessing of the saint. Meanwhile, the lottery machine had already begun to issue cards that were supposed to determine which character from the past would accompany Jeremy in the duel today. The number of cards was significantly reduced compared to the unifying lottery, where after some time the young man got a diamond card, and while he was preparing for the fight, the breakthrough began, where hordes of monsters began to run out of the portal onto the bridge. However, the hero was already ready to meet them, where his heavenly halberd had already transformed into the weapon wielded by the character he had summoned. And so the young man shouted loudly, informing all the monsters of the arrival of the great commander Qin He, where his scream created a wave effect that spread out in all directions, after which he was informed of the use of the Tiger Roar skill, which reduced the attack power of the enemies by 30%. And there he stood, accompanied by the legendary general of the past, ready for battle, where the summoned character noted that the hordes of enemies in front of him and the bridge behind him brought back memories of the past. Then he pointed out that there must be an apocalypse on Earth since dogs are walking on their hind legs with weapons, to which Jeremy explained that these dogs, despite their appearance, are quite strong. The first opponents had already rushed to attack when the general shouted that no force would save them from being wiped off the face of the earth. And so, the fight began, where Jeremy received a message about the reduction in damage inflicted on him during the confrontation with several opponents at once. With one deft and powerful blow of the halberd, the young man decapitated several opponents at once. Then, without waiting for more to approach, Jeremy himself rushed forward for the next attack. He rushed among the monsters, scattering them in all directions with his mighty blows. And so, having risen high into the air and swung the recreated legendary weapon, which created a shockwave when striking, the young man carried out another attack, destroying another dozen monsters at once. And the character accompanying him in today's battle noted that thanks to this skill, the guy could easily deal with an entire army. Confirming that his assistant was right, Jeremy also noted that they had little time as the monsters continued to emerge from the portal, and the master of the world had not yet appeared. Once again preparing for the fight, the young man noted that he needed to take some measures to sharply reduce the number of opponents. And now, with a swing of his weapon, an entire small detachment of upright dogs was destroyed once again. His opponents did not remain in debt either, and several arrows, whistling through the air, were aimed in his direction, but they never reached their target. Before Jeremy had time to defend himself from the arrow attack, one of the monsters immediately launched an attack from above, which the young man skillfully dodged. But while he was dodging the attack from above, another enemy who came to the rescue managed to hit the guy in the leg with a knife. Seriously enraged, even though the damage had been minimized, Jeremy dealt a crushing blow with his halberd. But before he could deal with these opponents, the next monsters that appeared from the portal were already rushing towards him. The young man turned around sharply and destroyed the dog that had rushed at him with one short blow. And the summoned character, watching the battle, only had time to admire what was happening and regret that he did not have his own body. Seeing one of the monsters sneak up on his master, Qin, he warned the boy about the danger from behind, to which Jeremy reacted instantly, where after his action, the monster's head, having made several turns in the air, landed next to the body on the road surface of the bridge. Having dealt with another monster, the young man, not seeing any enemies nearby yet, decided to catch his breath a little. Looking around, he noted that the longer the battle went on, the worse his concentration became, and the more fatigue accumulated. He looked at the summoned character, thinking that someday he would reach a level where he would be just as strong without being summoned, when suddenly Chin Hai asked the young man if he could feel what was happening. And indeed, the portal emitted a new wave of energy, following which more opponents appeared on the bridge. Noting that the battle would be glorious, the commander of the past also noted that his time was up, asking whether the boy would be able to cope on his own, to which the young man replied that he had no choice, but he was not going to back down. The general laughed, saying that he liked the guy's attitude, and he asked him to win and live to tell about this battle the next time they met. And so the summoned character disappeared, and the status window that appeared displayed a message that the player had been assigned part of the abilities of the summoned person in the form of a tiger's roar. And so the young man called upon Wang Lung again, thanking him for his past good fortune, and saying that now he needed it again more than ever. Smiling cheerfully, the summoned character said that all his power belonged to the master, and he wished him luck. Meanwhile, his new opponents were getting closer and closer, preparing to strike again. There was no more time to wait, and the young man launched a unifying lottery, hoping only for luck. Jeremy watched with bated breath as the colorful cards swirled around him, praying that he would get a worthy character. But the dogs had no reason to wait for anything, and so they quickly rushed at the only defender of this world. And so, finally, the card was chosen, where the young man noted with regret that it was not a diamond card that had fallen out, but only a gold card. And now the character was already loaded, where his weapon turned out to be one of the swords that once belonged to King Arthur himself. The irony was that it was with this very sword that the king was killed in his past. The character he summoned was famous for killing his own father, where Jeremy now hoped that he would not dare to betray him in battle. Suddenly, the flow of energy from the portal intensified, and a huge monster emerged from it into the world of people, clutching its formidable weapon in one of its paws. Using the research skill, the young man learned the level of the master of another world and his other characteristics. As he prepared to fight off the massive monster, Jeremy noticed that the master of the world was the same level as the character he had summoned, meaning the battle could drag on for a long time. He was ready to meet the enemy when the summoned character Marlowe suggested to him how to use the weapon in his hands more effectively. Following his assistant's advice, the young man performed a simple movement, after which an energy flow that burst from the sword's blade destroyed the small monsters rushing towards him. Jeremy stood and looked at the bodies of the monsters scattered everywhere, not believing that he was able to take them all out with one move. And Marlowe noted that if the young man wanted to use the sword's power again, he would have to wait some time, since it was not unlimited. But suddenly, the character interrupted his explanations and shouted loudly for the guy to be careful. Jeremy managed to dodge the incredible blow, where the monster's sword plunged into the asphalt. And the young man noted that apparently the monster was angry at him because all his minions had been destroyed. The monster did not hesitate and already launched a new attack, which Jeremy blocked with his weapon. Having thrown the enemy back a little, the young man noticed that their forces were approximately equal, which posed a big problem, since he might not have time to destroy the monster before the summoned character left him. Where, having attacked the enemy, Jeremy also noticed that he didn't have much mana left. But all this did not exclude the need to deal with the uninvited guest from another world as quickly as possible. Attacking the monster again, the young man concluded that if he couldn't cope now, he would definitely die. And so he launched one attack after another, which, however, were easily blocked by his opponent. But the prolonged attacks yielded results, where the young man finally managed to inflict some damage on the monster. Marlowe shouted that the guy needed to catch his breath, to which Jeremy replied that while there was still a chance, he needed to finish off the enemy. And here is another powerful blow performed by the young man that reached its target. After which the young man, who believed in his own strength, prepared for the final throw. But at that moment, the monster suddenly bared his teeth, as if he had planned everything that was happening in advance. The summoned character managed to notice how the huge dog pointed the tip of its sword at his master, but could do nothing but warn him of the danger. But it was too late, as with one short movement, the monster pierced Jeremy's body with his weapon. Unable to stay on his feet, the young man began to fall onto the asphalt, terrifying Marlowe, who could do nothing to help his master. And so the young man sat bleeding, and his opponent prepared for the final blow, raising his formidable weapon. With all its might, the monster brought its huge sword down on the young man's head. However, what happened next made the monster retreat a few steps, where Jeremy suddenly stood up sharply, as if no one had just pierced him with a sword and then hit him over the head with it. Calling the monster a real bastard, the young man said that he was in a lot of pain, and at the same time, he was receiving a message that the dragon's blood had been activated, the use of which healed all of the player's wounds, and also temporarily increased his resistance to enemy attacks. Jeremy noted that he had concerns that using this skill could cost him his life, but fortunately everything went smoothly. Meanwhile, the monster, who had no intention of retreating or surrendering, again rushed at his opponent. But the young man was already prepared for this attack and met it with one sweeping movement of his weapon, which was enough to split his opponent's body into two parts, which, just a second later, were already lying on the road surface of the bridge, which had experienced the invasion of monsters today. Meanwhile, Amanda was literally running towards the communal bridge, where as she approached, she felt the energy of the breakthrough more and more strongly. The girl only hoped that one of the players would be nearby and be able to buy her some time. But once on the bridge, Amanda couldn't believe her eyes, seeing the huge number of bodies around her. And Jeremy, who was standing opposite the girl, said that he had dealt with the breakthrough and was only asking for help in cleaning up the place. Amanda wanted to say something, but the young man stopped her, gesturing that he was not finished yet. After which he added that he had single-handedly dealt with each of the 311 monsters that had appeared here, and would not yield a single one to the office. And as soon as the winner finished his speech, he immediately fell on the asphalt, losing consciousness. The stunned girl, who was joined by other members of their organization, could not believe that this young man was able to defeat so many monsters from the Class A world on his own. And now Amanda was already giving orders to deliver the young man to the hospital as quickly as possible. Having already woken up in the hospital, Jeremy, having opened the status window, could not believe that he had increased his characteristics so much during the fight on the bridge, where he could now easily correspond to Class B. Moreover, after summoning the character, he received another skill, which also could not but please. The young man felt genuine pleasure from the realization that he now possessed 10 powerful skills. Assuming that awakening the dragon's blood had some kind of side effect, he noted that he hadn't felt such a burning desire to run around the room in joy for a long time. His happy thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door, where a female voice asked permission to enter. Immediately recognizing Amanda by her voice, Jeremy, of course, gave permission to enter the room, noting to himself that he himself had been waiting for her for a long time. Once inside, the girl said she was very worried about the guy when he lost consciousness, but was very glad that he was not seriously injured. And the young man, looking at the tired face of his interlocutor, came to the conclusion that she had spent the whole night dealing with the consequences of his battle. But Amanda suddenly expressed her sincere gratitude for the fact that Jeremy's actions were able to save a huge number of lives, to which the young man replied that in his place any sane person would have done the same. After which the young man said that the office must have seen the recordings from the surveillance cameras, and if the girl had any questions, he would try to answer them. Having thanked the guy for his help, Amanda asked if he remembered the faces of the criminals, to which he immediately replied that when he arrived at the scene, they had already teleported. However, he is absolutely sure of it and can say that one of them was a man. While the girl was writing down the information, Jeremy was thinking that he couldn't tell her about identifying one of the villains, because it would provoke questions to be asked of him. And so Amanda asked why the young man himself was not far from the scene of the incident, and at the most opportune moment, where, looking at his interlocutor, Jeremy once again noticed her high insight. Turning on his naivety, the young man said that it was fate, since he was in that area and dealt with the world of Class D. He stumbled upon the breach by accident while returning home, where security cameras would show that he had not been waiting anywhere on purpose. After listening to the explanation, the girl apologized for her suspicions, explaining them by the seriousness of the situation. And her interlocutor thought that he had expected such a check, and therefore constantly stayed out of the camera lenses. Here he turned to Amanda, asking permission to ask a question, which he immediately received. Where, immediately making a serious face, the young man asked if they thought that the Blackwood Guild was behind all of this. To which the girl replied that they, of course, have no evidence yet, but the members of this guild are their main suspects. To which Jeremy pointed out that in that case, the 2 previous breakthroughs could be considered simply experiments. But yesterday's breakthrough on the bridge could very well be regarded as a real terrorist attack. And his interlocutor again noted that for any accusations they need concrete evidence, but for now they can only increase patrols to prevent something like this from happening. And then Amanda started talking about the young man's victory yesterday in a slightly different way, where Jeremy immediately realized the benefit that awaited him, where the girl added that all 311 bodies of destroyed monsters and all their equipment are now stored at the service headquarters. And since the number of objects and bodies is huge, she suggests putting all this stuff up for auction. After all, the bodies of monsters are highly valued in the human world, as is equipment from other worlds, and therefore everything will be bought up instantly, where the service is ready to take on all current expenses. And while Jeremy thanked the girl for such attention, Amanda added that the guy would not have to do anything except sit on a mountain of money later. She also said that any expenses of the organization were nothing compared to what Jeremy did, after which the girl wished her interlocutor a good rest and left. Left alone again, the young man lay down on the bed and began to imagine the very mountain of money that the sale of the trophies he had obtained would promise him. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by another female voice, where the girl said that she was glad to see how Jeremy's life was getting better. Literally jumping up on the bed and looking around, the young man did not understand what was happening, as he continued to remain alone in the ward. But suddenly a portal opened right above him, from which someone began to appear, which greatly frightened Jeremy. But now, finally, his new visitor appeared in full, where he immediately recognized Erlia Angelos. When the young man asked her what she was doing there, the guest replied that she had come, of course, to give the player his due. Only now did Jeremy remember that the message spoke of a reward from the universe itself in case of success. And so Erlia asked what kind of reward the young man would like to receive, where she does not guarantee that he will receive exactly what he wants, but a compromise will definitely be found. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jeremy immediately shouted to increase his mana to 999, or to not waste any mana at all when he used skills. However, this would of course be too good, and the representative of the universe refused to satisfy such a request. At the same time, the girl told the upset young man that she understood his desire to use the lottery more often, which takes a lot of mana, which Jeremy confirmed by saying that he can improve his stats when he gets lucky in the lottery. To which Erlia said that she had an option to solve the problem without forcibly increasing the amount of mana. Taking out a certain multicolored ticket, the girl said that she would provide the player with this wonderful item, where, when asked how to use it, she explained that it gives the opportunity to use the unifying lottery once, and, in addition, such tickets can always be purchased. Delighted, the young man asked how much it would cost to buy such tickets, and whether they could be purchased for mana crystals. But Erlia immediately explained that Jeremy would pay for the purchase of such tickets not with crystals or mana, but with his characteristics, where one ticket takes away one characteristic point. This was no longer funny, where the young man immediately became indignant, saying that he, on the contrary, uses the lottery to raise his characteristics, but now he is offered to lower them in order to use the lottery. But instantly appearing behind the young man, the representative of the universe said that his luck in the lottery was not so bad. If you do the math, for every 10 stat points, he will have 10 attempts, one of which should definitely result in getting a good card that will raise his stats to a much higher level than was spent on tickets. This is precisely why losing points is not a big deal, as even a gold card will cover the 10 spent attribute points. The girl also reminded that, taking into account all the gold and diamond cards that Jeremy had been dealt, she could definitely say that he would be born a very lucky person. And again, demonstrating the ticket, Erlia added that with this opportunity, the young man would be able to become much stronger. Thinking out loud, Jeremy noted that, to some extent, his guess today was certainly right. Pleased with this conclusion, the girl immediately said that in that case she would begin issuing the reward. Here the young man turned to Erlia, noting that the girl seemed very interested in his development, where he could not understand for what reason. But without answering her ward's question, the representative of the universe suddenly said that she had already been delayed there and disappeared. Before Jeremy had time to express his anger at such a disappearance, there was suddenly a knock on the door of the ward again, asking him to come in. Recognizing Samantha's voice, the young man exhaled deeply to calm himself and gave permission to enter. Once inside, the girl explained that she'd received a call from the service, saying that her friend was in the hospital, but the young man immediately reassured the guest, saying that he was fine. Clutching her chest, Samantha said it was a huge relief as she had been very worried about her friend. But the girl was completely stunned when Jeremy suddenly suggested that she join the same team. While she was silent, the young man noted that with her talents, the girl could, of course, count on membership in the best guilds. But Samantha immediately interrupted him, saying that she agreed. Having said a quick goodbye, the guest left just as quickly, saying that she would begin preparing for their expeditions immediately. Having gotten a can of energy drink from a nearby machine, Jeremy looked out the status window, wondering whether it was worth trying to buy tickets. For informational purposes only, he pressed the appropriate button, where he was immediately given information about the promotion for the first purchase. Having read the terms and conditions, Jeremy could not help but notice the benefit, because when buying one ticket, he received another one as a gift, where it was allowed to buy no more than 10 tickets in this way. But then he was told about another promotion for newcomers, where now for every ticket he bought, he would receive not 1, but 2 tickets as a gift. Realizing that by buying just 10 tickets he would get a whopping 30, Jeremy jumped to his feet, saying he was ready to buy. And so 10 characteristic points were written off, and the young man held in his hands the treasured 30 tickets, which gave him the opportunity to spin the unifying lottery exactly 30 times. Having looked around and not found any extra eyes, Jeremy decided not to wait and start the lottery immediately. And so the first attempt was not successful, as the most common card came out, which did not upset the player who spent only the first ticket. On his 10th try, he got a gold card, which he was not very impressed with, as he really wanted to get a diamond one. When 17 tickets had already been used up, Jeremy noted that it was time to give him something worthwhile. On the 20th ticket, the young man again held a gold card in his hand, completely dissatisfied with the fact that the diamond card did not fall out. After the 28th ticket also yielded no results, the player began to reproach himself for being overly excited. As the penultimate ticket came into play, Jeremy prayed that he would finally get something really worthwhile. But then his old friend Wang Lung appeared in the air and greeted the master. The young man's face twisted and he fell to his knees in front of the summoned character, noting that without him, he was just a loser. And then it dawned on him that with Wang Lung's luck, his last 30th attempt would certainly be crowned with stunning success. And so he launched the unifying lottery again, calling to himself the long-awaited diamond card. But on the 30th try, as on the 2 previous multiples of 10, only the gold card came up. When Jeremy showed up at headquarters the next day, when Amanda met him, she asked him if he looked like that because he had been tormented by nightmares the night before, but overall he was healthy. Where the nightmares were how, in a fit of excitement, he wanted to buy more tickets and win back, which Van Lung did not allow him to do until the system itself suddenly issued a notification that the purchase of tickets was limited in quantity. Following the girl, the young man noted that the restriction on the purchase of tickets turned out to be very useful, where otherwise he would have lost all his characteristics. Soon, Amanda brought Jeremy to the room where the bodies of the monsters he had destroyed and all the other trophies were kept. The girl explained that they separated the less and more damaged bodies, and also separated from the general equipment that contained mana. And then the young man's attention was drawn to the gloves, which clearly contained mana. Using his research skill, Jeremy discovered that these gloves added mana, strength, and stamina, after which he noted that items that increase the amount of mana are very rare. Where, of course, the young man decided not to sell this stuff, and immediately tried on some of his new equipment. Looking at the bored Amanda, the young man noticed that the gloves fit him like a glove. While he continued to examine the equipment, the girl suddenly received a phone call. After listening to the caller, Amanda attracted the attention of her companion, saying that a representative of the guild that owned the portal in which the breakthrough occurred wanted to meet with him. Having already arrived at the meeting, the man noted with a strange smile that he really wanted to see this hero. While Jeremy and Amanda were walking to the meeting, the young man asked what his companion thought the purpose of the meeting was, to which she immediately replied that most likely the man wanted to recruit him into the guild. However, the next suggestion was that he might try to claim the loot, which wasn't so fun. But immediately after this, the girl added that she would do everything possible to preserve all rights to the trophies for Jeremy. And so the man who met them in one of the rooms introduced himself, calling himself Will. Amanda spoke to him, first introducing herself and then introducing the player who had resolved the portal problem. And when she asked what exactly the man wanted to know, he suddenly asked to show evidence. But he needed evidence that would completely satisfy them, which could include, for example, recordings from surveillance cameras. But Amanda refused him, saying that they had no right to distribute such information, which recorded how their players used their skills. Lost in thought, the young man reflected on the fact that he did not want to reveal much information about himself. But apparently in this case, the problem could not be solved otherwise. Meanwhile, Will said that he understands their concerns, and therefore suggests that the player simply fight him. Where if during the fight, Jeremy proves that his abilities are sufficient to stop the breakthrough, then he will leave without any objections. The young man found it strange that a representative of the guild was ready to enter into battle, all for the sake of finding out what abilities he had. Sensing something was wrong, Jeremy decided to use his research skills. And as soon as the information window showed him the name of this person and his characteristics, the young man immediately drew analogies with the one he saw then on the bridge. After apologizing to the visitor, Jeremy said that he needed to discuss the issue of the duel with his supervisor in private. Quickly leaving the room, the young man asked to be taken to the room most isolated from sound penetration. And so, when they arrived at the right place, The girl asked what he wanted to talk to her about. However, the young man remained silent for now and applied his research skill to his companion. He noted with some surprise that Amanda had such a skill as trust, which guaranteed the ability to keep promises. Then the young man said that he would now reveal strictly private information about himself, which he asked to keep secret. And then he stunned the girl by saying that he was ready to believe in her skill of trust, which should help her keep her promises. Before Amanda had time to ask how her interlocutor had learned about her talent, he immediately listed several more skills that she possessed. Looking at the young man with a stunned look, the girl asked how he was able to find out so much secret information about her. And then Jeremy revealed his cards, saying that he had a special skill called research, which was able to show all the information about literally everything. Deciding that this was simply an unimaginable skill, the girl asked why he told her about this, to which the young man immediately replied that the man who came to them was not Will. His real name is Bill, and he is one of those who participated in organizing the breakthrough of the portal on the bridge. Jeremy also added that he is not very comfortable disclosing information about himself, but he cannot sit idly by when there is a terrorist in front of him. After listening to her interlocutor, Amanda noted that it was definitely not easy for him to decide to disclose the information, and the young man responded to this by saying that in order to prove the guilt of this criminal, he would have to reveal his talent to the service's leadership. However, the girl suddenly said that she could not allow this, which greatly surprised Jeremy, who asked why not. To which Amanda explained that, as ashamed as she was to admit it, she was convinced that there was a spy among the leadership. The first wake-up call was the lack of specific instructions during the meeting. Despite the fact that extremely important information was received, and the start time of the last breakthrough coincided with the patrolman's break. For this reason, there can be no talk of revealing the skill to the management, since this would expose the young man to danger. Jeremy then said that under these circumstances, he needed to prove Bill's involvement in the attack without revealing his skill, and so they returned to their guest, apologizing for keeping him waiting. With a clearly displeased look, the man only hoped that their conversation would bring some positive results. After which the young man immediately said that they had come to the decision that he would simply use his skill now, and there would be no need for any duel. Delighted by such an unexpected offer, the guest called it a very reasonable decision, where he would definitely accept such evidence. Opening his status window, Jeremy reached his hand towards the button that allowed him to choose one of the characters he had already met, saying that he would immediately demonstrate his abilities. And so the character was called, where a gypsy named Vita said that she was very glad to see her dear gentleman, who today looked much better than at their first meeting yesterday. This was one of the characters that the young man with the 3 gold cards received. Her main feature and distinguishing characteristic was the skill of creating a truthful room. When the preparation, invisible to everyone else, was completed, Jeremy suggested that they begin the process of demonstrating the skill, to which the guest fully agreed, as did Amanda, who was nearby. At that very second, Vita announced to her master that all the conditions for activating her skill had been met. After which the gypsy spread her energy throughout the room, thereby activating the truth room. And so Jeremy told the guest that everything was ready. But he did not understand what the young man had done that should have convinced him. But the young man suddenly turned to Amanda, asking her to make a statement about her being a man, where, having tried to pronounce this statement, the girl could only say the first part of what, since Vita's magic literally closed her mouth, not allowing her to tell a lie. Noting that his skill was working great, Jeremy said that it was now the man's turn to answer questions, where the first thing he asked to do was to state his name, which he introduced himself with when he came to them, which Will, who was actually Bill, naturally could not do. And the young man noted that the offer to fight would have caused too much trouble, whereas his request to simply give a name was much simpler. And if the man now manages to name the name he introduced himself with, then he will also give him all the trophies he received. And then Jeremy said in a serious voice that the man would not be able to say anything, because every word Bill said would be a lie. Hearing his real name and realizing that he was exposed, the man rushed at the one who had messed up all his cards. However, Amanda, prepared for such a turn of events, also rushed forward sharply, saying that she would not allow harm to come to her colleague. However, the attacking man was not as simple as it might seem at first glance, where he used the acceleration skill he had, where, having already drawn his knife and shouted that it was nothing for him to get around a Class C player, he continued to rush at Jeremy. But the young man immediately used his research ability, where he not only revealed the enemy's skill, but also neutralized its effect, which gave Amanda the opportunity to attack. And the girl didn't keep himself waiting long, quickly catching up with the man with a sweeping kick, the force of which was enough for him to fly back to the window, scattering all the furniture around him in different directions with his body. Jeremy could only hope that after such a blow, their only suspect and link to the Blackwood Guild would remain alive. Amanda, approaching the man lying on the floor, pulled him by the hair, where the mask immediately flew off his face. The girl noted that this spy was perfectly disguised, where he even had a mana watch, and that belonged to Will. The young man who approached asked what the office would do with this man, to which his interlocutor immediately replied that she would interrogate him under duress. Remembering that his lottery had now been narrowed down to a specific question, Jeremy said he could help with that. Having designated Bill as the object of receiving any information, the player launched the hellish lottery machine, and when the capsule was received, he was able to find out that this man had killed Will 2 days ago, and was also an active member of the Blackwood Guild. And when he passed this information on to Amanda, she was very surprised that his skill was capable of learning such details. The young man himself, for the first time, seriously thought about what the Blackwood Guild was. A man with a hood on his head, being in some dark room, announced that they had lost contact with Bill, where, after listening to the information conveyed, the people in masks who were in the same room have not yet responded. The hooded man then suggested that he had been captured, and then turned to one of those present, asking if the service knew anything about this, to which the man in the tiger mask explained that he could not obtain more information, since Agent Amanda Stone was personally handling this matter in a highly confidential manner. And the obvious leader of this meeting noted that Bill was unlikely to split, but it would still be better to quietly remove him. Here, a girl with a butterfly mask on her face intervened in the dialogue, asking what they should do with all this now, since Bill was sent for extremely important information about what stopped the breakthrough. But all they managed to find out was the guy's name, and also the fact that with his E-class, he was able to single-handedly destroy all the monsters right at the portal. But then, shouts came from all sides that a low-level player couldn't handle it, and most likely it was a secret S-class service player, where someone immediately remembered that this was the same person who had recently distinguished himself in the exam at the academy, where he ended up there by some ridiculous accident and prevented them from removing David, who was definitely not involved in eliminating the consequences of the breakout. But one of the participants in this masquerade remembered that Bill told him that when they organized the breakthrough, someone was nearby, as if he knew in advance what would happen. After which, the man in the bear mask noted that there was a traitor among them, and now they should concentrate on finding him. After listening to the meeting participants argue for a while, the hooded man stopped their idle talk, saying that they would deal with Jeremy Randalls later. However, the participant in the monkey mask was not at all satisfied with this decision, where he was very indignant, noting that a lot of effort had been put into creating the breakthrough. But the leader of the meeting said that they should not worry now about what might have happened by some coincidence. After which, the man in the hood shouted loudly that he was very disappointed with them. Having said one last thing to the monkey to be more careful and not make mistakes, the leader announced the end of the meeting, where its participants immediately teleported away, and only the man hiding under the mask of a monkey before disappearing hissed that Jeremy would die for disgracing him in front of him. Amanda happily greeted the incoming player, inviting him to come into her office. Noticing that the girl looked exhausted, Jeremy asked about the progress of the investigation, to which she immediately replied that the investigation was at a standstill, since Bill was silent. There and then, stroking her axe, she noted that she had been offered harsher and more effective interrogation methods by the management, but she was refused this, which she attributed to the activities of a spy. And the young man, looking at the girl with an axe, decided that she was refused for another reason. But then the girl changed the subject, saying that she had information about the progress of the trophy's sale, where, when asked by her interlocutor about the problems that had arisen, Amanda explained that due to the high cost of the artifacts, they would have to pay an increased tax. However, she sees the solution to the problem in officially raising the young man's gaming rank, because the higher the rank, the lower the tax. Where such an idea, of course, pleased Jeremy, who said that he was ready to start it immediately. And so they came to the room where testing of players from level B to level S was carried out. The young man was surprised that testing was being conducted using virtual reality, and the girl accompanying him explained that in order to raise his class, it would be enough for the examiner to recognize the player's abilities. This was simply great news for the youngster, where what he lacks in characteristics, he easily compensates for with his playing talent. Suddenly, his joyful thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of a man of impressive size, who was very happy to see Amanda herself. However, the girl somehow did not share the man's joy at all, sparingly saying that they had not seen her teacher for a long time, where the man loudly noted that his best student was so busy advancing her career that she completely forgot about her old teacher, to which Amanda responded by shouting that if the teacher was so bored, he could have written it himself. but the man explained that his teacher's pride would not allow him to do so. The enraged girl said that if she could, she would never have met him at all, where the man immediately asked what in that case brought her here today. Where, having calmed down a little, Amanda said that one of their most valuable employees wanted to upgrade, which is why she was accompanying him. The teacher immediately perked up, cheerfully noting that the very hero who had single-handedly stopped the breakthrough had come to him. And now the charismatic man was already shaking the dear guest's hand, introducing himself as Alex Smith. But his outburst of emotion was stopped by Amanda, who asked to provide a Class B examiner, which greatly surprised the man. But the girl explained that despite this guy's real skills are much higher than Class B. Noting that his student had a pretty high opinion of the guy, Alex announced that he would conduct the testing personally, which shocked Amanda, who knew that her teacher wouldn't even test everyone who fit into Class S. To which Alex explained that he was really bored, and it wouldn't hurt to stretch his legs a little. And so he turned to the young man and asked him what he thought about taking the test with him personally. Where, thinking about how it wasn't often that he got the chance to fight an S-rank opponent, Jeremy replied that it would be a great honor for him. Having positively noted the young man's enthusiasm and attitude, the man invited him to take a seat in one of the chairs. While the game was loading, the young man was informed about the activation of the game skill and the increase of all characteristics by 100%. And now he was already in the virtual world, where he immediately noted some unusual sensations. Having decided to test his parameters in the game, he was very surprised that with his usual parameter equal to 50 points, now it was not 100, but only 99 points. In this regard, the young man wondered whether this was the limit of the second level of the game skill, or whether there were some other limitations. Deciding to deal with the issue later, Jeremy decided to focus on taking the test, where his opponent was already standing across from him. Clutching a huge hammer in his hands, the man noted that the spear was an excellent weapon. But shouting that real men use heavier weapons, Alex picked up his hammer and brought it down on the ground with force, where, from the force of his blow to the ground, cracks began to spread in different directions. Looking at his opponent, the man said that he was allowing the young man to strike first, where he had to show everything he was capable of. Having taken up an attacking position, the young man did not resist the privilege and agreed to attack first. Pushing off from the surface of the virtual Earth, Jeremy quickly rushed towards his opponent and examiner all in one. While amazed by such unprecedented speed, Alex was nevertheless able to repel this attack with the help of his bulky, but at the same time quite mobile weapon. Thrown back, Jeremy stopped the inertial movement of his body and was already preparing to continue the fight and launch a new attack. But his impulse was interrupted by the exclamation of the examiner, who cheerfully said that the young man had passed the test. And when Jeremy asked how this was possible, Alex explained that even a Class A player would not be able to repel this attack, and therefore the test was obviously passed. After which the man added that apparently the young man trained with the best masters, where, recalling such, Jeremy confirmed that they were indeed very skilled in their craft. The young man then asked if that was all, to which the examiner replied that he would like to give a positive answer, but that he believed that in that case it would be a huge omission for both of them. Understanding what the man was hinting at, Jeremy smiled and immediately assumed a fighting stance, which caused his opponent to truly admire him. This time the teacher himself started the fight, attacking with his huge hammer. However, having easily dodged Alex's first attack, the young man made a sharp lunge forward. But the man effortlessly dodged this jab, noticing that the young man had somehow further increased his speed. Without waiting for the attack to continue, Alex counterattacked his opponent, where, defending himself from this terrible blow, Jeremy mentally noted that if it weren't for his playing skill, he would have definitely broken after the very first attack of this man. But immediately taking the initiative, the young man went from a blocking position to an attack, which, like the previous ones, did not bring results. Dodging the huge hammer for the umpteenth time, Jeremy thought that someday he too would become just as strong without the skills of the game. Once again, he attempted to counterattack his opponent by moving his spear towards the latter's head, which once again did not bring the desired result. This not-quite-training fight was gaining momentum and becoming more and more interesting for its participants. But at some point, Alex noticed that something was definitely wrong, since for the characteristics that this guy now possessed, he had too little experience. Where, having realized what was going on, the man suddenly asked his opponent whether he really had the talent to play. Hearing this, the young man was completely at a loss, completely losing his concentration. Alex took advantage of this, finally dealing a blow to his opponent today, the force of which was enough to make Jeremy fall backwards, dropping his weapon. Before he even had time to come to his senses, he saw a man towering over him with a hammer raised above his head. Where, Having accumulated a sufficient amount of energy, Alex delivered the final crushing blow. However, the formidable weapon fell not on the young man's head, but next to it, where he immediately said that he admitted his defeat. Helping Jeremy up, Alex apologized, saying that he just wanted to prolong the pleasure, which is why he allowed himself to be tricked like that. But the young man was interested in how the man could have found out about his talent for the game. To which the examiner replied that before Jeremy he had met many who suddenly became stronger when they entered the world of virtual reality. However, unlike those useless people, his opponent today was able to stop the breakthrough single-handedly, where, having finished explaining, Alex said that they would continue in the real world, where Amanda was probably already waiting for them. Returning to reality, the young man noted to himself that he still had a lot to learn. Taking his gloves from the girl, which he had taken off during the test, Jeremy listened to congratulations on being awarded Class B. After thanking Amanda and Alex for their participation in his development, the young man left the room. When they were left alone, the man answered his student's question and said that he had not met such interesting people for a long time, where he was absolutely sure that he would meet this guy again very soon. And then Amanda confessed that she too really wanted to try to fight this unusual young man. And her interlocutor said that he had a lot of fun today, but now he would go and do other things. But then his movement was stopped by his student, who reminded the man of his words about how she had not visited him for a long time. And so she offered him a fight, to which Alex replied that he had to refuse, as he was a little tired, which made the girl laugh, noting that the teacher had never run away from a good fight before. And now she has already exposed her new weapon, bought on installment from Jeremy, telling the man to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Jeremy was already on the street, where he was happily greeted by Samantha, whose appearance showed the girl's readiness to go conquer the worlds. The young man apologized for being a little late, to which his interlocutor explained that she had just arrived. In her mind, the girl was very happy that she was going on a hike with Jeremy, where she hoped that he would not notice her excessive excitement. She suggested that they go, when suddenly the young man, looking around, said that finally everyone was gathered, where Samantha turned around, naturally not experiencing any joyful emotions from this, and saw Hank approaching. And when their third companion approached, he literally thanked Jeremy with tears in his eyes for inviting him to join his team. But the young man asked his friend not to make a soap opera with tears here, which was immediately taken into account by Hank. And then he turned to Samantha, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and expressing hope that they could become a great team. Shaking her partner's hand with such force that the young man almost screamed, the girl coldly said that she too was very glad about this unexpected meeting. While Hank was recovering from the handshake, Jeremy suggested heading to the portal that their friend had obtained. And very soon the team of world travelers stood in front of the entrance to one of the worlds. The heavenly halberd did its job easily, piercing the monster attacking Jeremy, where the young man immediately noted that Class E worlds now did not present any difficulty for him at all. Of course, he could have finished here in 10 minutes, but he didn't come here to work himself, but to raise the level of his friends. Watching Samantha deal with one monster after another, Jeremy noticed that she was very good at fighting. But then his attention was drawn to Hank, who had one question for their leader. Drawing the leader's attention to Samantha, the young man asked if he knew why she was looking at him so angrily, beating the soul out of the poor, long-dead monster. After thinking for a bit, Jeremy came to the conclusion that Hank had simply been tactless and told him so. But now all the monsters were finished, and the participants of the expedition were already standing near the door that led to the room of the owner of this world. Before entering, Jeremy said that he would not interfere, and that his companion's task was to destroy the owner as quickly as possible. Where, after listening to the leader's instructions, Hank, adjusting his armband, said that they would not let him down. Having given the final instructions regarding the upcoming fight, the young man opened the doors, where they hadn't even managed to find themselves inside the building yet, when the main monster in this world had already rushed to attack. Standing to the side, Jeremy watched as Hank took action, holding up a shield in front of himself, which was absolutely the right decision, because a split second later, the monster was already trying to strike. The group leader appreciated how his friend had worked, calculating how they would all act together in the future, and did not notice how Samantha rushed into the attack. Meanwhile, the girl had already soared upward, hovering for a split second above their opponent with her leg raised high, after which she quickly fell upon him, delivering a crushing blow to the head. And while the monster was breaking the floor with its head with the momentum of the blow, Samantha calmly landed not far from him. She then turned to Jeremy, asking him what he had said when she had first started the attack, to which the young man, having previously praised the girl, replied that nothing special. And so the whole group safely returned back to their world, where Jeremy once again thanked everyone for their excellent work. Here, Hank asked if their leader would go with them to check how much the characteristics had increased, to which the young man answered negatively, where he explained his position by saying that he still had a couple of urgent and important matters to attend to, already thinking about calling on his talisman of good luck. And so, when his companions had gone away, he stood near the place where the port had recently been, accompanied by his spirit of luck. Having started the dialogue, Jeremy recalled his recent request on the bridge to remember the strongest warrior, to which Wang Lung replied that it was not Qin He who came to mind, but a completely different general from the past. This was exactly the answer the young man was expecting, thanking the character and immediately launching the unifying lottery. After all, he realized that he had managed to summon Qin He for a completely different reason than what Wang Lung thought about him, because all this happened not just anywhere, but specifically on the bridge, where if you remember the legendary battles of the past associated with bridges, the first thing that comes to mind is the Battle of Qin He at the bridge. Therefore, the person he calls upon must be connected with the place where he is. And so the lottery was crowned with stunning success, where the young man got a diamond card. Looking around, Jeremy noticed that he did not feel any changes in his physical characteristics, and the unknown character who appeared noted that he was pleased to experience nostalgia, returning to this place after so many years. Noting that the summoned character's stats were excessively low for a diamond card, the young man nevertheless greeted the guest, stating his name, where the character was pleased with such politeness, for which he immediately thanked the one who called him into this world. The man in glasses immediately noted that they were incredibly lucky to be in this particular place, where he offers Jeremy to get the treasures he once hid here. Now the young man understood why this character had a diamond map, where he, of course, agreed to find the treasure. While examining the wall, the character said that when the king ordered him to build this castle, he was inspired by the work and added secret rooms, and so he began to direct the actions of his master, indicating from which brick and how many bricks needed to be counted to the right or left. As the countdown continued, Jeremy began to literally pray for it to end soon, talking about the pointlessness of dialing numbers, to which the summoned character explained that there was meaning here, since these were the dates of his birth and the birth of the king under whom he lived. And so, finally, the final countdown was made, after which Wang told the young man to direct his chi energy into the brick. And as soon as the player used his mana, at that very moment a portal opened behind him. Directing his research skill at it, Jeremy determined that it was a passage to a world with treasures, and Wang explained that once the young man was inside, he would be able to pass all the tests and receive his treasures. To which Jeremy noted that no one could have figured out such a complicated scheme and found this cache except the successor. But Wang explained that he had never had a successor and never would, and therefore he did not mind that his master would receive the treasures. And so the young man, accompanied by the summoned character, walked through the portal and found himself in some kind of room, where he immediately saw in front of him some impressive figure with a massive object in his hand. At that very moment, the character accompanying him began to disappear, asking to be summoned if the guy managed to pass the tests and get to the treasure. Here, a status window opened before the player's eyes, where Jeremy saw information about the addition of a new skill, detection, which made the young man very happy, because now he could independently detect portals. But then his joy was interrupted by the guard of the treasury, who said that the first would be a test of knowledge, and so he made a riddle, saying that the moonlight shines over the rivers, where the rivers are the inhabitants of the world, which then is meant by the moon itself, where, without thinking twice, Jeremy replied that the moon clearly meant the emperor, where the guard immediately confirmed the correctness of the answer and said that now there would be a test of strength and ordered the weapons to be prepared. At that very moment, the familiar heavenly halberd materialized in the hands of the young man. While the guard was preparing for the duel, Jeremy used his research skill, where he found that they had approximately equal characteristics. But then, shouting for the guy to defend himself, the guard of the treasury rushed to attack. But while he was descending on the challenger, Jeremy, taking a deep breath, used one of his skills, where, however, the tiger's roar reduced the damage by only 10%. Quickly swinging his weapon to fend off the guard's attacks, the young man came to the conclusion that the tiger's roar did not produce the desired effect due to the difference in levels. Meanwhile, the guard himself noticed that the man was quite fast, but he still saw all his movements. Telling his opponent to try to dodge such an attack, Jeremy delivered a quick thrust. The guard dodged and said that it was close, not close enough. But as it turned out, the attack was not over yet, where having risen into the air, the young man swung his weapon and brought it down with force on his opponent. Despite the guard defending himself, the force of the blow threw him back several meters, where he, watching as Jeremy closed the distance, called him a fool, since it was impossible to fight with a halberd at such close range. Deciding that he had gained the advantage, The young man's opponent prepared to deliver the winning blow, but he didn't have time to complete his movement, because Jeremy struck him with a sword that appeared in his hands. Looking at his opponent's strange new weapon, the guard noted that it was somewhat similar to his club, to which his opponent replied that it was much better than any club. Where immediately after what was said, Jeremy, with a deft movement of his sword, easily disarmed his opponent. And so, with a sword at his throat, the guard said that the contender for the treasure had won and passed the test. Where, immediately after his words, part of one of the walls crumbled, revealing a passage into a secret room. Once inside, Jeremy saw books lying on the table and some kind of wooden device. Not knowing what to do with all this, the young man suddenly remembered Wong's request to call him when he was near the treasure. Having estimated the amount of mana needed for the summoning, Jeremy noted that he could easily afford it even despite the fact that the character fell out of the diamond card. And now the character who appeared was already telling the young man to take the first book about medicine. Where as soon as he picked up the book, a window immediately appeared asking whether the player wanted to learn this skill. Meanwhile, Wong explained that he had lost 6 children to illnesses, after which he began researching and wrote this book. And then the book seemed to dissolve in Jeremy's hands, where he was immediately informed about acquiring the skill, sustainability. And after the fusion of 2 identical skills occurred, the young man was informed that he had learned a skill, complete immunity, which makes him immune to all diseases and poisons. It was a very useful skill that guaranteed protection from accidental death in one of the worlds from some unknown substances. And Wong continued by saying that the next subject was a geography book he wrote while he was traveling, and so the book began to disappear in the hands of the young man, where he was told about the successful study of the skill, exploration of territories. After which the 2 skills merged again, after which a certain navigation system appeared before Jeremy's eyes, where he was informed about receiving a skill, a map of portals. And when the young man realized that this map would display all the portals located nearby, his joy knew no bounds. And so, on the table, there remained the last item, which turned out to be a miniature copy of a loading crane from the past, where the player was informed that for his convenience and in accordance with modern technologies, the skill had been changed, where the young man now had a place to store his inventory. Deciding to test the innovation, Jeremy picked up a stone from the ground and placed it in one of the cells, immediately realizing that it worked like in a regular computer game. And so, with the receipt of the treasures, it was over, where Jeremy and his companion from the past returned to their world, where Wong immediately said that his time was up, but he hoped that he could be useful and looked forward to meeting soon. Having said goodbye to the character and thanked him for everything, the young man decided to test his new skills. Having made sure that all 3 acquired skills were in place, Jeremy decided to take a closer look at the portal map. Assuming that all the dots around the pointer, which should designate the player, are portals, the young man decided to make sure of this personally, just in case. And his guesses turned out to be correct, because after some time, following the coordinates of the map, he actually came across a portal, where he noted with regret that this portal had already been acquired by someone. Now he had to figure out the difference in colors, where the green dot showed the Class C portal he had encountered along the way, and the yellow dot showed the Class B portal he was currently at. Thus, it could be assumed that each class of portals would have its own color, but something had to be thought up in order to avoid stumbling upon already occupied portals. Where, after thinking a little, Jeremy decided to resort to a little trick, opening a window for notifications about the appearance of new portals. And when he connected notifications, he was incredibly happy that he would be the first to know about each new portal, and would be able to take them all for himself. The blade of the heavenly halberd, controlled by its owner, easily neutralized another monster. And after he ended up on the ground, some object rolled out of him, where Jeremy was informed about receiving the antidote sphere. Despite the fact that he was already immune to literally everything, the young man still decided to take the trophy. And so the team congratulated each other on the successful clearing of another world. After which, Hank suddenly asked if his friends had any other plans for today, to which Samantha replied that she had no plans, and Jeremy said that his plans were only to practice. Then Hank suggested going to his place, where he has both an excellent gym and a training room with virtual reality. Jeremy was extremely surprised that his friend had a virtual reality machine at home, of which there were only a few in the world. Remembering how Hank had bought them a couple of portals, the young man wondered where he got so much money. And when the question was asked, the young man explained that he lives with his brother, who earns very well. Hank also added that his brother really wanted to meet Samantha, as he had already heard about her talents. And so Jeremy made a decision, saying that he would not mind at all dropping in to visit his friend, which made Hank very happy. Soon, in the limousine that Hank ordered, The three of them arrived at the right place and had already left the car. Looking at the luxury new building, Jeremy couldn't believe that his companion had an apartment in this building, to which the young man replied that he did not have an apartment here, since their family owned the entire house. And as they rode up the elevator, Jeremy wondered what his friend's brother was doing that he could afford such a thing. But then the elevator doors opened, and the people who arrived saw a young man in glasses greeting them, who introduced himself as Adrian McEnroe. Showing respect, Jeremy greeted the owner of the apartment, also giving his name. But suddenly the young man realized that the name the greeter gave belonged to one of the few SS-class players. At that very moment, Jeremy began to scold Hank for not telling him everything earlier, to which his friend explained that this was the will of his brother, who decided that if everyone knew, then they would feel uncomfortable around him. And Adrian, looking more closely at Jeremy, suddenly said that he had a feeling that they had met before. Quickly trying to figure out where he could meet an SS-level player, the young man doubted the possibility of such a meeting. And Hank's brother had already approached Jeremy, where, looking at him more closely, he suddenly said that he could not believe his eyes. After all, standing in front of him was a professional player of one of the multiplayer computer games of the past, nicknamed Firefly. The young man asked in surprise how Adrian knew his game nickname, to which he immediately replied that he was a big fan of his. Hank had no idea what was going on, and Samantha noted his brother's worthy qualities, and the cheerful Adrian was already calling on the guests not to be shy, to come in and feel at home. And so, after a small feast, Adrian was mesmerized by the story of how Jeremy pulled out a game back in 2020, left alone against 7 opponents, where Samantha also remembered that incident. The subject of today's discussion sat and only managed to blush while listening to the long-gone part of his past life. Not understanding what they were talking about, Hank asked what kind of battles his friend had previously participated in, to which Jeremy immediately explained that it was a computer game, and he was a little-known player. But suddenly Adrian, who had risen to his feet, was very indignant at the definition of little-known used by his guest, where the owner of the house immediately said that, unlike all the other boring players, Jeremy always knew how to win brightly and epically, winning the hearts of the audience. And when the conversation turned to the fan club, which, as it turned out, was created by Samantha, and Adrian was an active member of it, their idol literally grabbed his head, asking to stop this discussion of his past. But then, looking at the time, Samantha decided to take her leave, saying that it was already quite late, and it was time for her to go home. And when Jeremy was left alone with Adrian, he thanked him for saving his brother's life during the exam. But the modest young man said that no gratitude was needed, as he was simply lucky. The owner of the house then promised to personally supervise Hank's training so that he would not be a burden on their subsequent expeditions. Here, Jeremy became interested in what characteristics and skills an SS-class player could have, where he immediately used the research skill. And as soon as the list opened, the young man could not believe his eyes, since in first place among all the skills was the 3rd-level game skill. At that very moment, Jeremy was informed that his game skill had entered into communication with a similar skill of a nearby player. At that very moment, a portal opened above the young man's head, from which Airly immediately appeared. After greeting Jeremy, the girl said that she was glad to see him once again, where she explained that she stopped the flow of time for a short time in order to be able to talk to the young man, and she is very glad that she was able to appear at the right moment, because in a second the young man would have been torn to pieces. Hearing such a statement, Jeremy was literally speechless, not understanding why he was about to be torn apart. And the representative of the universe explained that thanks to the communication skill, Jeremy's game skill level began to increase forcibly when a player with a higher level of a similar skill was nearby. Then the young man said that the increase in level should not be a bad indicator and cause harm. Then Airly explained that talents of a certain level are given to everyone from birth, and will accompany them at this level until death. However, a forced change in the level of talent also means that the entire future destiny of a person will change. And since the human body cannot withstand such stress, the girl decided to equip her pet with one artifact, where this necklace will take on all possible overloads of the body if Jeremy meets someone who has the talent that he has, but only at a higher level. While the young man was putting on the gift, Airlia added that this necklace gives a small bonus to luck, and the girl also explained to Jeremy's question that he only needs to wear this artifact, which also has several simple spells placed on it, which will prevent it from being stolen. Saying goodbye to the young man, the representative of the universe said that she herself would for now be looking for a safe way to increase the level of talent. And then suddenly Adrian came to life and continued speaking, where he said that as a fan of Jeremy he could never have dreamed of such a meeting. And the young man who had the information noted that, in his opinion, his interlocutor also had a talent for video games, where he thinks Adrian should try playing in a professional league, to which the owner of the house replied sheepishly that he had already tried to play, but he liked watching others play more than playing himself. And Jeremy said that with such a talent for the game, of course it would not be interesting to play at all. Adrian, concluding this topic, said that playing games and loving them are completely different things, with which his interlocutor agreed. While in a deserted place at night, Jeremy once again played the unifying lottery, where he got a gold card for the second time in a row, where the young man thanked the gift of the universe for this, and the enraged Wang Lung claimed that it was all his merit. Agreeing that the character he had summoned had also helped, Jeremy offered to kiss him too, which, of course, the ruler of the past did not like very much. But then a female voice asked for forgiveness for interfering in their relationship, where immediately leaving Wang Lung, the young man went to the new character, saying that he was very glad to see the girl. And after getting to know her better, Jeremy noticed that the healing skills of Sister of Mercy Anna could be very useful to him in critical situations. After Anna left, the young man discovered that he had no mana to spin the lottery, so he decided to take advantage of buying tickets. Saying that he believed in the power of Wang Lung, Jeremy once again launched the unification lottery, the result of which was that the character he summoned for luck once again increased in level. The young man was almost upset when Wang Lung reminded him that as his level increased, the master's stats would also increase. Having decided that the unifying lottery was enough for today, the young man used the information one, where a terrible capsule was immediately issued. After reading the contents of the message that appeared, Jeremy shouted that it was impossible. After which, he quickly rushed off to run somewhere, without answering the questions of the character he had summoned about what had happened. Then Wang Lung himself looked at the still glowing message, where he saw that his master had been given the task of saving Amanda from the terrible danger she would find herself in 3 hours. Amanda couldn't believe what she had just been told, asking again if she had understood everything correctly. And the man confirmed, saying once again that someone had sneaked into the interrogation room and killed the suspect. After which he added that they, of course, have no evidence. But considering that all the recordings from the surveillance cameras were erased, it was done by one of their own. Amanda came to the conclusion that only a very large organization could afford such a spy, and while she was trying to figure out how to figure out the spy, they connected with her on the intercom, saying that it was her turn to patrol near the portal to the Category A world. Dressing on the go, the girl said that they would talk when she returned back to headquarters. Amanda was taken straight to the start of the patrol route, where she decided she needed to get the area inspected as quickly as possible. Moving through the forest, the girl suddenly felt how very dense mana was literally thickening around her, where before she could even blink, a portal appeared right in front of her, the structure of which had been changed to allow a breakthrough. She immediately realized that this was nothing more than a trap, where the attackers probably knew that she would go on patrol and arrange this breakthrough. Following instructions strictly, Amanda used the radio to broadcast her coordinates and call for reinforcements. She herself moved closer to the portal, thinking that she was quite capable of dealing with this trap. After all, if she doesn't do anything, the monsters that have already begun to penetrate their world will scatter throughout the area. Seeing who her opponents would be today, the girl gripped the axe tighter, realizing that the battle would be very difficult. And the monsters, having noticed the man, immediately rushed to attack, emitting a loud, ominous roar along the way. Amanda met the first wolf that approached with a hefty blow to the head with her axe. The girl very deftly dodged the second man's swift and deadly attack, where, having assessed the tactics of the monsters, she realized that they understood their advantage, surrounding her from all sides. And so, having taken the necessary positions for a collective attack, 3 monsters immediately rushed at their victim. But the girl was not going to give up so easily, and using a circular strike, she split the bodies of all 3 attackers in half. After which, seeing another enemy in front of her, Amanda immediately rushed towards him, preparing her axe to strike. Before he could even understand where it was, the girl's huge axe was already in his head, and his head was pressed to the ground. At that very moment, a huge predatory face appeared from the portal, baring its teeth and making ominous growling sounds. He was a rather tall, but at the same time thin master of the world from which the uninvited guests had arrived. Looking at her new opponent, Amanda grinned, calling the main wolf a skinny who ate little porridge as a child and who you can't look at without tears. As if he understood everything that the girl had just said, the main monster tried to strike her, which the girl dodged, jumping back. And when she landed, crouching a little, she said that apparently no one had ever trained such a huge dog. And then, rushing at the huge wolf, she added that in that case, she would now take care of the training. And now the main monster lay defeated. The portal was closing, and the girl, exhaling, noted that this time she got away with it. But then she heard applause, followed by some masked people saying that they had thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle. Looking around, Amanda realized that she was surrounded by unknown faces on all sides. Taking up her weapon, the girl noted that she could not even imagine how low an organization like Blackwood could fall, to which the people around her only laughed that she mistook them for members of this guild. After which one of them said that they were not from Blackwood, but just those who united in order to destroy the one they all hated. The girl noted to herself that things were going very badly, but reinforcements had already been called, so she just needed to hold out a little longer. But then, as if reading her thoughts, one of the opponents surrounding the girl said that she could not hope for reinforcements. Having shown the radio, the man said that there were also people in the office who really disliked her. After which, to the laughter of all the other villains, he added that sooner or later the girl with an inflated sense of justice was bound to suffer such a fate, and in her next life she should be more careful. And just as she began to say that no one would come to Amanda's aid, his speech was suddenly interrupted, and his lifeless body fell to the ground thanks to the efforts of Jeremy. The gang members who were nearby tried to attack the young man from behind, but then the young man began to flutter between his opponents, quite gracefully striking them down one by one with his smooth movements of his straight sword. And finally, he managed to get through to Amanda, who immediately asked how the young man ended up there, to which he explained that he had come to save her, and therefore suggested that they first deal with the threat and then discuss all the details, to which his partner today agreed. While they were preparing for the fight, Jeremy looked around and immediately realized what had happened. And since the breakthrough was prevented, he immediately suggested concentrating on escaping from danger. After all, their opponents were no lower than Class C, and some of them were most likely Class A. And Xiaoming, who he had managed to summon, fluttered in the air next to the young man and scolded the master for bringing them to such a dangerous place. Assessing the real situation, Jeremy realized that things were really very bad for them. His partner, apparently, was very exhausted from the previous battle with the monsters, and in an urgent situation and with a small amount of mana, he could only afford to summon Xiaoming as an assistant, who was unlikely to help him deal with these killers. Here, Amanda apologized to the young man, saying that she would have warned him in advance if she had known that everything would turn out this way. To which Jeremy replied that if his partner was going to continue wasting her time on empty chatter, he would prefer to hear words of gratitude rather than apologies. After which he added that he had a plan for how they could get out, and therefore the conversation would have to be postponed a bit. Meanwhile, the attackers were discussing where this guy came from as they cut off any chance she had to call for backup, concluding that there was a spy among them. However, a man with red hair appeared in the foreground and told them all to shut up, where he said that this guy might also be an S-class player, and therefore this needs to be taken into account when putting their plan into action. Suddenly, everyone who surrounded the young people began to quickly move in a circle, thereby trying to psychologically crush their opponents. Where, immediately realizing what was going on, Jeremy said to be prepared, as an attack would begin at any moment. And then one of the killers actually rushed forward, drawing his knife and intending to stab the young man with it. But before the young man could do anything, he suddenly saw a multitude of arrows flying from the sky in their direction, where he immediately covered the girl with his body, telling her to be as careful as possible. When all the arrows were on the ground, the first person to be seen dead was the one who had started the attack with the knife. Jeremy and Amanda were not hit, but the young man shouted at his opponents that they were completely sick in the head since they killed their own comrade. But it seemed that these people did not understand at all what friendship and camaraderie were. But suddenly someone like the leader of this disguised gang of bandits stepped forward. Throwing his hands up, he said that it was an honor for each of them to give their worthless lives for the sake of realizing his plans. After listening to everything his opponent had just said, the young man found such an ideology extremely disgusting, and immediately, having begun to wield the sword, he noted that for this very reason, trying to talk to such people was completely pointless. The energy blow that Jeremy dealt was very strong and struck everyone who had gathered here today for the sake of killing, and the player himself shouted to Amanda that he would now clear a path where she would need to follow right behind him. And so he rushed forward, only managing to throw his opponents in different directions with his straight sword. He explained to the girl following him that if they continued to move constantly in one direction, they would be able to escape. Then he saw one of the attackers rushing towards the girl, warning her of the danger. But before she could do anything, the young man, making a sharp lunge, neutralized the threat himself. But at that moment, Amanda dealt a powerful blow with her axe to another opponent who tried to get behind Jeremy. Xiaoming also did not stand aside and warned her master about the new danger that had arisen, where, without even turning around, Jeremy jumped high into the air, which forced the rushing opponents to stop. And upon landing, the young man dealt a crushing blow to the attackers, His partner today could not help but notice the high skills of her companion, to which Jeremy smilingly explained that recently he had become interested in martial arts, in particular Chinese wushu, but the young man happily declared that he only had to walk a few meters to get out. However, at that very moment, the leader of the gang appeared in front of him with several henchmen, noting that with such skills the guy would never get out of here. And now Jeremy and Amanda were back on the defensive, and Xiaoming noted that the man who had spoken was most likely the leader of their opponents. After telling the girl to be careful, the young man said that he would try to destroy their leader. And so, with the help of the summoned character, he was already deftly bypassing one enemy after another, rapidly rushing towards his goal. His attack was very fast, but the gang leader managed to block it. Feeling that his opponent was superior to him at least in speed, the man called his henchmen for help. And while Jeremy was distracted by the confrontation with the gang leader, several more of its members tried to get the guest who had ruined all of their plans for the day. However, the character accompanying the young man was not so simple and immediately used his abilities to the fullest extent, where, with some incredible light and fast movements, Jeremy was able to dodge every attempt to get him. After which, having waited for a convenient moment, the young man delivered a powerful circular blow with his sword, and at once threw away all the attackers. But without stopping for a second, Jeremy immediately rushed towards their main one, launching another powerful attack. But suddenly his opponent felt that the young man seemed to have lost some of his strength, which he immediately noted with a laugh. He also added that now the guy would hardly be able to kill him and save the girl. At the same time, Amanda, attacked from several sides at once, did not have time to repel all the blows that rained down on her. Seeing that the girl was unable to cope, Jeremy threw aside his opponent and rushed to her aid. Amanda, after taking a beating, found herself on the ground, where one of the attackers was already hanging over her, preparing to finish her off with his weapon. However, his plan was not destined to come true, as Jeremy, who arrived in time, literally knocked the man down with his sword. Helping his partner up, the young man apologized for not having time to overcome the leader, to which Amanda replied that it was her fault, since she had not been able to buy enough time to do so. Then the disappearing Xiaoming turned to her master and said that her time was up, where she hoped that the young man had some kind of plan. Turning his head and looking at the approaching opponents, the young man said that his whole plan was to not die. Meanwhile, their opponents, realizing that they had plenty of time, took their time and began to discuss how they could most effectively deal with the victims. Jeremy, surrounded by the attackers, suddenly smiled and told himself that he had only one way out. And now he has already called upon his faithful companion and bearer of good luck, Wang Lung. Having looked at the situation, the summoned character noticed that his master had a talent for regularly getting into some kind of trouble. To which the young man laughed and replied that it was most likely Wang Lung who had sinned somewhere in his past life. However, there was no time for empty talk now, and the young man asked Wang Lung to name and think of the strongest character that could come to his mind, where he immediately summoned a lottery machine to conduct a random lottery. This time, for the lottery combination, Jeremy chose cards with an already summoned character, and with General Qin He, who helped him in the battle on the bridge. The young man needed luck and a great warrior to break through and survive this confrontation. By launching the lottery, the young man enlisted the support of all his artifacts, which brought him luck, where, watching the cards swirl around him, Jeremy prayed that luck would not abandon him this time. And she really did accompany him, since he was lucky enough to pull out the diamond card from the entire set. Meanwhile, the leader of the bandits, sensing something was wrong, ordered his fighters not to approach their victims closely, but to attack from a distance, which they did immediately, where some used their bows to attack, and others used mana. Amanda could only watch as dozens of arrows and energy projectiles fell on her head. The girl understood that she would definitely not be able to dodge everything, and therefore she needed to try to avoid hitting at least vital organs. But before she could finish formulating her plan, her partner suddenly appeared in front of her and began to deftly deflect arrows and projectiles, where, watching his actions, the attackers could not believe that their victim was able to defend himself from everything. Of course, they could not know that the young man was helped to deflect the arrows by the mythical persona of the dragon Hubei, whose weapon was now in the hands of the player. Turning to the girl, Jeremy told her to rely on him completely, after which he was told that his characteristics had improved due to the protection he had taken on for others. Here one of the gang members noted that they had a numerical superiority, suggesting that they pounce on the enemy and crush them with numerical superiority, where, seeing the extremely unreasonable actions of the gang members, their leader tried to somehow stop this impulse. Meanwhile, Jeremy, watching as the attackers began to move in his direction, decided that sometimes the best defense really was a good offense. and so he did not wait for his opponents to approach him, but quickly headed in their direction. And so, with powerful and precise movements, he destroyed one enemy after another, leaving them not the slightest chance. At some point he stopped and found himself surrounded by opponents on all sides, where the attackers considered this a victory, noting that now the guy could not escape from them. And just as they rushed towards their victim, believing that they could easily finish off the guy, suddenly Jeremy used one of the techniques of his mythical character. Spinning his spear very quickly, he began to throw his opponents in different directions, where none of them were able to dodge the attack due to the thrust created by the spinning weapon. And the young man completed his already incredible attack with a powerful energy blow. The gang leader, knocked over by the wave and sitting on the ground, could not believe what had just happened right before his eyes, where the bodies of his henchmen were scattered everywhere, and the one who was supposed to become their victim was not visible at all. But then the man's attention was drawn to some sounds that came from behind him, like quick steps. As it turned out, it was Jeremy who was still going strong, who continued to deal with the surviving bandits. And so the attackers' self-confidence was greatly shaken, where they told the leader that they had no chance against this guy. But at that very moment, the fighter who voiced his doubts received a strong punch in the face from the leader, who ordered everyone to shut up and listen to him. Throwing the hesitant warrior to the ground, the leader shouted that their mission was far more important than their pathetic lives, where he immediately used some abilities, saying in a zombifying tone that his minions should continue the attack, but now they must focus on destroying Amanda, as she is their main target. And as soon as the leader finished speaking, all his minions, stupefied by his magic, rushed at Amanda. But before they had even taken a couple of steps, Jeremy suddenly appeared in front of the girl and apologized for his tactless appearance. After which the young man grabbed his partner and quickly began to move away from the crowd of attackers. Along the way, he decided that, given that one of his hands was busy, it would be much more convenient for him to use the sword. And so, holding Amanda in one hand and the new short weapon in the other, Jeremy skillfully continued to deal with the gang members, where, having thrust his weapon into the body of one of the opponents, the young man noted that, apparently, the attackers were no longer quite human. Here, the character accompanying the young man in the battle said that, according to his observations, all the attacks of the opponents were directed not at the master, but at the girl. He then came up with a brilliant idea, which was to throw Amanda into the air to prove his assumptions were correct. However strange it may be, Jeremy liked the idea, where he took the girl with both hands, apologizing in advance for what was about to happen. Where at that very second, the young man threw his partner high into the air, shouting to her at the end that she should not worry, as he would definitely catch her. The Hubei Dragon's guess turned out to be correct, because as soon as the girl flew up, all the attackers froze, raising their heads. And Jeremy, watching the immobilized opponents, prepared to finish them off. Realizing that he didn't have much time, the young man quickly moved from one bandit to another, cutting them down with his sword. And so, when the deed was done, the character accompanying him noted that it was simply incredible. All that was left was to catch Amanda, where, looking at the sky, the dragon Hubei was directing the actions of the young man, telling him in which direction and how many centimeters he needed to move. The landing point was perfectly chosen, where Jeremy easily caught his partner. Immediately after which, the dragon Hubei said that his time had come to an end, and the young man thanked him for his excellent work and help. Turning his attention to his companion, Jeremy asked if everything was okay with her, to which the staggering Amanda replied that, in general, she understood the need for such a non-trivial act in this situation. The young man understood that the girl did not really like this flight, but this action helped to deal with the opponents. Watching the crowd of defeated bandits, Amanda could not believe that Jeremy could do it, where the guy himself thought to himself that it was possible, but not his. After which the young man drew the girl's attention to the leader of the group, whom he did not destroy but simply knocked out. The young man then asked if the service had managed to find out any information from the captured Bill, to which Amanda sadly noted that he was killed, with the killer likely being someone from the service, where today she is absolutely convinced that there is a spy among them. While Jeremy was listening to the girl, he opened an information window, where the task to save Amanda was still relevant, which made the young man tense up since the mission he had come for was not yet over. Deciding that he should take part in further events, Jeremy smiled and said that he had an excellent way to identify a spy, which he had already used to expose Bill. And so, after some time, the young man, accompanied by Amanda, was already in the service management meeting room. Chief of the service Don Williams noted that they had not had an emergency meeting for quite some time, where he was very interested to know what prompted this. Amanda answered his question by saying that during her patrol, she was assassinated by a group of 200 assassins. Amanda's teacher, Alex Smith, who was present at the meeting, literally jumped up from his seat, saying that only complete fools could come up with such an idea. And the girl continued, telling about how an artificial breakthrough was created, as well as how easily her radio signal was blocked, depriving her of the opportunity to call for help. She was able to survive under such circumstances only because the player standing next to her came to her aid. In this regard, she insists on his presence during this meeting, at least as a witness. Here, one of those present asked if this was the reason for the emergency meeting of the entire leadership, to which the girl replied that from the part where there is something else that they all need to discuss today. Another member of the congregation sitting nearby asked how important it could be that what the girl wanted to discuss required an emergency meeting. And without further tormenting her colleagues, Amanda explained that the main reason for the meeting was to identify a spy among them, where after what was said, the meeting participants one after another began to ask whether Amanda was ready to take responsibility for what was said, to which the girl replied in all seriousness that she had a method that would allow the spy to be identified. Where to use this method, you will only need to do a couple of things, but if those gathered think that they cannot do this, they can refuse. At this point, the head of the service intervened in the conversation, saying that he now understood the purpose of the meeting and asked what they should do. Then the girl explained that first they all had to take an oath that they would never tell anyone about what would happen here. Where Alex, who continued to remain on his feet, said that his student could have no doubt about this, and turning to the gypsy Vita he had summoned, Jeremy asked her to use the skill, a vow of silence. And when everyone in the room took their oath in turn, the skill was activated, where none of those who swore would ever be able to tell about what they saw or learned here today. Amanda then moved on to the next point, where she said that they needed permission to use their skills on everyone present, where of course, no harm would come from them. To which one of those present asked if the girl could at least indicate what skills would be used. But instead of Amanda, it was her teacher who answered, angrily slamming his fist on the table and saying that everyone gathered here were just cowards, since she said that the skills were not dangerous. After which he added that if Amanda caused any harm to anyone here, he would personally take responsibility for it. And the first to agree was the manager himself, who was already interested in what would happen next. Well, as was to be expected, all the other participants in the meeting followed suit, where Jeremy, breathing a sigh of relief, noted that all the conditions for using the skill were met, where at that very second the character he summoned spread his energy to the room, where it now turned into a room of truth. Amanda thanked everyone present for their trust, adding that her final request would be very simple, where every person present in this room only needs to say one single phrase, saying that he is not a spy. One of the men sitting at the table could not believe that everything was so simple, and when he asked Amanda, she said that everything really couldn't be simpler. The head of the service and Alex were the first to speak out, easily saying that they were not spies. And after them, all the other participants in the meeting also said the required words without any problems, where in the end there was only one man with glasses left who had not yet uttered this phrase, where his colleagues asked Mark to quickly say these words so that they could finish the meeting. But Amanda, who approached the man, cheerfully said that he did not say these words because he was simply not able to say them, where the girl explained that this was the effect of using the truth room skill, where no one could tell a lie, and another participant in the meeting who tried to call himself a woman really couldn't do it. And the exposed spy suddenly said that he couldn't believe that the girl had such a skill. Then Alex approached him, still unable to believe that one of his colleagues was a spy. But a second later, Mark suddenly shouted that he was acting in his name and immediately rushed at Amanda, clutching a piercing object in his hand. However, the attacker failed to reach his goal, as his dash was stopped by Alex's powerful blow, who hissed through his teeth that no one dared attack his students. At that very moment, Jeremy was informed that the mission to save Amanda was completed, where he fell into a chair and could not believe that he had managed to figure it all out. He immediately recalled the events that preceded this, where after offering help in finding a spy, he discovered with annoyance that he did not have enough mana to summon Vita, where in order for the mana to be restored, he will need to wait until midnight. Looking at his hand, the young man noted that if it weren't for the ring that Amanda had given him, nothing would have worked out. Thanks to this ring, the mana value was raised by several points, which allowed you to summon the desired character. Although the girl, when supplying him with this artifact, warned him to treat the service's property with due care. And while the young man was replaying all these events in his head, Vita asked if she could help him, to which he answered positively, thanking the girl. And when Jeremy noted that with such a skill Vita should have not a gold card, but a diamond one, the gypsy laughed and noted that the guy was just lucky. Not quite understanding what the girl meant, the young man asked her to clarify what it meant, and the gypsy immediately said that after the skill is activated, she no longer controls it. The skill's effect does not end prematurely, and if someone had decided to use it at that moment, nothing would have saved the young man. This is roughly how she died in the past, where after activating the skill, one of those whom she considered a friend called her a witch, where Vita was unable to justify herself, and so they treated her the way they treated everyone they considered witches or heretics. They burned her at the stake. This story immediately gave birth to the idea in the young man's head that he would need to be more careful when using the skill in the future. And the leader of the organization looked at the thinking young man from the side. At the next meeting, the hooded man announced that Amanda Stone had survived, where after a short pause he added that she not only survived, but also destroyed their entire squad of killers. After which the masked people began to loudly discuss the fact that this was simply impossible, since after stopping the breakthrough she should not have had any strength left. The man in the tiger mask said that all their calculations were correct, and the plan was definitely going to work. And the girl in the butterfly mask said that the service was not capable of such a thing, and their target was deprived of the opportunity to call for help. And the leader of the meeting said that, according to available information, only one person came to Amanda's aid. His identity could not be determined exactly, but he was a master of the spear and sword, and at some point he significantly increased his characteristics and mana level. After which, the masked faces began to discuss again that only an SS class player could do something like this. And in this case, only one person of this level comes to mind, which is Adrian McEnroe. But this argument was immediately met with criticism, where it was said that Adrian is not a member of the service or the guilds, but always works alone. But this argument was refuted by the suggestion that he might simply have been walking nearby when he saw the fight. But here all conversations were interrupted by the leader of the meeting, who loudly shouted that they had every chance of success, where his words were accompanied by a strong release of energy. Addressing all those gathered, the leader of the organization firmly said that no one dares to doubt him, where immediately words of apology poured out from all those present for their tactlessness and loss of faith. And the girl in the butterfly mask noted that the past is in the past. Now it is necessary to think about what Amanda can do next, having caught one of the killers. To which the leader explained that the magic used had long since driven everyone who had been exposed to it insane, and therefore there was no need to worry about the prisoner telling anything. Here, one of those present said that information had reached him, that Amanda had called an emergency meeting of the service's management, where he hoped that their man would soon tell how it ended. And the man in the hood summed up that due to the appearance of the SS class player, they lost an entire squad and failed the mission to destroy Amanda. Where, after everything that has happened, the entire service will be on guard and ready for unforeseen situations. Here the man in the tiger mask noticed that the face in the monkey mask was missing from the meeting, where the leader of the meeting explained that the previous failure motivated him to create something new, which is why he was absent. And indeed, as he plotted his revenge, the face in the monkey mask tore apart Jeremy's images, whispering that he would soon pay in blood for his shame. Sitting opposite the head of the service, the young man could not believe what he had just heard, where Don continued by saying that he personally was completely confident that the truth room was not used by Amanda, but by his interlocutor. Looking at the insightful man, the young man noted that in general, it was not difficult to guess, since such a skill does not correspond with the specifics of Amanda's personality. And the head of the service added that thanks to Jeremy, the life and health of their valuable employee is now safe. Moreover, the young man helped them identify and detain a spy in their ranks. He would therefore like to personally express his gratitude to Jeremy, both on his own behalf and on behalf of the entire service. And when the man asked what the young man would like to receive as gratitude, the latter replied that a simple thank you would be enough. At that moment, Don noticed the young man's hand, which he was gesturing with when he was talking to the man, where Jeremy himself immediately turned his attention to his palm, where he noted that he had completely forgotten to return this ring, immediately starting to remove it from his finger. But his actions were interrupted by the head of the service, who said that this ring would be a thank you for his actions. Such a gesture of goodwill was extremely unexpected not only for the young man, but also for Amanda, who was nearby all this time. But Don said that the matter was resolved, where he was convinced that even this would not be enough to express gratitude. He then extended his hand to the young man, expressing hope for further cooperation, where Jeremy immediately accepted the sign of respect by shaking the man's hand. Where after this, looking at the artifact on his finger, he could not believe that he was just given such a valuable thing. In addition, the young man was to be rewarded for the completed task by a representative of the universe. Taking a sip of freshly brewed coffee, Airly greeted Jeremy as he returned home, and the young man noted that this time their new meeting happened quite soon, to which the girl suddenly said that she was not at all happy that she and the young man met so often, which shocked Jeremy, who who immediately asked excitedly what he had done wrong to upset the representative of the universe. To which Erli quickly explained that the problem was not with her interlocutor, but with the fact that visits to this world took a lot of energy from her every time. But recalling her last visit, the girl noted that in Adrian's house, she simply had no choice. After all, the universe mainly acts as an observer, and only in extreme cases can it allow itself to appear to a person. Lost in thought, the young man noted that they really do meet often, to which his guest noted that it was all due to the special situations that Jeremy constantly finds himself in. And then the young man realized that all urgent messages are what the universe itself considers truly important. And so he asked the girl a question about the reason why he was given all these tasks, for the completion of which the universe then rewarded him. But Erlia said that she couldn't answer that question now, but if the boy got more influence points, then she would tell him in time. Immediately after which, the representative of the universe assured Jeremy that under no circumstances did she intend to harm him. Having understood everything the girl had said, the young man said that he had no idea how to increase his influence. After answering that there were many ways, Erlia recommended simply leveling up for now. And then the young man realized that reaching new levels over time would in itself increase his influence. But now, getting to the main question, Jeremy asked if he could, like last time, try to choose some kind of reward himself, where, if possible, he would like to have at least something that would not require him to spend something for its use. The ticket system is certainly useful, but he is bothered by the impact it has on his stats. Of course, the young man likes the fact that every 10th card is guaranteed to be at least gold, which already helped him when he was able to get Xiaoming to help him. But nevertheless, he really wants to acquire some skill that does not have serious limitations. After listening to the young man, Erlia replied that she would take his wishes into account when she gave out the reward. But before that, the girl would like to invite Jeremy to familiarize himself with the award that she originally planned to present to him, where she was ready to bet that her proposal would definitely please the young man. Of course, Jeremy was eager to learn about the award that the representative of the universe herself praised so much, and so, mysteriously clenching her hands, from which a strong glow immediately appeared, the girl prepared to show the hero the award. And as she spread her arms and the light that appeared projected images of two warriors, Erlia announced that she was offering the boy the skill of dual character summoning. Confused, Jeremy didn't even immediately understand what was meant by the so-called double summoning. But the representative of the universe confirmed his cautious guesses, saying that now he will be able to summon two characters at the same time. Where the young man immediately imagined how he could fight holding a heavenly halberd in one hand and a spear in the other. However, the question arose, if he summons two personalities, whose characteristics will he then receive, since he only has one body? Where the young man noted to himself that it would be nice if the character's characteristics added up, but this would exceed any expectations. However, Erli explained that the young man would receive the highest score for each individual stat from each character. But after that, the girl added that during the summoning, the young man will receive all the talents that the summoned characters possess. And to make it clear, the girl began to explain that one of the characters can wield a sword at the second level and a spear at the first, while the second character's skills consist of mastering bows at level 2 and spears at level 1, where in this case the player gets skills in wielding a level 2 bow, a level 2 sword, and a level 1 spear. The same applies to all other characteristics that both the characters and the player have. And so the young man, trying to figure out what prospects were opening up before him, simply could not believe that such a thing was even real. He immediately imagined a situation where he received the talents of the jack of all trades Wang and the luck of Wang Lung, where with such a set of qualities he will be able to create a weapon that will have truly incredible characteristics. Not believing his luck, Jeremy asked Erli if she was really going to give him such a skill, to which she replied positively. But then she warned him that using it too often was not recommended, which already alarmed the young man. And the representative of the universe explained that using this skill requires a considerable amount of mana. And when both personalities are summoned, the skill's duration will be halved, so it must be used wisely. The young man noted to himself that such a powerful skill obviously had to have some limitations, which also raised the question of whether he would be able to use it at all with his amount of mana. In his heart, he asked why the girl couldn't give him something without restrictions, to which she calmly replied that all restrictions were inextricably linked to the balance of energy in the universe. And then a glowing ball appeared in her hands, and Erli, saying that at the moment this was the best she could offer, asked if Jeremy would agree to accept such a reward. Realizing that at least such a skill would give him a good advantage, the young man agreed to accept the reward, to which the representative of the universe said that she had no doubt about it. After which, she struck the young man standing in front of her with all her might with the glowing sphere, After which, writhing on the floor in pain and talking about how Erlia should be more gentle next time, the young man was informed about receiving a new skill, double summoning. And the girl, reminding Jeremy that the universe was watching him, slowly disappeared into thin air. Jeremy and Adrian were actively working their fingers on the buttons of the joysticks in their hands. And once again, Adrian defeated his idol, which the latter, of course, was not particularly happy about. He then turned to his gaming companion, noting that he, despite his own words about his poor play, was doing quite well, to which Adrian replied that it was his gaming opponent who was most likely giving in. Having said that he always gives it his all in games, Jeremy suddenly noticed a certain device that was standing nearby. He asked the owner of the house what it was, to which Adrian explained that it was his girlfriend who had persuaded him to put this thing there. At that very moment, energy suddenly began to concentrate in the device, which greatly frightened the guest of this house. Assuming an explosion was coming next, Jeremy quickly buried his ears and pressed himself into the sofa. Meanwhile, Adrian suddenly said Anderson's name in a less than pleased voice, where immediately after his words, a girl came out of the device, who told Adrian to rejoice at the arrival of the great warrior. And just as she began to say that the owner of the house should hurry up and bring her something to eat, her speech suddenly stopped. Where, seeing Jeremy rise from the sofa, the girl asked about what kind of person he was. But instead of answering the question, she was forced to listen to a lecture from her friend, who repeated for the 100th time that she should warn him about her visits. And when he finished, he introduced the girl with great pleasure to his idol, and the one who saved his brother from death during the exam. After which Adrian said that Jeremy had most likely already heard about Mila Anderson, where, of course, the whole world knew about this girl, because it was she who developed the Awakener, created the virtual reality system, and introduced the system of player classes. It was Mila Anderson who was both the richest person in the world and also the first to awaken her mana. As Jeremy approached the girl, he noted that he had no idea she was so young, to which Adrian attempted to name her true age, but did not have time to finish, as he received an elbow in the side. After which Mila, taking off her glove, extended her hand to the young man, saying that she had already heard about him and was very pleased to meet him. But as soon as her new acquaintance began to extend his hand in return for politeness, Mila suddenly paid close attention to his bracelet, where she immediately asked whether the young man had really been able to obtain this bracelet from the treasure world. Hearing this, Adrian was also very surprised at where this artifact could have come from, and Jeremy had already launched his research skill, which immediately informed him that the girl had a privacy bracelet, the effect of which had been dispelled. The study then discovered another layer of protection in the form of the fake information effect, which was also dispelled. After which the young man noted to himself that this girl apparently had a lot of protective artifacts. But now the research was completed, and Jeremy was finally able to see all of Mila's hidden abilities. Even considering that she was a genius, 17 talents was a very large number, and there were also questions about how she knew about the bracelet. But then the young man's thoughts were interrupted by Adrian's impulse, who asked his guest not to be angry with the girl, where she simply has the ability to analyze any objects in their world, finding out what they were made of and how they were made. However, there are a couple of items whose origins even she is unable to understand, where it is one legendary halberd and the sword Excalibur, but she had just come across another object that she had failed to recognize, and that object was Jeremy's bracelet. After listening to all the explanations, the young man said that now everything became clear to him, and the owner of the house suddenly said that he would like to ask his guest for one small favor, to which Jeremy replied that if it was within his power, then of course he would help his friends. Then Adrian said that since his guest had visited the world of treasures, he probably already knew that there were other creatures from distant worlds, where they had a theory that these beings might know something about why portals started appearing on Earth, where they, traveling through the worlds, collect information about this phenomenon, communicating with creatures and asking them questions. And when asked whether they managed to find out anything, Adrian explained that everyone they tried to talk to was banned. But from what I could find out, someone went to another world and made some kind of deal, paying the bills with their world. Jeremy immediately asked if they suspected the head of the Blackwood Guild, to which his interlocutor replied that he was their main suspect. All this information was not exactly shocking for the young man, but it did create many new questions. It turned out that all the monsters that broke through from the worlds were just reconnaissance units, where players have repeatedly told about encountering such monsters whose intelligence made them amazed. Therefore, very soon the Earth may encounter much stronger and more intelligent creatures, where a collision with intelligent inhabitants of other worlds is now only a matter of time. Testing his guesses, Jeremy said that the new monsters could be very different from the previous ones, and his interlocutor explained that representatives of other worlds are also divided into those who wish them harm, and those who, on the contrary, want to help. And after the young man thought about what was said, Adrian added that the latter could definitely be considered allies. But then Jeremy asked a question where he became interested in the reason why they decided to reveal such important information to him, to which Mila responded by loudly shouting that they just needed Jeremy's help. After all, if a young man possesses such an artifact, it means he has some kind of talent that is highly valued by beings from other worlds, where the girl said that her new acquaintance could well become one of the SS class players, or even surpass them all. Not really understanding how he could help, Jeremy asked his interlocutor about it, to which Adrian responded by saying that now they would like the young man to actively continue to improve his skills. After all, in the future, they may begin to be attacked by much stronger types of monsters and creatures from other worlds. That's when they'll need Jeremy's help, who should be ready to deal with a threat of that level by then. And Mila immediately added that her new friend should not be shy about asking her for help, where she would always provide it. And while she was talking, Adrian whispered to his guests that despite her absolutely tactless behavior, Mila was, on the whole, a very good person. Smiling, Jeremy extended his hand to the girl, saying that he was honored to have a friend like Miss Anderson. Shaking the outstretched hand, the girl said that from now on, Jeremy could simply call her Mila. Through the open portal, certain beings formed a circle and observed the state of affairs on Earth, where, with an evil grin, one of these creatures said that the time of the miserable race of people had come to an end. From the other side of the portal, a representative of the universe was closely watching what was happening, where Airly, looking straight into the blackness of the open portal, said that time was almost over. The blow from the monster's tentacle hit the shield that Hank always had with him, where he immediately noted that his equipment was definitely finished this time, as the shield began to fall apart from the impact. Meanwhile, Samantha, who was attacking the monster, shouted that they had almost finished him off, where they just needed to exert themselves a little bit. Suddenly, Jeremy saw one of the monster's tentacles attack his girlfriend from behind, where he had managed to cover the girl with himself. Seeing the person she cared about get hit, Samantha became very angry, swinging her arm and gathering all the energy in her hands, after which she dealt her opponent a blow of unprecedented force right on his head. Noticing that the girl had made an excellent attack, Jeremy instantly jumped up, swinging his weapon, and so the monster with the heavenly halberd in its head was defeated, and the young man received a message about the increase in his characteristics. Hank noted that everything went great today, also asking if anyone had been affected, after which Jeremy looked at his shoulder, which no longer had the protection on it, which had been destroyed by the tentacle strike. He immediately said that things couldn't go on like this, and that they needed to find new good equipment for the team. In one of the departments of the shopping center, a salesman was loudly shouting that he was the only one holding a promotion for beginner players today. In another, the girl informed the interested buyer that when purchasing this potion, the second one would be given as a gift. And right around the corner there was a forge, where a blacksmith and salesman in one person demonstrated the completed work to the customer. As Jeremy walked through the Gamers Mall for the first time, he noted that the place looked much more impressive than he could have imagined from the stories he had heard about it. Suddenly, Samantha, who was accompanying the young people, said that she wanted to run through all the departments, and therefore suggested meeting later. After which Hank suggested that his companion go straight to the gun shop, to which Jeremy agreed. But at that moment his attention was drawn to some active, abusive speech, where one of the buyers loudly declared that he had come across nothing but junk, and the man standing next to him declared that he had heard of cases of valuable things being purchased. And then Hank noted that lottery shops are a real pleasure, where it is almost never possible to get something worthwhile. And when Jeremy asked what kind of lottery shop it was, Hank, pleased that he would be instructing his mentor, said that everything was sold there at very low prices, where valuable things were sometimes found among the mountains of junk, which is why it was called a lottery. The young man immediately suggested that his companion try his luck, to which Jeremy responded with a categorical refusal, saying that luck was not his strong point. However, a second later, a brilliant idea came to him to use his research skill to find valuable items, and so he changed his mind, saying that he would still go and see what kind of goods were there. And Hank, sticking to the plan, went to the gun shop, saying that they would meet later, and so Jeremy found himself inside the right store, where he was told that he could pick up various items himself, and then go to the checkout with them. Standing by the shelves with goods, the young man noted that it would be incredibly difficult to find something worthwhile among all this junk. Seeing a good-looking armband, the young man used his research skill, where he immediately received information that it was just trash. Things were not going well since he couldn't afford to research every single item, because he would simply run out of mana before he researched even 1% of the goods. Suddenly, his hearing caught a very weak female voice, which tirelessly begged him to come to her aid. Looking out into the passage, Jeremy made sure that there was no one there, and the voice continued to speak. Only it was no longer calling for help, but informing the diary that no one had saved her today either. Following the voice, the young man slowly moved from one shelf to another, and when he reached the next one, the girl screamed at the top of her lungs for the passerby to stop, since she was right there, right in the circle. When he sat down, the voice asked if the Great One could hear her, to which Jeremy replied that it was more than clear. Where he heard the pleas for help, that's where he came. And then, after a joyful cry, a tiny girl suddenly appeared from the ring, who was incredibly happy to see her savior, where she promptly introduced herself, calling herself Ligeia, and saying that she was one of the 13 pieces of the legendary golden dragon armor. And Jeremy noted to himself that this was one of those animated objects that he had once read about in science fiction books. He never thought that he would be able to find such an item, where the young man became curious about whether he could hear her because of the communication skill. Turning to his new acquaintance, the young man asked why she called him great, to which the girl explained that Jeremy personified the gift of the universe to this world, like a golden dragon. This statement from the little fairy was completely incomprehensible to the young man, where he asked if she had mixed anything up. But Ligeia did not answer his question, but began to cry, saying that she had no longer hoped to get out of here and had not even dreamed of today's meeting. But then Jeremy said that he was just an ordinary person, not a dragon, and did not know that dragons could even exist, which greatly upset the little girl, who began to cry even harder, saying that in that case, she would probably be abandoned here. And the young man asked if he could use the ring if he was not what Ligeia thought he was, to which the girl explained that the ring could be used simply by communicating with her. But to reveal its full potential, the seals imposed on it had to be removed. But the girl immediately noted that it is practically impossible for an ordinary person to do this. The young man then said that he would simply keep in mind that the seals could be destroyed in the future. And so he invited the little ring keeper to join him, where he would try to find a way to destroy the seals as quickly as possible. The girl, very happy about this event, literally pressed herself to her savior's face, asking him how she could repay him for his kindness. And suddenly she realized where they were, asking if her master had come here for equipment. And when she received a positive answer, she immediately offered the young man to become his consultant, since she knows where good equipment is. And so, after some time, the young man approached the checkout, where he said that he was ready to buy everything that he had loaded into the cart. He asked Ligeia if she had any skill in evaluating objects, to which she replied that she simply had very well-developed instincts and a sense of where a young man simply needed to trust her. Very soon, Jeremy's companions were already marveling at the new equipment, trying it on and noting its good quality. Samantha said that she would take special care of the donated items, and Hank noted that his friend was probably the only one who cared so much about his team. Jeremy, thinking that his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets from overusing the research skill, replied that he hadn't done anything supernatural, but had simply bought the equipment. Soon the walk through the shopping center was over, and the friends said goodbye to each other for a while. Left alone, the young man summoned his new fantasy character, where he asked her a question about what to look for when removing the seals from the ring. But then a map suddenly appeared before his eyes, where he was informed that a new portal had appeared. Jeremy noted that the portal opened very close and practically in the very center of the city, where he immediately rushed in the direction indicated on the map, saying that the issue of removing the seals would have to be postponed for now. As it turned out, the portal appeared on the construction site, right in one of the unfinished buildings. Using his exploration skill to enter the other world, the young man learned that there was a Category B world on the other side, where, after thinking for a bit, Jeremy noted that he had enough strength to cope here alone. But then Ligeia said that her master had spent a lot of mana, and he should think carefully about whether it was worth going alone. Opening the status window, Jeremy noted that he had become significantly stronger, where, taking into account all his artifacts, he could easily pass for Class A. And so, turning to the girl, he said that he was ready to try to figure out the seals before going off to conquer another world. And when he asked again about the difficulties, Ligeia said that some great sorcerer would be suitable for removing the seals. After listening to the girl, Jeremy decided to take action, directing his research skill at the ring. And then he was informed that the process of removing the first seal had begun, which meant that there were several levels of protection. And then a bright flash before the young man's eyes accompanied the receipt of a message that the first seal had been successfully removed. And at that very moment, the discovery of the second seal was announced, where the process of its removal began. The little ringkeeper was shocked when suddenly the second seal was also removed, and now the process of removing the third seal had already begun, where Jeremy felt great hope that now everything would work out. But then he received a message that the third seal could not be removed, since this required the fulfillment of a special condition. And while he was thinking that his research skill was also not all-powerful, Ligeia was suddenly surrounded by a bright light, where the little girl immediately changed greatly and noted that removing 2 seals at once was impressive. Immediately, Jeremy was able to see a window with the characteristics of his new character, which impressed him greatly. It turned out that his new acquaintance was as good as if you added up the characteristics of his gloves and the ring given to him by the service, where she was also developing. Jeremy also noticed that he had developed a talent for intuition, where he assumed that he could use it too. But Ligeia upset him by saying that this was her own talent, which only she could use. The young man then asked what her talent was, to which the girl explained that it was something like a 6th sense. It was this talent that she used to choose the right equipment in the store. Remembering that he hadn't checked the equipment yet, the young man immediately took it out of his item storage. Noting that everything looked quite good on the outside, Jeremy hoped that the quality was just as good, to which Ligeia replied that she was rarely wrong. And so he began to apply the research skill to each of the acquired items one by one, where some items added strength, others dexterity, others contributed to increased endurance, and in any other store would cost a fortune. The only unusable item was a ring, which even the study determined to be ordinary trash. The girl apologized for this, saying that it was rare, but she could make a mistake. But Jeremy said that it was nothing. The young man noted to himself that her talent was similar to Wang Lung's luck, and as the character developed, the probability of errors would approach 0. And so, having tried on all his new armor and having materialized a heavenly halberd, the young man was ready to set off to conquer another world, where his personal detector immediately warned that the gentleman needed to be ready to repel an attack immediately after he found himself on the other side. Having thanked the girl, Jeremy entered the portal, and as soon as he found himself on the other side, a monster really did rush at him, which he, however, dealt with without any problems with one simple movement of his weapon, where, after first impaling it on the tip of his halberd, the youth threw the monster into the wall, once again thanking Ligeia for the warning. And the girl had already noticed a new danger, informing the owner that new enemies were already visible right ahead. Jeremy also had a clear view of the monsters, who were slowly approaching the distance needed for a throw. And when they started moving faster, the young man, gathering energy, decided to try out one of his new skills, where, sharply straightening his weapon, he used a powerful energy blow directed straight at where his opponents were running from. Looking at what was left of the monsters that tried to attack, Jeremy himself was surprised at how strong he was, and the girl accompanying him, looking sadly at the torn bodies, quietly said that she felt sorry for the goods that were going to waste. Hearing what was said, Jeremy did not understand what his companion meant by the goods going to waste, and Ligeia did not make her wait long for an explanation, asking her master for permission to eat the monster's body. At the same second, some kind of energy spread from the ring onto the monster's body, under the influence of which the lifeless body suddenly began to disintegrate almost into molecules. After which, wishing herself a bon appetit, the little girl swallowed the mass into which the body had turned, where she immediately noted through tears that it was true bliss to have a snack for the first time in so many years. Soon there was not a single body part of any monster left in the cave, but Ligeia said that even so, she still wasn't full. Opening the status window of the character traveling with him, Jeremy noticed that after absorbing the bodies, the development progress bar had increased. Then the young man's companion explained that when the scale was completely filled, the gentleman would be able to remove the third seal, which would significantly improve her abilities. To which Jeremy said that in that case he was ready to feed the little fairy until she was full. While destroying another enemy, the young man noted that these monsters exuded a disgusting smell. And then another monster, with its mouth wide open, tried to pounce on the uninvited guest who had come into their world. But the young man immediately cut off his head with his halberd, telling him not to open his mouth, which smelled so bad. Meanwhile, another enemy began his attack from another corner. Not allowing it to get any closer, Jeremy dealt the monster a powerful blow with his weapon. But surprisingly, this blow for some reason did not cause any significant damage to the enemy. The young man could not understand what was going on, since his strength was quite sufficient not only to injure, but to cut this monster in half, and the enemy was already trying to attack the uninvited guest by jumping high and making a swing. Jeremy then decided to change weapons, where his halberd quickly transformed into a sword, which he used to deliver several quick blows, and his companion, looking at the body cut into pieces, assumed that the gentleman was chopping them up to make it easier for her to eat them. But there was no time to talk, because the number of opponents was not decreasing, and the next game was already very close. Taking a deep breath, the young man used a tiger roar, which weakened the attack power of his opponents by 10%. And while the attackers were in confusion, Jeremy quickly rushed towards them. Once he was very close, the young man used another of his skills, where the energy he created resembled an explosion. When the attack was completed, the young man noted that the correct combination of skills makes him much stronger. Meanwhile, the girl accompanying him was already preparing to absorb new bodies. And when she finished, Jeremy said that they had finally reached the room of the master of this world. While Ligeia was wondering if there would be anything tasty for her there, the young man began to select characters. And of course, the first person he called upon today was Wang Lung, who greeted his master warmly. Seeing the man appear, Ligeia shouted that she saw a ghost, hiding behind her master's head. Then the character who appeared asked for forgiveness, and introduced himself as one of the ancient emperors named Wang Lung. And while the girl admired the emperor, Jeremy noted to himself that it was not enough for him to destroy the empire. Now he also boasts that he ruled. But when Ligeia asked a question about the state of his empire today, even the master himself became interested in what he would answer. Then Wang Lung quickly changed the subject, saying that he had been summoned to use the lottery, so there was definitely no point in waiting. Hearing the word lottery, the ringkeeper happily said that she could help with this too, where the gentleman will have to press the scroll button when he gives the signal to do so. After freezing for a while, Ligeia suddenly came to life and shouted loudly for Jeremy to press the button right now. And so, on the very first try, the young man got a gold card, which could not but please. The girl said that her intuition never failed her, and Wang Lung noted with displeasure that it was not intuition, but his luck. Meanwhile, Jeremy was already studying the characteristics of the new character he had summoned, who was a master of firearms. Upon appearing, the character immediately declared that he would give his life for his master, where these words greatly touched the sentimental Ligeia. There was nothing more to wait for, and the young man, accompanied by another warrior of the past, entered the room of the master of the world, where the huge monster did not keep us waiting and immediately rushed to attack. But this time, Jeremy didn't even need to get close to him. He simply pulled the bowstring and fired an arrow at the monster, which pierced the monster's body through and flew out from the back and stuck into the wall. And while the weapon disappeared from his hand and an increase in level and characteristics was announced, Jeremy noted that for such a modest world, he had summoned an overly strong character. And now he has already left the portal, returning to his world, where the girl accompanying him said that she was full. Literally immediately he received a call from Samantha, and the young man was very happy to hear from her. But when she said that her father wanted to talk to him, Jeremy's mood changed dramatically. Straightening his tie, the young man answered Ligeia's question, explaining that he wanted to meet the one who had helped him a lot to get back on his feet, including by getting him into the guild. But suddenly his speech was interrupted, as the young man unexpectedly felt someone's gaze on him. Jeremy stopped and looked around, where the girl, not understanding what was happening, asked what happened. But the young man, without answering the question, asked a counter-question, asking whether Ligeia felt the same as he did. But she did not understand what the gentleman was talking about. And then the young man said that it was probably because they had recently come from another world. The man in glasses, sitting in a defensive pose, said some less than welcoming words to Jeremy. Presenting the man with a bottle of wine as a gift, the young man apologized for not stopping by earlier. The man then said that if Samantha had become part of his team, then he simply had to meet him. Apologizing again, Jeremy said he wanted to meet earlier, but he and the team had a lot of things to do. Having already taken out the bottle he had brought, he suggested to his old acquaintance that they stop chatting and have a drink. And now the young man was telling the man about how talented his daughter was and how much she helped him out. The first bottle had long since run out, and now the owner was pouring the guest some from his own reserves, accompanying this with the words that he would not give his daughter to any guild, although they called often. And suddenly he asked Jeremy in all seriousness whether he and his daughter had started dating, to which the young man replied that he had known her since she was 10 years old, and that she was like a sister to him. But then a very drunk man jumped up, asking the guest if he thought Samantha was not worthy of him. Then the girl herself appeared, accompanied by her mother, who, noting that her husband had gotten drunk again, said that she would calm him down now and sent the young people out for a walk. Outside, Samantha apologized for her dad, but Jeremy said it was his fault because he should have come earlier. But suddenly he attracted the girl's attention by showing her a beautiful necklace and asking her to accept this gift. And when she took it, the young man added that not only did he find it cute, but it also increased his perception by 2 points. The girl said that she was very pleased to receive such a gift, where she would wear it with great pleasure. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice asked for forgiveness for interrupting their conversation, but explaining that she did not have time, asked if this was the girl who had the gift of the saint. After which, both Samantha and Jeremy, abruptly breaking the distance, prepared for the duel. Extremely surprised that he hadn't noticed this girl sneaking up on them at all, the young man used his research skill, assuming that she was a high-level player. And while he was studying the characteristics of the future enemy, the girl said that the saint did not know them, but they had heard about her, and therefore she would go with them. Samantha had already tried to contact the service, but having failed, she informed her friend that there was no connection. Suddenly, Jeremy said that he needed the girl's hand, where without waiting for any answer, he instantly grabbed her wrist himself. Having received a message that the saint had blessed him, the young man launched a unifying lottery, where he immediately got a golden card. At the same time, the Liuli accompanying the girl noted that the energy of the young man who was with the saint suddenly increased. But before they even had time to draw their weapons, Jeremy had already rushed into the attack, knocking down the first two opponents with one movement. After all, this time he was accompanied by another skilled warrior from the past, whom he managed to summon using the lottery. Turning to those who disturbed their peace and prevented their romantic walk, Jeremy asked if the warriors were mercenaries of the Blackwood Guild, to which the girl, who was clearly the leader of this detachment, asked not to compare them with these fanatics. But the young man said that it was strange for him to hear such a ridiculous excuse, since now the people standing before him were doing the same thing as the other servants of this guild. And the leader of the warriors explained that they needed the help of the saint, where the young man should retreat if he did not want bloodshed. Hearing these words, Jeremy noted that, in all likelihood, they would not come to a peaceful solution. And so the warriors rushed forward, where the young man did not wait for them to get closer, and also began to attack. The leader of this attack managed to dodge the spear thrust with great difficulty, and immediately after the defense, she shouted to one of her warriors that the enemy was still open and should attack. Immediately obeying the order, the warrior jumped high into the air, pointing the tip of his sword downwards. But even without paying attention to this ridiculous attack, Jeremy disarmed his opponent with a deft upward movement of his spear. But the other warriors were also not asleep, and with coordinated actions, tried to surround the young man. Realizing that the distance was too short to continue the battle with long weapons, the young man transformed his spear into a sword, where, defending herself from his attack with a sword, the girl could only think to herself about what kind of monster stood in their way. Where this incredible player uses a long weapon from a long distance, but as soon as the distance is reduced, in the blink of an eye it turns into a short one. It was impossible to find any weak points in this enemy, who was also helped by a saint. In the brief moment between attacks or their repulsion, Jeremy noticed that the alley was completely empty. Therefore, this is a pre-arranged ambush, where there must be a person who supports the limiting dome with his energy. And now the young man has already discovered the one who is doing this, quickly rushing at him. Noticing where the enemy was aiming, the girl shouted that her partner had been discovered, and that he should be careful. But Jeremy, shouting that it was too late, threw his spear at the enemy with all his might. And when it reached its target, it resembled a real, albeit small, but still an explosion. After which the leader of the warriors noted with horror that the barrier they had created was crumbling. Also noticing that the insulation was disappearing, Jeremy hurried his girlfriend, saying that they needed to manage to break through this window. And the leader of the attackers gave the order to someone to stay and restore the barrier, and for everyone else to begin pursuing the target. Samantha and her protector ran through the park for quite a long time, and finally stopped to catch their breath. Looking around, the young man did not understand what was happening. After all, they ran for more than half an hour, but never left the park, which suggested that there was another barrier installed on top of the first one. After which he turned to the girl with a question about whether she had any guesses about what kind of guild it was that was spending so many resources on her capture. Where the girl, of course, did not know this information. Their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a man in a monkey mask on a lamppost, who joyfully announced that he had finally found them. As he was descending, performing a somersault, Jeremy, covering the girl with his body, said that if they needed Samantha so much, then they should invite her officially. Looking at the young man, a new participant in today's events said that he had no idea who Samantha was. Gathering energy into his hand, the masked man explained that he had come here today for Jeremy's head. At that very moment, energy controlled by the killer appeared under the young man's feet, forming a circle. However, his companion quickly managed to react, using the skill of an impenetrable shield, with which she surrounded the young man. Immediately after that, a huge hand burst out from the circle under the young man's feet and smashed through the defense. Jeremy was thrown back, where the girl prevented him from falling on his back, and the attacker noted with surprise that the girl almost managed to block his attack. Noting to himself that the enemy's dark aura definitely had origins from the Blackwood Guild, the young man used the research skill. However, he was immediately informed about the effect of the magical artifact on the attacker's neck, which would hide some of the information. At that very moment, the medallion hanging on the neck of the man in the mask began to work, which surprised even its owner, not to mention Jeremy. Looking closely at his victim, the attacker noticed that his opponent apparently had some kind of reconnaissance skill. Meanwhile, the young man noted that the effect of his skill was ending, where he clearly felt how strong and terrible energy his opponent possessed. But his opponent also felt the changes, noting out loud that he felt the youth's energy had diminished. Shouting that this needed to be checked, the masked man once again used his powerful weapon. Summoning the lottery machine to spin the random lotteries, Jeremy, listening to Van Lung rushing him, realized that he would not have time to choose a character. But once again, Samantha saved him and gave him precious time, blocking the attack again. Trying her best to hold back the enemy's onslaught, the girl shouted for Jeremy to run away from here, while the young man was being informed that he had been influenced by the saint's favor, which had increased his luck. He shouted for his girlfriend to retreat, as this confrontation was very dangerous. But the enemy's magic had already broken through the protective field, shattering it into small pieces, and the blow threw back the brave defender. All this gave the young man precious time, during which he managed to play the lottery, where he successfully got a gold card. And while the next character was being summoned, the man in the mask immediately noticed that his opponent's energy level was increasing significantly. And now Jeremy's unification with the summoned character was completed, where he had already pulled the bowstring, and so the shot was fired, where the arrow with the explosive effect was directed by him exactly at the target. However, the masked man easily defended himself from this attack, and noticed that his opponent was an S-class archer. This explained to him how he was able to stop the breakthrough on the bridge. But at the same time, the killer noted that he was unable to overcome his defense, where, while observing the events, a summoned archer of the Chinese Qing dynasty found it curious that their opponent had survived after being hit by his arrow. But then, pulling the bowstring again, the young man released another arrow, where the killer, observing his actions, said that it was absolutely useless. However, it was no longer a fire arrow, but an ice arrow, which, having reached the barrier, produced a strong freezing effect. But the man in the mask, laughing loudly, shouted that freezing him inside his opponent would also not work. But Jeremy didn't have a goal in mind, where he was once again pulling the bowstring, preparing to release a third arrow, where this shot was charged not only with the energy of the shooter, but also received the blessing of the saint. And when the young man received the corresponding message, he thanked the girl for her help. And so, having shouted that his enemy would now taste the divine arrow, the young man released the bowstring, where upon reaching the protective dome of the man in the mask, the released arrow produced a huge explosion. Watching the effect he had managed to create, Jeremy said that he should have definitely hurt his opponent that way. But when the dust settled a little and the smoke cleared, the man in the mask continued to stand on his feet in his previous place. Gathering energy into his hand, the killer hissed that for forcing him to use his artifact once more, he would now grind his opponent into dust. Here, the time of the character he had summoned ended at a very inopportune moment, where Jeremy did not have time to do anything, when he suddenly saw his girlfriend slowly descending onto the asphalt. However, the harmful influence of the dark forces was suddenly interrupted by the leader of the warriors who had attacked Jeremy and Samantha earlier, who appeared and dealt a powerful blow to the man in the mask. This blow threw the killer far away, and the girl asked Jeremy about who this villain using the dark arts was. Quickly realizing what was going on, the young man said loudly that this was a murderer sent after the saint. Meanwhile, the man in the mask had already managed to rise to his feet, asking the new participants in the battle who they were. But without bothering to explain, the leader of the warriors rushed into the attack, saying that they were the first to come for the saint. But the man in the mask didn't even want to listen to what they were telling him, where he had used his powers at the highest level. Jeremy asked the leader of the warriors to hold out a little longer, where he was already preparing to provide assistance. Realizing that he would never be able to defeat the killer on his own, Jeremy launched a unifying lottery, but the result was unexpectedly the appearance of the Van Loon card, where his level immediately increased by another point. Lamenting that such a card had fallen out right now, the young man annoyedly noted his complete lack of mana. Meanwhile, the masked man continued to fight the leader of the warriors, using his dark skills, where the girl loudly asked how much more time the young man needed, since she could no longer cope. Jeremy was already clutching his head, since the next used ticket, bought with his characteristic points, did not bring the desired result. He noted that he had already spent all of his tickets, which he had been saving for a rainy day, but was still too short of the guaranteed 10th gold card. And the enemy continued to advance, where the warriors opposing him and their leader were already coming to the conclusion that today they would all die here. Rising to his feet, the young man suddenly realized that he had no way out of this situation except one. He remembered Erli's words, saying that the human body would not be able to withstand the increase in level. But realizing that there was no other way out, the young man tore off the protective stone. Immediately, an unimaginable and previously unseen flow of energy began to gather above his head, where, having gained the necessary concentration, this stream literally hit the person on the ground. Looking into the very center of the flow rushing through his body, the young man literally felt the energy of the universe. Watching her friend's face distort, Samantha, standing next to him, asked what was happening to him. But at some point the flow of energy stopped flowing into the young man's body. Feeling his body, Jeremy noted that he was ready to risk his life, but he didn't think that everything would end so easily. But then he received a message that the leveling process was starting to start, after which he experienced terrible pain that bent the young man in half. He was already on his knees and screaming hysterically from the pain tearing through his body, frightening his girlfriend, who did not understand what was happening and did not know what to do to help the guy. Having already fallen to the ground and experiencing unbearable pain, Jeremy managed to mentally notice that he had no idea how much the artifact given to him by Erli made his life easier. Meanwhile, the masked man did a little self-analysis, where the conclusion was that he felt a sense of rage and deviated from the goal, began to fight with some warriors who did not interest him at all. But turning his attention to his victim, the killer noticed that something unimaginable was happening to the guy, where his energy was completely out of control, where the masked man came to the conclusion that his opponent had tried to use some sort of dark art, but had failed, which was only to his advantage. Deciding to take advantage of the opportune moment to eliminate his target, the killer aimed his blow at Jeremy, who was lying on the ground. But now, for the umpteenth time, Samantha stood up for the young man, protecting him from the killer's attack. Seeing this girl literally sacrificing her life, the leader of the warriors shouted for her to use the shield. However, at the very last moment, Jeremy suddenly appeared in front of the girl and neutralized the attack without straining himself. The masked man was simply taken aback by what had just happened before his eyes, and the young man told the girl that now he was completely fine and she could rest in peace. At that moment, Jeremy was informed that his achievement had been recognized as the greatest in history, where he receives a trial ticket to summon characters from black cards as a reward, where the personalities summoned from such cards have an incomparably higher level than the characters summoned from diamond cards. Without even thinking, the young man immediately used the gift ticket, where he was instantly surrounded by many black cards. And the man in the mask, noticing that the guy's energy had changed greatly, was not stable but very strong, decided that this needed to be reported to the guild. But his thoughts were interrupted by another attack by the leader of the warriors, who had become quite annoying to the killer. Deciding to deal with her once and for all, the masked man began to use his dark arts, but then his attention was drawn to the way his opponent was pulling the bowstring of his new weapon. Looking at which, the man in the mask laughed, asking where the guy could have found this ancient and miraculously unrotted bow. Without responding to what was said, Jeremy simply released the bowstring and fired, and his opponent sarcastically stated that the young man would need to release 1,000 such arrows just to scratch his defense. But then, unexpectedly for the self-confident killer, the arrow entered his protective field, like a knife enters butter, where, watching what was happening, neither Samantha nor the warriors now acting in concert with them could believe what they were seeing. Meanwhile, the man in the mask, already lying on the asphalt, asked Jeremy how he managed to do it, where, accompanied by a new and very strong character, the young man replied that he had done nothing special, but only fired one arrow. And the character he summoned, who possessed enormous strength and energy, also noted that he could easily shoot any monkey. Taking aim at his already defeated opponent, Jeremy asked who he was and what he wanted from him. But without answering the questions posed, the killer suddenly asked why the young man was not interested in the reason why he hid his face under a mask, where he would not have worn it if they had not known each other. This information almost shocked the young man, who automatically relaxed his bowstring, trying to figure out who this person could be, where these fractions of a second were quite enough for the man in the mask to use a spatial jump, which differs from teleportation in its small distance of movement. However, the character summoned by Jeremy immediately pointed to the place where their enemy had moved. Now that he thought he was out of danger, the masked man decided he now had time to use teleportation and travel straight to the guild. But suddenly another arrow literally knocked the ground out from under the feet of the unsuccessful killer. And while he was trying to get to his feet, thinking at the same time that his victim had phenomenal abilities, Jeremy was already approaching his opponent. He looked at the aiming guy who told him not to move, thinking that this young man would definitely become an obstacle in his way. and so he decided that if he was going to die, then he definitely wouldn't die alone. He needed to try to take his victim with him. After shouting that if he was interested in who was under the mask, he should try to take it off, the man rushed at Jeremy, but the young man did not wait until he came within a life-threatening distance before firing an arrow at his opponent. Approaching the destroyed enemy, whose mask was broken, Jeremy noted that he was not familiar with this man, where he simply fell for a cheap trick. Then Ligeia appeared from her house in the ring, who said that the amulet hanging on the neck of the master's defeated enemy had a terrible aura. Taking this object in his hands, the young man noted that it was a magical artifact that he should definitely take with him. But suddenly the young man, looking at the girl, asked when she managed to clone herself, where after what was said, Jeremy collapsed onto the stone slab unconscious. His fading consciousness was able to catch a female voice saying that she had found him and asking for help. The young man received a message that, due to the improvement of his playing talent, he can now choose for himself what time he wants to receive information about in the information lottery. Additionally, when using the pool lottery, black cards will now be available to drop. The arrival of these messages awakened the young man, where his faithful companion Ligeia was unspeakably happy about it. After looking around, Jeremy asked where they were, to which the ringkeeper explained that the girl in the mask and Samantha had brought him here. Feeling hellish pain throughout his body, the young man was nevertheless glad that his girlfriend was okay. Thinking back to his last team up, Jeremy noted that the power of the black cards was simply incredible, where his SS-class opponent was unable to do anything against him. Where the characters from the black cards are actually much stronger than the characters from the diamond cards. Also, after some analysis of his summoning experience, Jeremy came to the conclusion that over time, he would be able to summon the same characters from black cards as from gold or diamond ones, only with significantly more powerful skills and characteristics. His thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of Samantha and the girl from the park, who was no longer wearing a mask, where, after apologizing for not having the opportunity to introduce herself, the girl identified herself as Elizabeth Green, where she was a member of a martial arts clan. Where, upon hearing this, the young man immediately noticed that she was one of the so-called enlightened ones, where he always thought that monks live far away from worldly life, in connection with which it became unclear why they needed Samantha. But then Elizabeth turned to Jeremy's friend, saying that she had cured the latter, as she had promised, and was now asking the saint to save their mistress. The young man could not have expected such a turn of events, and so, accompanied by their new acquaintance, they were already heading towards another building of the monastery. Opening the doors to one of the rooms, Elizabeth invited the guests to come inside. There, on the bed, lay an unconscious beautiful girl, who, according to her faithful servant, was the heiress of their warrior clan. While Jeremy and Samantha were looking at the girl, Elizabeth took an object and asked the saint to accept it. And in response to Samantha's questions, the girl explained that before she ended up in a coma, their mistress gave instructions to give this item to the saint. Intrigued by the subject, Jeremy applied his research skill to it, where he was immediately shown information that this artifact gives the skill of complete restoration, endowing its owner with the ability to heal any ailment. Quite surprised by the presence of such an artifact here, the young man also understood why they needed Samantha. Here Jeremy saw a message about the discovery of a player with the holiness skill, where the process of skill transfer was immediately activated. Here the young man asked whether their mistress had always been ill, to which Elizabeth explained that she had been healthy and had simply been found unconscious one day. At the same time, the girl was able to see the future and knew that one day she would fall into a coma. After which, the young man asked a reasonable question about why, knowing her fate, she did not change it, to which his interlocutor explained that her mistress did not know exactly when this or that event would occur. Before she fell into a coma, she said she saw a full-scale monster invasion begin on Earth. She immediately called a meeting where she spoke of the need to unite with other players on Earth to counter the threat. However, the elders opposed this proposal, saying that they would fight with their own forces, since outside players would only be a burden. Someone during the meeting used force to harm the lady, which is why she fell into a coma. And now, Elizabeth asked to save their mistress, where, having woken up, she would be able to unite the players to save the land. The young man asked if their mistress had mentioned when the invasion would begin, to which his interlocutor explained that only she knew about this. Suddenly, Samantha intervened in the conversation, saying that she had figured out how to use the skill and would do everything to save their mistress. And now the girl has already directed her power to awaken the sleeping one, where it immediately became clear that her condition had stabilized. However, the lady had not yet woken up, but the power used by Samantha had already begun to rapidly fade. Deciding to lend a helping hand, Jeremy immediately called for Sister of Mercy Anna, And so he directed the action of the character he had summoned onto his girlfriend so that she could use the recovery skill with renewed strength, where the girl, suddenly feeling a strong surge of strength, was amazed by this phenomenon, and so she was able to significantly enhance the effect of her full recovery skill. And when the bright light that blinded everyone around finally went out, Elizabeth saw her mistress already sitting on her bed. The girl immediately rushed to her, unable to find words to express all her joy. Betty, who had come to, was already thanking her savior for her help, to which she replied that she should thank the girl for her new skill. But then she turned her attention to Jeremy, thanking him for his help. Surprised that a complete stranger was so easily calling him and Samantha by their names, the young man came to the conclusion that she really could see the future. Apologizing for getting down to business so quickly, Jeremy asked the girl to tell him more about the monster invasion of the Earth. Having agreed to share the information, Betty, looking at the screen of her mobile phone, noted that a lot of time had already been lost, with very little time left before the start of the invasion. Tormented by guesses about how many days were left, 50 or maybe 500, Jeremy thought that preparations should begin immediately in any case, no matter what number she named. However, instead of naming a number, the girl suddenly began to count down, where, having counted from 4 to 1, she suddenly said in confusion that that was it, where at that very second, the young man was literally attacked by messages that new portals began to appear everywhere. The news anchor delivered the latest news with an urgent note, reporting that many new portals had appeared around the world. Jeremy, who was watching the episode, noted that now was definitely not the time for that. When the presenter announced that some professor had been invited to study the phenomenon, the one Samantha had awakened insisted that he stay with them for a while to heal his wounds, so all he could do now was try to gather information somehow. And so he decided to use the only method available to him, by calling upon the hellish lottery machine. After which he called his lucky friend, where with his help the young man decided to test the updated lottery. And so, having set the parameter to receive information about the future, the young man launched the lottery. He felt like he was going through the same experience as if he had just started the lottery for the very first time, when he suddenly saw the terrible capsule that fell out, which, as a rule, promised more problems. Where in the window that appeared the young man read the task, according to which he had to destroy a certain dead Captain Amaris. Noting that he had never heard of such a character, Jeremy settled on the guess that it was somehow connected to the new portals. The good thing was that he was not limited in time, but after receiving this message, the young man began to experience a very strong feeling of anxiety. Meanwhile, in the US, a couple of players, very happy about the number of portals that had appeared, noted that the portal in front of them, behind which there was only a B-class world that they could easily clear, had received easy loot. Deciding to start immediately in order to make it to other unoccupied portals, the partners moved. And while one of them was trying to spot someone, an arrow whistled past him to the left and killed his comrade. Turning sharply and looking at his dead partner, the man did not understand what was happening at all. However, hearing some footsteps, he turned around, where he saw a well-organized line of armed monsters. All he could do was let out a short cry as several arrows flew towards him. In parallel to these events taking place in the USA, players who decided to visit one of the new worlds through the portal in France were already begging the monsters not to kill them. Just like in Japan, a whole group of players suddenly found themselves trapped after a well-organized move by their opponent. The call center was inundated with calls reporting sentient monsters, missing groups of players, and only a few returning. After hearing the urgent report, the head of the service said that they must immediately warn all guilds about the danger, where he ordered a strict ban on entering the portals that appeared today after 9 o'clock in the evening. As one of his assistants left to carry out an errand, Don turned to Amanda, who was standing nearby, where he entrusted her with a mission of special importance, which required finding a way to study a new type of monster, in order to provide everyone with instructions on how to counter it. And the first priority was to find and assemble teams of high-level players to explore new worlds. Thinking about how to organize the execution of the task, the girl understood that every high-level player has his own mind, and she needs someone very reliable. Taking out his mobile phone, Jeremy saw that Amanda was calling him. As soon as he answered the call, the girl immediately said that she was inviting him to explore new worlds, where they were ready to pay him about 10 million. Hearing such a proposal, the young man was speechless, where, interpreting his silence in her own way, Amanda told him that she understood perfectly well that he deserved much more. But this was the maximum that they could offer him. However, 10 million was more than enough for the young man, who immediately asked where he needed to go. And now he was standing in front of the entrance to a new portal, where in front of him were 4 more players and Amanda. The girl began by introducing Jeremy to players Janine and Jake, who were in the same guild and had Class A. After which 2 more partners of Jeremy, Rob, and Adam were introduced, who were also in the same guild and had Class S, where Adam immediately showed his true colors, disgustedly noting that no one told him that there would be a burden in the team in the form of a B rank, meaning Jeremy. But Amanda stood up for the young man, saying that rank is not an indicator of skill, and that she personally vouches for this guy. She then asked the group if there were any other questions, to which no one responded. And so, tightly clutching her favorite axe, Amanda ordered everyone to get ready and begin the operation. And now the team has already disappeared into the portal from one world and appeared from another, where, looking straight ahead, Jeremy, not without surprise, discovered 3 doors. At the same time, Jake noted that they were lucky, since in such worlds it can be difficult to guess the essence of the mission. But here it is clear that you need to go through all the doors. Amanda then said that since there were 3 doors in front of them, it would be smarter to split up into 2 people per door. She suggested that members of the same guilds should not be separated for maximum efficiency. But Adam suddenly said that he had a great desire to keep the beautiful Amanda company. However, his outburst was tempered by his partner, where Rob said that he hoped that the man would act much more seriously in battle. And the group leader continued, saying that in that case she would team up with Jeremy and wish everyone good luck. And now each of the 3 teams was already standing in front of the door they were about to enter. When the door was opened, Amanda and Jeremy were surprised to find themselves in some kind of forest, where, in response to the young man's questions, the girl explained that these worlds are very different from those that were on Earth before, where this world is something like a task. Before this, monsters in most worlds only sought to destroy all those who appeared before them. But in worlds with monster tasks, it seems like they are trying to prepare people for confrontation, where after these words, the young man immediately remembered everything that Adrian told him. And the girl said that here, you need to be prepared for everything and make balanced decisions. And as soon as she finished speaking, suddenly a huge monkey appeared in front of them, where immediately after it another one appeared, no smaller in size than the first. While the young man was using his exploration skill, Amanda told him to prepare for battle anyway, since the monsters in such worlds were no friendlier. Meanwhile, research has shown that in front of them are warriors of a local tribe who love to fight and worship the gods of the sun and moon. And then they started shouting that the battle would be to the death, that they would get everything they wanted, noticing that these monsters were definitely trying to tell them something. The girl also expressed her regret that she did not understand their language, and the monster standing in front of everyone said that it was time to begin their mortal duel. But then Jeremy asked his opponents what they meant when they said they would get everything they wanted. Surprised, Amanda immediately asked if the young man really understood their language, to which he replied that apparently he did, which was possible due to his communication talent. And so the huge monkey said that since the man understands their language, now they will tell him what needs to be done to gain power. Meanwhile, Jeremy received a message that he needed to defeat the tribe, collect the souls of the sun and moon, and destroy the soul shackles. After which he told his companion that this battle was part of their mission, which pleased the girl, who preferred to swing an axe more than to think. Without a second's hesitation, Jeremy rushed into the attack, where he delivered a quick and accurate blow to the first enemy he encountered. The force of the blow was enough to throw the monkey back several meters. But moving incredibly quickly across the battlefield, the young man was already beginning a new attack, going around the enemy from behind. He delivered an incredible number of blows, from which his opponent skillfully covered himself with his huge shield, where he noted that the young man had good and fast blows, which however were clearly not enough to knock him down. Deciding to swap his heavenly halberd for a sword, Jeremy said that he would now see what his opponent would say about it, and then the young man began to deal new, powerful blows to his opponent. But still hiding behind the shield, the monkey called his opponent a fool, saying that he would easily repel any of his attacks. But before he could finish his speech, Jeremy's sword suddenly pierced his shield and then plunged into the monster's body. After which the young man noted that the monkey, of course, had a wonderful shield, but his weapon was also capable of something. Saying that he had relied too much on his shield, the slain opponent collapsed to the ground. And Jeremy, pleased with his victory, raised the shield, deciding to take it with him, shouting at Amanda that he was already on his way to help. However, seeing how skillfully she dealt with the monkeys, the young man noted that she apparently did not need help. He then decided to have a little chat with his ring bearer, calling for her to appear. Pointing to the monster, the young man said that she could devour this body, to which Ligeia replied that she was not particularly hungry yet. Whereupon hearing this, Jeremy found such a statement very suspicious. Having decided to look at the characteristics of his character, the young man was quite surprised that her development progress had become more than 51%, while the last time it barely reached 1%. he immediately called on his faithful companion to tell him what had happened, that she was not hungry, and immediately increased the progress to half. To which the girl admitted that she couldn't resist and ate the guy in the monkey mask. Hearing this, Jeremy accused Ligeia of cannibalism, to which she explained that she simply wanted to try that strange aura and did not notice how carried away she got. Listening to the girl, Jeremy remembered the demonic energy he felt from the masked man, and since Ligeia was able to absorb him, it meant he really wasn't quite human. Having thought it over carefully, the young man told his companion not to worry about this matter, where it was even good that the Blackwood Guild would not find his body, and Ligeia said that she was ready to swallow the body, which the girl immediately did, leaving only some kind of stone lying on the ground. After picking up the object, the young man received a message that this was the concentration of the souls of the sun and moon, which made the task easier, since collecting stones directly depended on the destruction of monsters. Cheerfully noting that this would make things go much faster, Jeremy said that he would leave all the bodies of the defeated monsters at Ligeia's disposal. Having dealt with all the monkeys quite quickly, Amanda and Jeremy moved through the forest, where at some point the young man said that they had arrived at the place. Having approached the very edge of the cliff, the young man said that this was the village of the very tribe with which they had recently fought, where his current partner noted that he was able to very quickly find this village, where he could definitely become a specialist in worlds of this kind. Then, after examining the village, the young man said that, in all likelihood, the obelisk from which the energy emanated was the shackles of souls that needed to be destroyed. While Amanda was trying to figure out how they could best get into the village, Jeremy said he suggested not going down there at all. After which, materializing a spear in his hand, he told the girl to leave the decision of this issue to him. And when he finished speaking, the young man swung his arm and threw his weapon with all his might, where having reached its target, it immediately smashed the obelisk into small pieces. While the spear was returning to its owner, Jeremy received a message about the successful completion of the task, where he was quite surprised that everything worked out with one blow. It was immediately announced to him that, in connection with the successful completion of the task, the players would be moved to the next location. After which, some teleporter moved Amanda and Jeremy to a new room, where the girl immediately drew her companion's attention to 3 huge balls hanging in the air, in 2 of which something was happening. As they got closer, the players noted that now, having completed their mission, they could watch other teams complete it, and the young man was already applying his research skill to the altars that were located under each of the balls. Not quite understanding what they were for, Jeremy decided to call on his old friend, who would definitely be able to figure out what to do with them. And so Wong appeared and noted that, apparently something very interesting awaited him. First, he said to try to direct the energy of the young man into the altar, and then do the same with the balls. And so, completely satisfied with the result, Wong noted that now the guy would be able to influence what was happening there. However, in the scientist's opinion, something is clearly missing here in order to be able to make changes, to which the young man cheerfully said that he has something in mind, where he retrieved and placed on the altar one of the stones that he and Amanda had collected from the bodies of the defeated monsters. And at that very second, an information window appeared before the young man's eyes, indicating how many stones were needed to, for example, reduce the strength and energy of opponents, or even to move another player. Calling Amanda, the young man said that he had already figured out how this altar could be used, where, throwing stones on the altar, he explained that this way one can influence their allies or opponents, as well as move to them. Where now having placed the stones on the altar, he decided to try to help one of the teams in the battle. And then Jake, who was struggling to hold back the onslaught of one of the monkeys, suddenly felt a sharp surge of strength, where he was able to push away the monster that had fallen on him without any significant effort. And Amanda and Jeremy, watching what was happening, happily concluded that everything worked out. However, despite this short-term effect, the team still found themselves in a difficult situation, where they were surrounded by suddenly appearing monsters. And then the girl shouted that a simple one-time increase in energy would not help them win, and asked the young man to send her to them. And now the girl was lying on the altar surrounded by stones, asking if it was safe, to which Jeremy told her to just trust him. And when everything was ready, Amanda was transported to the team, where Jake and Janine were extremely surprised by her unexpected appearance. Having concluded that now that team would definitely cope with their task, the young man decided to see how things were going with the other team, where it immediately became clear that they were also having a very hard time, since one of their opponents had an impenetrable shield. Coordinating their actions, Rob said that he would try to block the monster's attack and make a hole in the defense, where Adam's task was to inflict as much damage as possible. And when the monster rushed at him, the man gave his partner the command to attack. after which Adam immediately struck the monkey on one of the exposed parts of the body. But when he finished the attack and decided to look at the result of his work, he was surprised to find that there was not a single scratch on the monster. The young man then launched a series of successive attacks on his opponent. Meanwhile, Jeremy, who was observing the progress of this fight, said that it is unlikely that improving the characteristics of allies or worsening the characteristics of the enemy will help here. Thinking that it would be nice to move to them, the young man placed the remaining stones on the altar, thinking about where to get 10 more pieces. And then, noticing the shield in the monster's hands, the young man literally had an idea, where at the same second he took out from his inventory storage the shield of the previously defeated monkey that he had taken with him. And since exactly the same stones were inlaid into it, when placed on the altar, the function of moving became available. Meanwhile, the monster kicked the annoying young man away, and Rob, barely holding back the monkey's onslaught, only had time to scold his partner for his helplessness. But then Adam jumped to his feet, saying that he was the rising star of the guild, and the monster would never defeat him. But then the monster made an effort and pushed away the man who was holding back its movement. Then, swinging his huge shield, the monkey prepared to bring it down on Adam's head, where, having prepared himself for death, the young man did not even have time to realize that someone had just rushed past him, telling him not to stand there like a pillar. It was Jeremy, who had already raised his heavenly halberd over the head of the huge monkey. And then it was announced to him that in his attack he had successfully combined 2 of his skills at once. One such attack was enough for the monster to be defeated, and the treasured stone to immediately fall out of it. Shocked by what he saw, Adam couldn't believe his eyes, wondering how this guy could do such a thing to his B-class. And Rob, who had already managed to get closer, sincerely admired the young man's attack, asking if he was a member of any guild. And when the man, having learned that Jeremy was not a member of anything, tried to invite him to their guild, the young man politely refused, saying that he planned to found his own. And Adam, who was standing next to him, didn't understand why everyone rated this guy who only had a B rank so highly. Seriously angry, the young man said that very soon he would show everyone what he too could do. Soon the second team, with the help of Jeremy, completed the mission and were safely moved to the crypt with altars, where, immediately looking at the ball showing the situation of the last team, Jeremy said that it seemed like they were coping. But then, having poured a pile of stones onto the altar, the young man said that it would be much faster if he intervened. And so he climbed onto the altar where the stones were, and at the same second disappeared before the eyes of the surprised men. Where Rob noted that this guy never ceases to amaze him with his abilities, and they simply have to recruit him. It had been less than 5 minutes since Jeremy had left the room, and suddenly bright blue flashes illuminated the space, where Amanda, who appeared with the others, said that all the tasks were successfully completed. She then turned to Jeremy, asking him what they needed to do next. Noticing the way the other participants were looking at him, the young man noted to himself that he really didn't know what to do next. And just as he wanted to try to explore the altar again with his skill, suddenly a very bright flash lit up the room. Taking a fighting stance, Amanda ordered everyone to immediately prepare for combat. Meanwhile, Jeremy tried to make out through the bright light what was happening behind him. However, at some point, the bright light disappeared, where a new huge door appeared in front of them, where behind it, the owner of this world should be. While Amanda was discussing how everyone had worked hard today and were pretty tired, suggesting to postpone the fight with the owner until tomorrow, Jeremy noted the new altar that had appeared along with the door. After reading the instructions, the young man realized that for every 10 stones he could increase or decrease the difficulty level of the battle with the owner, which would determine the size of the reward in case of victory. He then informed Amanda that with the help of the sun and moon stones, they would have the opportunity to change the difficulty level of the battle, which made the girl very happy. Addressing those present, the girl said that she understands everyone's desire to take risks for the sake of a big reward, but since their mission is primarily educational in nature, she suggests not taking risks with the level of difficulty. And when everyone agreed with her words, Amanda said that in that case, they would leave the fight for tomorrow, and now all that remained was to determine the order of the guard at night. And so, a few hours later, the entire group was already resting near a fire lit not far from the altar. And only Jeremy lay unable to close his eyes, where he explained this to himself by the fact that he was not used to spending the night in other worlds. Having risen, the young man thought about how he could while away the time, where he even considered the option of conducting a short training session. And then he noticed that there was no one on one of the sleeping places, and the guard was also not visible. Looking around, Jeremy suddenly noticed Adam performing some manipulations with the altar. At that very moment, quickly rising to his feet, he shouted at the young man to move away from the altar, to which Adam sarcastically replied that he could do everything that Jeremy could do, and therefore the latter should not consider himself cooler than everyone else. And so the action of the stones was launched, where the young man explained that he had lowered the difficulty level and would now show everyone how he could defeat the owner alone. But before he could even prepare for battle, suddenly spiked cannonballs connected by chains flew straight into his face from the darkness behind the door, where, from the blow he received, Adam quickly flew past the other team members, crashing into the wall with great force. And the monster who appeared from behind the door said that fools who are unable to distinguish recklessness from courage are not worthy of possessing his power. The first to try to attack the monster that appeared was Rob, who used a shield attack. But his attempt was unsuccessful, as he was unable to get even a few steps closer to the monster, which counterattacked him with its formidable weapon. Shouting that they had no choice but to defeat the monster right now, Amanda was the next to attack. However, the chains that connected the cores rather quickly and deftly entangled her weapon, after which the monster stopped the girl's actions with a simple movement, hitting her on the floor. Janine, seeing what had just happened to her colleagues, was shocked that this monster had so easily stopped the attacks of the S-class players, and began to doubt the chances of success. Meanwhile, Jeremy checked how Adam used the altar, saying that instead of lowering the level, he raised it to the maximum. And so, having called upon the ringkeeper and bearer of good fortune, Wang Lung, the young man said that all they could hope for was good luck. He also prepared a privatized medallion that drives away negative energy, which means it can also contribute to good luck. And so, having secured several options for support at once, the young man launched a unifying lottery. Watching as the boy's mana level began to increase, the monster said that this made him very happy, since he would finally be able to fight a real warrior. And then the Chinese general Chang Pu, who appeared next to Jeremy, said that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which the young man was told about the increase in the character level for his repeated challenge, where the next message was that the ability to summon a horse had been added as a reward. And so when Jeremy found himself on horseback, he was also informed that his stats were improved when he fought on horseback. The monster really liked this incredible aura that Jeremy created and told the warrior to attack him. But the young man did not need any invitations or persuasion, where he was already rushing on his horse towards the monster. With his heavenly halberd, he dealt the monster a powerful blow, throwing his opponent far back. Where Jeremy stopped, he watched as the monster's flight was interrupted by the door to his room. Meanwhile, Rob watched in amazement as Jeremy fought on horseback, not believing that this guy had the skill of summoning. Amanda, however, noted for herself that 10 million would obviously not be enough. The monster, once again finding himself on the floor on his feet, said that the man's blow was really good. Well, Jeremy was already approaching the enemy on his horse, swinging his weapon to deliver another blow. However, the monster somehow managed to dodge this attack, failing the boy's strike. After which, already swinging his flexible weapon, the master of the world shouted that first, he would get rid of this annoying horse. But completely unexpectedly for him, the horse suddenly stopped the movement of his weapon, pressing it to the floor. After which he suddenly moved his head forward, the animal dealt the monster a blow of enormous force, from which he once again flew in the opposite direction from the location of his opponent on horseback. But the young man did not slow down the onslaught, where his faithful steed in one leap delivered him to the enemy, on whom he immediately dealt a crushing blow. Grabbing the place where his hand had just been, the master of the world shouted that nothing was over yet, where, at that very second, a new limb instantly grew from the stump at his shoulder, and so he jumped high, intending to fall with all his weight on the enemy and his horse. But the young man was ready to both block the attack and counterattack the monster, preparing his weapon, where in just a second he used the spirit curse skill, where he was immediately told that the spirits had cursed the enemy, lowering his defense and endurance. And immediately after this move, Jeremy delivered the final blow straight into the heart of his bulky opponent, where he did not allow it to fly off the tip of his halberd, directing his steed in the direction of the monster's body. And just like that, without letting his enemy fly free, Jeremy will accompany him all the way to the door. And so the monster, grabbing the weapon that had struck him with one hand, said that it was something incredible, raising his other hand and pointing it at Jeremy, thus transmitting some energy. He added that his opponent deserved this power, and the young man was already listening to the announcement that he had received a skill in the form of the fighting spirit of the tribe, and also his endurance had been increased by 20 points. Then the young man turned to the defeated master of the world, asking permission to ask a question, to which the monster said that any wish of the winner would be fulfilled. And then he asked his question about whether the monster was by any chance acquainted with a certain dead Captain Amaris. Not believing that he was hearing that name, Jeremy's opponent asked him about the reasons for his search, to which the young man replied that he had to destroy him. Then the master of the world explained that this would be an incredible feat, where the tasks of his world were simply ridiculous in comparison. But he believed that the great warrior would cope. He also added that it is this character named by the guy who commands the dead, where he is called not only the dead captain, but also the king of the undead, Amaris. The group soon returned to their world, where Amanda immediately announced that the task had been completed. Rob approached Jeremy and thanked him for saving their lives, and also apologized on behalf of the guild. In response, the fashion man said that he sincerely hoped that Adam would get better very soon. Then Amanda approached the young man and asked him to drop by their headquarters after his rest, and when he asked about the purpose of the visit, the girl surprised him by saying that, firstly, he should receive new mana hours, and secondly, his reward would be revised upwards. She then added that Jeremy had fully deserved his promotion to Class A, which he was also incredibly happy about. At the end of the conversation, Amanda said that before that, she recommended that the young man get a good rest and sleep. Then turning her attention to Adam, who was being carried away by his colleague, the girl angrily said that they were all expecting a letter of apology after he recovered. And so, the next day, Jeremy was already accepting congratulations and updated mana watches corresponding to his new Class A, where he, looking back at all the recruiters who were being held back by security, hoped that next time the situation would be calmer. Meanwhile, the recruiters, trying to shout down each other, were calling Jeremy to join their guilds. Listening to their screams, the young man, leaving, noted that they were behaving much noisier than those who were chasing Samantha. And so Jeremy came home, where his faithful Ligeia congratulated him on all his successes. She was already comfortably seated on his head when he remembered that he hadn't checked his stats for a long time. And so he looked at his level and characteristics, where he remembered the events in another world, when the Chinese general left him. He really wants his reward to be this horse, which he was able to summon once. But he was given an attack ability, and one that he already had. Of course, this had its advantages, since using this attack would now consume less mana and deal more damage. But the sadness was still present. He also took with him as a trophy both the monster's weapon and his lifeless body, where all of this was in his storage. However, the most pleasant acquisition was the skill of the fighting spirit of the tribe, where when fighting an enemy whose level is higher than the player's level, the latter receives an increase of 5 points to his characteristics, where with this skill the young man will be able to raise his levels even faster than he did before. Holding the blood sphere in his hands, Guildmaster Blackwood said that he had made a decision regarding who would be responsible for its use, and the girl in the butterfly mask said that they still needed to establish the location of the monkey, to which the man in the hood said that the bear was already doing that. At this point, a man in a tiger mask intervened in the conversation, asking where the sabotage was planned this time. But instead of answering the question, the man with the sphere in his hand said that this time they would encounter monsters about which nothing was known. And only after that he said that this time their path lay to the islands that belonged to the Japanese. Having already had a good rest and regained his strength, Jeremy arrived at the place where the new portal was supposed to appear. And when he explored the passage to another world, he learned that the owner of that world was none other than the imitator, who was able to copy the skills of his opponents. Turning to Ligeia, the young man asked if the imitator could copy equipment, to which the girl explained that in her world such entities only copied skills, which Jeremy found excellent, since it would then be a battle between S and A class players. Deciding that there was nothing more to wait for, the young man extended his hand and headed into the next world. When he found himself on the other side, he looked around, not seeing anyone at all. But the ringkeeper who was with him warned him of the danger, telling him to pay attention to his feet. Jeremy barely managed to dodge the blow from his own heavenly halberd, which his opponent was clutching in his hand. And then, not wanting to remain in debt, he struck back with his own similar weapon. After which, his opponent finally appeared right in front of him, congratulating his guest on his arrival in his lair. And now Jeremy's copy said that he had already looked at all the information about him, where they were now equal. However, the young man didn't come here just to chat with his copy, where he had already jumped up and started his attack. However, the imitator blocked this attack from his original opponent with a deft move. Then Jeremy said that he would finish off the copycat in no time, to which the angry Jeremy said that he could try as much as he wanted. And then the real fight began, where the copy of the young man copied his every attack exactly. But the original Jeremy pulled himself together and delivered a blow that his copy could not repeat, where moreover the blow was so strong that it threw the imitator back many meters. Wildly angry, the evil Jeremy shouted in displeasure, asking someone invisible why he couldn't deliver such a blow. But then the original player used the tiger roar on his less fortunate opponent. And so he looked at himself lying on the floor of the cave, saying that the imitator still didn't understand anything. He then advised him to use his research skill to get to the bottom of the issues that were troubling him. And when the angry Jeremy asked about what other communication was present among his opponent's talents, the young man noted that he had guessed that it was impossible to copy all skills. The imitator was extremely unhappy that he was unable to copy all of the uninvited guest's talents, something that had never happened to him before. And when Jeremy asked his companion about the reason why his opponent was so furious, the girl suggested that it was because of pride, since she would also be furious if she could not absorb some monster's body. Meanwhile, wanting revenge and payback for the ridicule, the imitation Jeremy began to attack. However, with a quick and precise movement, the young man disarmed his opponent. Then, feeling the cold steel at his throat, the imitator said that the young man was simply too weak to fight without items, to which Jeremy replied that pride was out of place here, since the battle was not for life, but for death. After which the young man said that his opponent was being too talkative and it was time to finish with him, where he began to move the blade. But the imitator asked him not to hurry, saying that he was not here of his own free will and did not want to fight at all. And when Jeremy asked about the reason why he was forcibly placed into this world, his copy told the guy to just not kill him, then he would tell everything. Deciding that this was his chance to learn a little more about the invasion of Earth, Jeremy pulled his weapon away from the evil Jeremy's throat. But at that very moment, Ligeia activated and loudly shouted to her master that the imitator was lying. But evil Jeremy, who had already managed to summon the evil Wang Lung, said that it was too late to decide anything now. And so, having prepared himself, the imitator launched the unifying lottery, where the original Jeremy could only lament that he had fallen for this trick. And his copy loudly shouted that they would never, under any circumstances, bow down to people. But then the lottery finally gave out the result, where both the evil and the ordinary Jeremy directed their gaze to the ordinary card that had fallen out, where the young man even felt sorry for this monster, who had to experience his bad luck. And in the dropped card there was another Van Lung, where the evil Jeremy immediately received a message that the level of the summoned character had been increased, and the real Jeremy, who had already approached his double, pierced the imitator with a simple movement of his halberd, saying goodbye to himself. And then one after another messages about level increases began to arrive, where in one fight a young man immediately increased his level by 10 points. In addition, a transparent sphere rolled out of the body of the defeated imitator to the feet of the winner, where the young man was happy that he was able to obtain the skill stone that was promised to him after he conquered this world. Near the newly opened portal stood two men in special forces clothing, with dead fighters lying behind them. And so, one of them, having received confirmation that there was a being of the same class as SS on the other side, took out a bloody sphere, saying that it was time to begin the performance. And so he threw the sphere with all his might straight into the portal, starting the process of changing its structure. After which, after some discussion, the men decided that they didn't know what kind of monsters would appear from there, and therefore it was better to run away. But then the creature that appeared from the portal shouted for the men to stop, stopping their movement with its power. He accused them of disturbing him when he was about to get some rest before invading the human world, after which he literally crushed those who gave him the way here, saying that they destroyed all his plans. Deciding that nothing could be done about it, the creature approached the cliff, noting that it really liked this place. Deciding that he just needed to have some fun here, the dead man who had appeared in the human world began to use his power, where at that very moment two ancient wooden ships appeared in the air and landed on the water. And after some time, their number was increased to 4, where all he had to do was recruit teams for them. And again, using his abilities, the dead man called upon all those who had once been swallowed by the sea to rise again, where, after just a few seconds, the heads of skeletons appeared on the surface of the water, which he ordered to climb aboard the ships. At the same time, the monster felt that he had spent a lot of energy, where if he had known about what lay ahead, he would have asked the ruler for a blessing. And while he was indulging in his thoughts about the fact that this weakness was connected with this sudden movement, 2 more skeletons appeared behind him. And so he angrily gave one of the skeletons a good slap, saying that he was very sorry that he could not kill them twice. But suddenly his attention was drawn to a certain glowing object, where he felt someone's gaze on him. It was a satellite observation point, whose staff had already reported a breakthrough and the appearance of new monsters. Since this was a border area with Japan, their naval forces were already involved in resolving the problem. Watching the events through his binoculars, the ship's captain said that they must not let the monsters reach the shore and the cities. After which, the captain added that they simply wanted to help their neighbors defeat these monsters, and as a token of gratitude, perhaps take one of the islands for themselves. And the dead man who summoned the ships and other dead men was already able to notice the approach of the enemy. Using his power again, he began to spread a thick fog across the future battlefield. where the ship's crews were very surprised at where such an impenetrable fog could suddenly appear from. And suddenly, the one looking ahead loudly announced that something had appeared right in front of the ship. The dead man, watching his ships prepare to attack, only chuckled. He couldn't contain his excitement at the prospect of encountering something new, where the monster loudly declared that it would take all their money, as well as their lives. Watching as all 3 enemy ships slowly disappeared under the water, the alien demanded that everyone see his greatness. Following Amanda, Jeremy asked what had happened that he had counted 40 missed calls, to which the girl replied that they had a new emergency. And so, entering the office, where Adrian, the head of the service, Don, and some other man were already, the girl said that she had brought the player Jeremy Randalls. Adrian was, of course, the first to greet his old friend, noting that he would be happy to work together. Meanwhile, the young man, looking at the man in uniform, noted that he had seen him somewhere before. In response, the man introduced himself as Defense Minister Patrick O'Doyle, after which he said that rumors of the young man's exploits had already reached the highest ranks. Not expecting to meet the Minister of Defense himself, the young man said in confusion that he would only meet him once, mentally noting that in that case, something very serious had definitely happened. And now he was already sitting on the sofa where Don, having started the projector, asked everyone to look carefully at the screen, where the very first frame showed ancient wooden ships. And after the picture changed and a dead man looked at the audience from the screen, Don said that new monsters appeared after the breakthrough. Just by looking at this monster, Jeremy immediately realized that this was the dead Captain Amaris. And so, the task was set to destroy this monster before it could reach the big cities, where, after the Japanese fleet failed, it was decided to attract players, where both Adrian and Jeremy immediately agreed to help deal with the problem, saying that they cannot ignore the threat to peace. And Jeremy noted to himself that some help from the armed forces would be very useful for the destruction of Amaris. But then Don interrupted his thoughts, saying that Jeremy had been chosen to lead the entire operation. And after these words, Ligeia said that her master was appreciated, and he would definitely cope. And the Minister of Defense said that all people from nearby settlements had already been evacuated, and that the operation needed to begin as quickly as possible. But then Jeremy said that he needed to prepare for this battle, where he would arrive at the scene a little later. He then turned to Adrian and asked if there were any good forges nearby, and now he was standing on the threshold of the workshop, warming up his hands and preparing for the work for which he had very little time, where, having examined the premises, he could not even imagine that there could be an entire forge in Adrian's basement. Wong, summoned by him, asked what this wonderful room was, to which Jeremy explained that it was some kind of workshop. And so, having said that it was time for them to get to work, the young man took out and placed in front of him the images of ancient swords, where, seeing what kind of weapons were in the photographs, Wong was amazed to recognize the twin blades of one of the great commanders. And the young man asked who would come to mind first if he thought about the battles on the water that lay ahead of them. And then he answered it himself, saying that he would create the twin blades that the great Admiral Zheng Ma once wielded in order to summon him into battle. And now he was already melting his trophy in the form of a flexible club, where Wong only had time to admire this beautiful metal, which was completely permeated with energy. Meanwhile, Jeremy said that for everything to work out, they need not only dexterity and knowledge, but also luck. After which the player, who had now retrained as a blacksmith, used a double summon for the first time, where the second character was none other than Wong Lung with his luck. Wong, seeing the character appear, noted that he looked very majestic, and just as Van Lung was about to introduce himself, Jeremy interrupted him, saying that there was no time for that now. And now he has already started working, where Ligeia was next to him for luck. And Wong said that there is only one chance, so there is no room for mistakes. After another blow to the metal, the girl suddenly said that this would be enough, after which the learned character immediately hurried to lower the blade into a container of water. Jeremy did this immediately, where the hot metal, meeting with the water, instantly filled the room with steam. And so, after some time, both blades were ready, where, squeezing their handles, the young man asked if that was all, to which Wong replied no, as the blades must be engraved. And so he used his power, after which an engraving in the language of the ancient Chinese admiral appeared on the blades, where he seemed to be now talking to his descendants about how he once took upon himself the task of protecting the lands and seas of his homeland, where he carried it through the centuries. And as soon as the engraving was completed, the young man received a message about the successful creation of the legendary weapon, for which he was entitled to a reward. Those who accompanied the creation of the swords did not remain emotionally indifferent either. Two supersonic fighters were rapidly approaching the scene of the conflict, The pilot with the call sign Alpha said that due to very dense fog, he was unable to detect the target where he had decided to descend, where his partner on the other plane was not thrilled about this, saying it was too dangerous. And the captain of the dead had already noticed new enemies, saying that he would get them in the air too. And so, using his energy, Amaris said that no one was allowed to fly over his territory, where a second later both planes exploded, and the pilots had no chance of saving their lives. After which, the captain said in an ominous voice that now the time had come to test which was stronger, their iron troughs or his wooden ships. Here, the captain of one of the ships said that they can no longer remain idle and decide to attack, where players will be able to join in during the battle. After listening to the captain's arguments, Adrian had no choice but to agree with him. And so the ships set course for that very island, where the enemy ships still remained. Once in the fog, the crew members took turns reporting that the radar had stopped working, as had the communications equipment. Then the commander ordered to slow down and look around more carefully, shooting at everything that moved. And then he was informed about the appearance of an unidentified vessel on the horizon. Deciding not to tempt fate, the captain ordered to open fire on the enemy, which was immediately carried out. After looking at the result of the attack through his binoculars, the man said that they had hit the target and the enemy ship was going to the bottom. But suddenly his eyes opened wider, as the fog cleared a little, and he saw that it was not an enemy ship that was sinking, but a Japanese one. And one of the crew members was already reporting that an enemy ship was approaching them from the starboard side, where Amaris, laughing loudly, noted that stupid people were so easily caught by this old trick. And now, the enemy ship not only came close, but literally rammed the vessel. The players on board told the crew to retreat while they held off the enemy. Noting the nobility of those who came out to fight, Amaris ordered his warriors to prepare for the attack. And as soon as they were told that they did not need prisoners, the dead immediately rushed forward. Adrian watched anxiously from the deck as events unfolded on the neighboring ship. Shouting loudly that the crew of that ship was in mortal danger, he ordered them to go to help. And so their ship instantly began to pick up speed, simultaneously firing at the enemy. But the enemy ship started firing back, where a crew member of the ship said that they needed to get out of the fog as they couldn't aim. Meanwhile, on the deck of the attacked ship, a deadly battle was in full swing, where the score was clearly not in favor of the people. The captain of the dead, who was in charge of all the actions of his team, ordered that this vessel be sunk first, and then the rest be divided and sunk one by one. But then his lookout reported that he had spotted some kind of boat on the water. Snatching a telescope from a crew member, Amaris actually saw a boat approaching them, which he thought would not cause any problems. And in that boat on the battlefield, Jeremy finally arrived, asking to be taken to one of the ships, hoping that he was not too late. And so, having made a rather high jump, the young man landed right on the deck of the desired ship. After introducing himself to the team and saying that he had been slightly delayed by business, the young man announced that he was taking command, where his energy immediately spread around, where every member of the team felt it, and the naval commander Jung Ma, who was next to him, said that he really missed the sea. And so, stretching out his hand, clutching one of his swords, he said that he would not allow the barbarians to set foot on his native lands. Jeremy was immediately informed about numerous improvements in the battle on the water, including increased armor and maneuverability of the ship, and reduced damage taken. The leadership skill was also activated, which increased all the team's skills and increased their trust in the captain. And also, dual weapons were combined with the leadership talent, from which all characteristics were also doubled. Pointing out the enemy's proximity, the admiral said that it was necessary to attack immediately, to which Ligeia said that this should not be done since she felt that there was a trap here. And the young man was glad that after leveling up, the girl learned to guess the enemy's intentions. But suddenly the admiral said that the presence of a trap in this case did not matter, where, looking at the astonished young man and girl, Jung Ma said that in a battle on the water, the one with the stronger ship wins. And immediately began to use his power. The man added that if the guy wants to win, he must believe in his ship. The lookout reported to Amaris that an enemy ship was rapidly approaching them, where indeed, some unknown devilish ship with spikes on the deck was rushing towards them. Noting that people do have taste, the captain of the dead ordered the capture of this ship. And so, his ship headed straight towards the approaching devilish ship. But the ship that went out to confront the monsters had no intention of letting the enemy get close, where its bow cannon, having gathered enough energy, fired a firestorm at the approaching ship. The burning dead began to fall overboard, and the victorious ship rammed the blazing vessel. Rising from the deck of the sinking ship, the captain of the dead, Amaris, could only lament the loss of the vessel. And Jeremy had already reported the sinking of one enemy ship, asking for the coordinates of the rest, where his skills had dispelled communication restrictions. The third squad reported that there were no ships in their field of vision, After which Adrian, on behalf of another squad, reported that after the attack on them, the ship disappeared into the fog. And then the captain of one of the ships suddenly said that the enemy was right in front of him, asking for instructions for further action. But when asked to provide coordinates, he explained that this was impossible, since the radar was not working. And then the admiral told Jeremy to calm his mind and try to concentrate on the energy of the allies. And then his leadership skill activated the search for the location of allies, where he immediately said that he found them. Having told the captain to break distance with the enemy, the young man also gave instructions to the helmsman about where to go. And now, both an allied ship and 2 enemy vessels appeared in their field of vision, where Jeremy gave the order to go right between 2 enemy ships, where the team needs to prepare for a collision. And so, when their ship found itself between enemy ships, the order came to turn around. The ramming was successful, and Captain Jeremy's next order was to open fire on the enemy, which was immediately carried out by the crew of his ship. Finally, the confrontation reached hand-to-hand combat, where all the players on Jeremy's ship rushed into battle, boarding the enemy ship. Having ordered that no one should be spared, the captain himself said that he would take care of the second ship for now. And here he was, on the deck of the enemy ship, already smashing the dead, sending them back into the depths of the sea. Watching how his fleet was being actively destroyed, the captain of the dead became truly furious. Saying that he was the true master of the seas, Amaris prepared to unleash his full power upon his enemy, where from the portal he opened in the sky a huge ship appeared, which was rapidly falling down. And when this giant landed on the water, the wave it created was equivalent to a tsunami for Jeremy's ship, which was tiny compared to it. And the captain of the dead, Amaris, was already standing on board, saying that he would never lose a fight at sea. Seeing an enemy ship directly ahead, Amaris came to the conclusion that victory would be his if he sank it. Meanwhile, Ligeia noted that it was strange, but the sea seemed to kindle excitement in her, where Jeremy confirmed what was said. But in his thoughts, the young man was next to a new ship, which he definitely couldn't sink just like that. He immediately gave the order to change course after the hit and constantly monitor their movements. After which, drawing his sword, Jeremy said that he would do the rest himself. Trying to catch up with a small but rather nimble ship, Amaris shouted loudly that he would not be able to escape or hide from his enemies, where he would follow them to the ends of the earth. And now he was almost able to catch up with this small ship, returning to the thought of capturing it. Suddenly, its bulk, with the screeching sound of breaking wood, hit the rocks sticking out of the water. Looking overboard, the captain of the dead gave the order to stop, not understanding when they had managed to find themselves in such an unfavorable place, and Jeremy's little boat, deftly maneuvering between the rocks, continued its forward movement. Well, the captain of the dead could only admit that he had been lured into this trap using his own fog, where, as if guessing his thoughts, Jeremy looked at his personal navigator, noting that he didn't even need to look at where he was sailing. However, Amaris shouted that some stones would never be able to stop his ship, which would simply break them and move on. To which the young man explained that there was a special reason why he had brought the captain of the dead to this particular reef. Only now did Amaris notice that there was a particularly strong current in this place, and he began to understand that his opponent was clearly up to something. He shouted loudly that he would kill the impudent guy, even if he had to use all his strength, and Ligeia drew the master's attention to the fact that the captain was about to break free from the trap. However, having prepared his twin swords, Jeremy said that no one should worry, as he had taken everything into account. And so he used the magic of his blades, where immediately his opponent's ship began to rock from side to side by the increasing current. But then Admiral Jungma told the young man that his time was up, where the young man noted that he was very glad to fight together. And when he disappeared, the worried girl asked what they should do now, where Jeremy cheerfully said that he definitely couldn't handle him alone. But having called for a selective lottery, the young man said that perhaps another hero of the past would help him cope with this task. And so he chose to use a special ticket to draw a black card. Not understanding what was happening, Ligeia asked what it was, and her master explained that it was a reward for the first artifact created. In order for the summoning to be successful, the young man used the cards of 2 characters he had summoned earlier. The most famous heroes were the Knights of the Round Table, and he hoped that Marlowe, who was participating in the lottery, would help summon one of them. And so the process was launched, where the young man was surrounded by many black cards. Meanwhile, the captain of the dead, who was on his ship, suddenly felt what a strong flow of energy began to come from the enemy ship, where Jeremy just received a message that the legendary sword Excalibur had been reproduced. Only one hero of the past could supply him with this weapon, King Arthur himself, whom he had just been lucky enough to call upon to help him. Amaris began to feel that this battle might be lost for him, since the enemy was too strong, and decided to try to retreat from the battlefield. Calling his ship by the most affectionate names, Amaris asked that it move at least a meter, and now he began to think about abandoning the ship, where on the one hand he wanted to save himself. On the other hand, he could not leave the pride of the seas and oceans. In a fit of desperation, the captain of the dead began to use his power at full force, shouting that he would fight to the last. But Jeremy did not wait and applied his new abilities using the legendary sword. The shockwave had already blown off the captain's hat as he helplessly watched as the unprecedented power approached him, where Jeremy's blow with Excalibur literally split the ship in two. And along with the ship, its captain, who turned out to be not at all immortal, was also taken apart piece by piece. Standing on the deck of his ship, the young man breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the battle was over. And then he was told about a multiple increase in his level, where he was very surprised that the level was increasing by several points at once. As he was thinking about how his level was increasing, the deck began to disappear from under his feet, where Ligeia noticed that the ship's summoning time was ending. Emerging from the water, the young man lamented the fact that his companion had not warned him earlier. Clinging to the remains of one of the ships, Jeremy looked at the joy of the ship's crews, thinking about how no one even noticed that he was overboard. And while he was climbing onto the floating boards, which could easily pass for a small raft, the young man noticed a falling object. When he got the dead captain's hat in his hands, he used research to discover that it added mana and perception. But at the same time, the young man understood that walking around the city in this cocked hat would be absurd. And just as he thought about it, suddenly the hat turned into a piece of cloth, where the young man was informed that it was capable of taking any shape. While Jeremy was happily thinking about what he could turn this object into, he didn't notice how Erlia appeared behind him. She scared him a lot when she said that even she was curious about what form the young man would choose. After swimming some distance, which was very difficult to do in metal armor, the young man finally found himself on board the ship, after which he asked his patroness how long she had been there, to which she explained that due to a special occasion she had been observing the entire course of the battle. The girl then showed Jeremy the pendant, saying that she was surprised that he had not noticed it was missing during the battle with such a formidable opponent, to which he replied that he had dropped it during the battle. And Erlie noted that the fight was very difficult, but the young man showed himself well. Here, Jeremy asked the representative of the universe whether he should return the pendant to her, given that his game level had already risen to the third, to which she answered negatively. Having said that this item would still be useful to the young man, the girl insisted that he keep it with him, after which she moved on to the next question about the reward for summoning the black card. Then the girl said that the reward for summoning a black card is no different from the reward for summoning a diamond card, but in view of the completion of a very important task, she will give out a special reward. And so the representative of the universe began to materialize a new object right before the young man's eyes. And when it fully manifested itself, the young man noted without any enthusiasm that it was just a gambling wheel. However, Erlie explained that with the help of this wheel, a young person can even gain new level 3 skills if he is lucky. After examining the wheel and listening to his patroness, Jeremy said that, in general, everything was clear to him. But he doesn't understand why the area where the third level skill is located is so disproportionately small. To which the girl replied that the young man himself should understand what a huge difference there is between first and third level talents. She immediately added that if the young man did not want to, she could give him a standard reward, which he immediately refused. Since everything now depended solely on luck, Jeremy immediately called Wang Lung and ordered Ligeia not to leave him for a step. Speaking to them like a general before an army on the eve of battle, the young man said that they must gather all their luck in order to win. And so, when the ringkeeper gave the command, Jeremy started the process of rotating the wheel with all his might. As the prize areas passed the coveted arrow, the young man prayed that he would get a level 3 skill. The characters accompanying the young man watched the wheel no less attentively. And this time, luck was indeed on Jeremy's side, where he received the 3rd level leadership talent and a bonus for getting into a very small section of the Wheel of Fortune. Wang Lung, who was smiling from ear to ear, of course couldn't help but praise himself in such a situation. After telling the character that he never doubted him, Jeremy decided to test his stats. But when he opened the status window, the young man was horrified, because for some reason, the new 3rd level skill was recorded in Wang Long's abilities. Jeremy pounced on the character, demanding that he return his new skill, where Van Lung did not understand how this could happen. Remembering that there was a representative of the universe next to him, the young man asked her why the winnings went to his character and not to him, to which Erlie calmly replied that the young man should cancel the call-up and check his credentials again. Deciding that this is indeed a smart decision, Jeremy will decide to do just that. And so, when Wang Lung disappeared, the young man, opening the window of status, noted with surprise that his new talent was in place. Only now did he realize that assigning the same skill to his character was an additional reward, where he could now use it in group battles. Meanwhile, the girl said that she would give Jeremy's new artifact another level of protection, where now no one would be able to see more than 3 skills in the young man. The representative of the universe had already disappeared when the ship announced its safe return to port. A huge enraged boar was rushing straight at Hank, making sounds typical of pigs. And the young man, who was preparing to meet the enemy, told Jeremy that he would now demonstrate to him the results of his training. After which, with incredible ease, he stopped the movement of this huge pig carcass. Of course, this technique of blocking the movement of such an impressive monster could not leave his friends indifferent. But suddenly 2 more pigs joined the first one, which were no smaller, and even larger than it in size. Hank was no longer able to contain this pressure, and began calling his friends for help. Laughing at his friend's haste to show off his strength, Jeremy carried out Wang Lung's summoning, and having appeared, this emperor of the past immediately applied his new leadership talent, where Jeremy received a message about strengthening the connection between all allies, which also increased their characteristics, where Hank suddenly noted that he felt a sharp surge of strength. Meanwhile, rushing to the aid of the young man, Samantha attacked one of the monsters, and after this attack, the girl also noticed that her body became much lighter than it had been before. Observing the changes taking place, the group leader noted that the result of using the new skill was obvious, and the inspired Wang Lung shouted that now no one could stop him, where he was ready to fight with the next opponent. And so the battle continued in a new world, where the team faced completely different monsters. Hank and Samantha easily destroyed one enemy after another, where their leadership talent spread to them. Watching his friends gain experience, Jeremy noted that it was not for nothing that Samantha was called a saint, because all evil spirits literally died from one touch of her. However, in many ways his allies were helped by the fact that the leadership skill is included in communication with the legendary weapon, which additionally increased all the characteristics of the players in the vicinity. Remembering that it had been a while since he checked his friend's stats, Jeremy used his research skill, and when the window with his girlfriend's characteristics opened, the young man was amazed at the level the girl had already reached. Next up was Hank, where Jeremy was equally surprised to see his level rise 7 notches in just one day. Opening the status window, the young man discovered that his tribal fighting spirit skill had an additional positive effect on the group. Here, his friends noticed the strange expression on his face, and asked with concern what had happened. In response, Jeremy asked how long ago they checked their characteristics, and when they said that they hadn't had time for that lately, the young man told them not to be too surprised when they saw them. They tried to clarify the information they had received, but the young man said that they would find out everything themselves later, pushing them towards the World Master's room and urging them to finish the cleanup faster. The Master of the World turned out to be an incredibly huge monster, who was extremely unhappy with the visit of uninvited guests. Hank worked from below, delivering a powerful blow to the opponent's legs with his brand new shield, and Samantha complimented his actions, attacking the Master of the World from above and from the other side, which led to the fall of this monster. After which the girl did not stop, but immediately began to deliver finishing powerful blows to the enemy. And so the monster was defeated, where the received message informed the young man that his level had also been increased. However, the next message was not so joyful, as it informed Jeremy that at the moment he had reached the maximum limit of his characteristics. He understood that sooner or later such a situation could arise, and to solve the problem he decided to try to use the information lottery. The next day, Jeremy, using his personal navigator, arrived at the indicated location, where he discovered a portal. After studying the portal with his research skill, the young man discovered that there was a special world hidden behind it. After which he came to the conclusion that, in all likelihood, this was the passage to the world to raise his class, which he had received information about yesterday in the lottery. He didn't know how long this journey would take, so he left his mana watch at home and wore a regular mechanical wristwatch. And now he found himself on the other side of the portal, where he was surprised to find himself falling down somewhere. However, the flight was not long, where the young man, without even having time to get scared, successfully landed on a cloud. Seeing a creature in front of him that resembled a huge bird, Jeremy prepared his heavenly halberd, asking who was standing in front of him. To which the bird suddenly said that pointing a gun at the first person he meets is, of course, a very reasonable decision, but there is no danger. So the guy just needs to listen to what he has to say. The ringkeeper accompanying the young man said that this creature does not lie, and so the bird introduced himself, calling himself Ulrich, where he explained that he had been tasked with briefing the applicant. Looking around, Jeremy asked about this place where he found himself to undergo the tests, to which Ulrich explained that they were currently heading to the Sacred Ridge, where the test would take place. Only those who have reached the limit of their capabilities can take part in this test, where such candidates are gathered on this ridge and tested. After finishing his explanation, Ulrich handed Jeremy a large red crystal, saying that he would need it. While the young man was trying to find out what exactly the test consisted of, his companion noted that they had already arrived at the place, where before them in all its glory appeared the sacred ridge, which hovered in the air just like their cloud. And while Jeremy was mesmerized by this unprecedented sight, Ulrich suddenly pushed him down, wishing him luck. And so the young man found himself in free fall again, where this time he had enough time to be truly scared. And so he, having broken several branches of the tree, was already sitting on the ground and watching how the protection surrounding him, formed by the crystal, was slowly disappearing. And while he was examining the crystal he had received, it seemed as if a firework had exploded in the sky, after which the young man was informed about the beginning of the test. He was also told that the player who completed the task would be awarded a special title that would influence further development. Only now did Jeremy realize that he would have to fight for this privilege with many other players, where it resembled a game mode, one against all. And since it was a game, he immediately received a message about the activation of the game skill, where all his characteristics were tripled, since this talent was also no longer the second, but the third level. Having figured out what was what, Jeremy began moving towards the mountain, where his skill allowed him to create a map. Thanks to his skills, he could see his position on the ground and the entire area, but others did not have such a skill, and so it was expected that they would go to the nearest high ground to look around. And in that case, the wisest decision was to meet them one by one at the foot of the mountain. Here the young man's attention was drawn to his faithful companion, who said that someone was sneaking up on him from behind. He began to look around. The young man was surprised that the danger appeared from a different direction than he expected. He wanted to say that he didn't feel anyone, but suddenly he saw a huge wolf among the thickets. Smiling, Jeremy said that he had time to get very excited, while in front of him was just a very ordinary wolf. He had already managed to turn away and wanted to continue on his way, when suddenly he heard the shrill cry of Ligeia, who warned him of the danger. With difficulty, Jeremy managed to dodge the terrible bite of the enemy who attacked him. Using his research skill, the young man saw a window with the enemy's characteristics, where the wolf had a considerable level of mana and a bunch of skills. After which the young man reproached himself for his naivety, where for some reason he did not think that a wide variety of creatures could participate in the test. The wolf noted that the guy had good intuition, where others would have simply waved their hands when they saw an ordinary wolf. After which the beast added that if the guy had just let himself be bitten, everything would have been fine. But now he could not count on mercy, and in Jeremy's hands there was already a dagger, which was most convenient for fighting opponents, where he accompanied this action with a question about whether his opponent had heard of countries where they eat dogs. After which the wolf, enraged and with considerable speed, rushed at the young man. But then Jeremy used one of his skills, sending an energy blast at his opponent. After which, accelerating and going around the enemy from the side, he inflicted a cut wound on the wolf's left side. However, the wolf immediately used his instant healing skill, saying that his opponent was not bad at all. But Jeremy did not listen to what the animal was saying, where the dagger in his hand had already transformed into a spear, which he swung to deliver another blow. It seemed that the blow had reached its target and hit her, however, upon closer inspection. The young man saw that the wolf had caught his weapon with its teeth, where such an unusual reception, which the young man had never encountered before, was very surprising. Noting the incredible strength of the common man, the animal said that it would simply break this weapon, which, however, ended with its teeth breaking. After which Jeremy, controlling his energy, made the weapon disappear altogether, where he decided to concentrate the energy in his hands, telling the enemy that having many weapons is also a skill. And the animal, which was not very happy about having broken its teeth, despite their rapid recovery, was already rushing to attack again. But Jeremy dodged it with a deft and quick movement to the side, after which he struck the wolf with his hand, which had such force that the animal was thrown far to the side. Before the wolf had time to rise to his feet and prepare for a new attack, the young man was already behind him, grabbing him by the neck and materializing a dagger. And so he joyfully announced that victory was his, where the wolf, stretching out his paws, asked to kill him. But suddenly the young man let go of his opponent's neck, saying that he had not planned to kill him in the first place. After which Jeremy told the animal, who listened to him very attentively, that he does not kill living beings unless it concerns the issue of food, since every life is sacred. After which he told the wolf to give him the crystal and blue stones that each player has, where after the animal had vomited these objects out of itself, it asked whether its opponent was really a simple thief, to which Jeremy said that compared to the possibility of living, losing the stones is not a problem. where he could not understand what these blue stones are for. To which the wolf explained that if he understood the information correctly, then this was a property stone. In other words, the local game currency, for which you can buy various items and weapons in randomly appearing shops. The information he received pleased the young man, and he heartily thanked his recent opponent, after which he said that the wolf could use the red crystal to leave this world. But suddenly the wolf asked the young man not to hurry, where he assumed that the animal wanted to offer to fight one more time. But the wolf, coming closer, said that he proposed to unite, where, in case of success, the man, of course, would take first place. Where right after that, Jeremy was surprised by the message that appeared that the creature recognized him as strong and wanted to follow him, where he had to choose to agree or not. After using his personal lie detector, the young man discovered that the animal was not lying, and so he chose a positive answer, where a link of players was immediately made, where the wolf would follow the leading player. After which the wolf, who turned out to be a she-wolf, said that his name was Tina, and she was ready to carry out any order. Where, taking advantage of the opportunity, Jeremy said that he had just one request that Tina could fulfill, and now she was lying on her back, where the young man was scratching her tummy with great pleasure. And while he was having fun with his new companion, where she asked him to stop, and the young man asked him to be patient a little longer, another player was already watching his partners. Jeremy felt a strong vibration in the ground beneath his feet, assuming it was an earthquake. To which Tina, who was finishing disarming the player following them, explained that some parts of the island were falling off at the edges. To which the young man said that in that case they needed to move towards the center, like that poor knight climbing the mountain. Tina suggested attacking him, but the young man stopped her impulse, saying that by doing so they would give away their location. Suddenly, from somewhere in the forest, an arrow whistled and hit the knight's helmet. Looking around, the not very experienced player could not figure out where he was being attacked from, and Jeremy happily noted that their new targets gave themselves away, where his furry companion said that the man was right. After which the young man said that for this reason there was no point in attacking the stupid knight, where it was easier to use him as bait. And so the companions, on the leader's command, rushed to the place from where the knight was shot. Meanwhile, the elf standing on the branch noted that the knight's armor turned out to be much stronger than she had assumed. After which, taking aim, the girl fired another arrow at the enemy, saying that with his armor, he was only delaying the inevitable. At that very moment, the she-wolf Tina fell upon the archer from above with all her weight, where with her weight and a blow of her paw, she easily broke the branch on which the elf was located. As she fell down, the girl turned around and began to take aim, calling the attacking wolf a rather impudent dog. However, the attempt to counterattack was immediately stopped by the appearance of Jeremy, which surprised the girl quite a bit, where the young man, without any ceremony, dealt the archer a blow of enormous force, hastening her fall. And now, standing in front of her on the ground, Jeremy pointed the tip of his halberd at the defeated enemy, offering her to exchange her life for the stones she had. But then the elf showed all the charm she had, crying and asking the master for mercy and the opportunity to leave. But Jeremy and Tina, not at all moved by these tears, shouted loudly for her to give them everything she had right now. But then, having taken out a red crystal, the girl immediately used it, throwing a very offensive word at the young man as a farewell, which defined him as some kind of horned animal. This insult deeply hurt the young man, who said that no elf would be spared again, where Tina found it strange that the word goat had such a strong effect on him. Meanwhile, the unlucky knight, who continued to climb the mountain, was attacked by someone else. Watching as he was being hit from one side and then the other by various flying objects, Tina noted that she even felt sorry for the poor guy. But Jeremy said this was their chance to deal with all the shooters who were currently trying to attack him. Very soon the young man had a whole bag of property stones in his hands. Here, Tina suggested finding a place to spend the night, after which Jeremy asked if it wouldn't be easier to set up ambushes in the dark, to which the she-wolf supplied him with her wisdom, saying that he was certainly strong. But even the strongest hunter perishes if he tries to pursue his prey without stopping, which was really the point. And when the young man agreed to rest, Tina told him to follow her, as she had found a good place. Seeing the cave his partner led him to, Jeremy noted that it would be a good shelter for the night. But when he started to climb inside, he noted that the passage was very small, where his companion would definitely not be able to crawl through, to which Tina said that everything had been thought out in this part. Suddenly, some unknown forces lifted the she-wolf into the air, where she began to glow entirely, which could not help but surprise the young man. And so, little by little, right before Jeremy's eyes, her wolf limbs began to transform into human arms and legs. And so, after a few seconds, in the bright rays of light, one could clearly see a slender female figure. Seeing how the huge wolf turned into a miniature girl, The young man could not believe his eyes. He covered himself with his hands so as not to look at the naked female body. And Tina, pleased with herself, said that in such a guise she would definitely fit into the cave. Then, paying attention to the young man's behavior, the she-wolf noted that she had always been naked in front of him before, because in his world, wolves also most likely do not wear clothes. Telling his companion that now was not the time to discuss all these issues, Jeremy tossed her one of his shirts that he had in the inventory storage. Turning away and waiting for the girl to cover her body parts, the young man said to himself that he had completely forgotten about her transformation skill. The night passed quickly, and Tina, having emerged from the cave and assumed her usual appearance, stretched contentedly in the rays of the morning sun. Following her, Jeremy also came out of the cave, and in response to his companion's question, he said that he hadn't slept very well. And suddenly he noticed the paint that was on the ground, thereby provoking his companion to ask what it was, to which he replied that he wanted to find out where the other contenders were going. And so he had placed paint everywhere in advance to identify them by their tracks. And then he managed to understand that they all headed straight to the river, after which Tina said that that's where they would finish them off. Very soon the partners arrived at the very place where the other participants were supposed to be. Jeremy said that now they needed to be very quiet in order to identify the enemies and attack first. But his thoughts were interrupted by Tina, who noticed something. Where, turning his head, the young man, not without surprise, discovered a store nearby which explained the gathering of applicants here. After all, there you could find items that could turn the entire course of the test. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the bushes nearby, which attracted the team's attention. Tina immediately became fully alert, and Jeremy, having listened and not hearing anything else, said that he must have imagined it. Also not hearing a single sound, the she-wolf said that most likely this was another push from the destruction of the island. And as soon as she finished speaking, applicants jumped out from different parts of the thicket and rushed quickly towards the store. Others, who were smarter, remained in the bushes and began to attack those who could not withstand the tension. Watching the battle, Tina asked Jeremy if they should join the battle too, to which the young man said that it was too dangerous. But then the she-wolf noted that in that case someone else would take over. Having said that in any case he would not retreat without a fight, the young man suggested that they first deal with the shooters in the bushes, where he told his partner to trust him because he had a great plan to resolve the situation. And now Tina was already rushing towards one of the opponents, who was trying to use his magical skills against her. Clutching his staff in his hands, the challenger marveled at the fact that some wolf possessed such incredible speed. But then he was hit by Jeremy, who had crept up on him from the other side and said that the diversion had worked. At that very moment, many arrows flew at him, which the young man, however, dodged without any problems. Looking at his masked opponent, Jeremy noted that they had already destroyed many, but it seemed like there were no fewer contenders. And his new opponent, preparing his crossbows for a new attack, said that the guy would not be able to dodge arrows forever. But Jeremy didn't even think about dodging, where he simply walked towards the enemy, deflecting all his arrows with his weapon, where the masked man couldn't believe that all his arrows were reflected by the movements of the halberd. And then, at the most unexpected moment for the shooter, Tina pounced on him from behind Jeremy. Distracted by the wolf's attack, the shooter stopped firing arrows at the young man, aiming his weapon at a new, more dangerous target, which Jeremy took advantage of, sharply throwing his weapon at the enemy, where the heavenly halberd, rapidly reducing the distance, pinned the shooter to a tree. After which the young man noted that this was the last contender in the bushes, and Tina asked what they would do next, where she suggested waiting until the runners had dealt with each other and attacking the winner. To which the young man replied that it was too risky, as he was sure that they were not the only ones waiting in ambush. And when Tina asked again what they should do then, Jeremy had already prepared his spear, saying that now she would see everything for herself. Where, having swung well, the young man threw his weapon with all his might in the direction where everyone was heading for the store. And so, before the eyes of the challenger, after throwing the spear, only splinters remained from the magazine. After which Jeremy said that if the store doesn't go to him, then no one else will. After which, he urged his partner to quickly hide from here, since they could definitely be seen. But the contenders, instead of catching up with those who left them without a store, began to fight with each other, swearing loudly. Stopping at some point, Jeremy couldn't believe his eyes, saying that he was definitely imagining it. And indeed, there was something to be surprised about here, because another store appeared in front of them. Leaving Tina to guard the entrance, the young man himself went inside to look around. And when he found himself in the sales area, he noted that for a store it was somehow very empty. Approaching the altar, he decided to act according to the same scheme as in the world where he and other players completed the task, placing the collected stones on it. And then a list of things that could be purchased appeared before his eyes, where he began to look for something really useful. Tina, who was standing guard at the entrance, suddenly felt the island begin to shake once again, where she immediately noted that up until this point, the time intervals between earthquakes were equal, but this happened much earlier. And when Jeremy left the store, the she-wolf immediately told him that something was wrong. Having said that it was his doing, he suggested that they return to the river, where he would tell her everything along the way, where he explained that due to their location closer to the center, they do not risk losing by falling along with the next piece of the island that falls off. And Tina found it reasonable to speed up the process of destruction of the island, where many of their rivals, who did not have time to reach the center, would die. And Jeremy, summing up his strategy, said that now they need to occupy the space near the reservoir, where they can easily destroy one by one everyone who remains. At that moment, after another flash, the number 8 appeared in the sky, showing the remaining number of candidates, where his partners noticed that events were developing too quickly, since just a couple of hours ago he had seen at least 7 people by the river, not counting them, which meant he should hurry. When Jeremy and Tina arrived at their destination, the first thing they saw was a pile of bodies of applicants, after which a huge troll appeared before their eyes, sitting on the defeated opponents, absorbing their bodies. After assessing its skills and characteristics using the research skill, the young man realized that this creature was much stronger than him, and the troll had already noticed new opponents, throwing away the half-eaten hand of one of the contenders. Having established that fighting a human was mortally boring, the troll nevertheless came to the conclusion that he had no choice anyway. Jeremy didn't wait for the troll to attack and decided to rush into the attack himself, where Tina didn't even have time to shout for him to stop. Combining the two types of attack, the young man quickly approached the target, resolutely preparing to destroy the enemy. But suddenly the troll used a defensive skill, which his opponent never expected to encounter. Jeremy was confused as to how the troll was able to block such a powerful combined attack. Immediately, he was informed about the blocking of the unifying and selective lotteries, as well as 2 attacking skills, where at that very second, the troll had already swung in order to destroy the enemy. As Jeremy watched the huge mace come down on his head, all he could think about was how unlucky he was. But at the very peak moment, Tina, who appeared in front of the young man, took the monster's blow upon herself, where he was so strong that he threw a huge she-wolf more than 10 meters to the side. Enraged, Jeremy immediately began to strike his opponent multiple times, which only amused him, where the troll, smiling, stated that the man was very pathetic and incapable of anything. After which, Jeremy's opponent suddenly dealt him a crushing blow with his huge foot. But the young man did not fall, maintaining his balance, where the troll tried to finish him off, striking from above, which the young man managed to dodge. Seeing the enemy rushing straight at him, Jeremy suddenly thrust his heavenly halberd in front of him. However, although the troll was bulky, he was very agile and intercepted his opponent's weapon. The monster pulled it with force and literally tore the young man off the ground, sending him flying free. And so, when the young man received a powerful blow to the ground, he, observing the approach of the enemy, had already opened the vault. And when Jeremy extracted a red crystal that could transport him to his world, the troll immediately called him a coward. However, the young man did not even think of giving up, where he destroyed the crystal, after which he was given the functions of viewing the map and returning home, where his communication skills suddenly connected with Ulrich. And when the process was completed, Jeremy received a message about acquiring the skill of supersonic movement. Well, the troll, having said that the guy would regret his decision to stay, rushed into a new attack. Having reached the enemy's level, the huge monster immediately lowered its massive weapon onto his head. However, the young man was no longer in the place where this terrible snowcock had landed. Turning to the enemy behind him, the troll noted that he had not even thought about the young man having the teleportation skill, saying that he was beginning to enjoy their confrontation. The monster attempted another attack, but with supersonic speed, Jeremy saw every move the troll was making in advance, where he had already begun to gather energy for an attack. And so, with incredible speed and the use of a new attack skill, he threw his weapon, which, having pierced the troll's body through and through, instantly materialized in the hands of its owner. It was immediately announced to him that the young man had developed a speed that could not be achieved with his current characteristics. And as a reward, he would receive a speed skill of an even better quality. And now he has already approached his partner, where she said that everything will be fine with her, since she has a recovery skill that will gradually return her to normal. Then Jeremy asked the she-wolf why she had done such an act, to which Tina explained that although the man was strong, even he could not defeat the troll alone. But suddenly her speech was interrupted, where his furry partner, stuttering, told him to run. But it was already too late, as the troll's huge mace slammed into the young man's body with all its might. With this blow, carrying terrible force and death, the body of the young man flew to the side and hit hard against a stone. And Tina, declaring that no regeneration would heal such a wound, asked the troll what kind of power he was using. To which the monster, noticing the beast's insight, explained that if it were not for his partner's ability to manipulate time, then he would have definitely come to an end. Where, after listening to the explanation, the she-wolf noted that this was a completely abnormal skill that gave an unlimited advantage. Having finished talking with the beast, the troll went to Jeremy, saying that he takes back his words and recognizes the man as a true warrior. But at the same time, he still emerges victorious from this fight, and therefore he will now finish off his opponent and eat him. Tina could do nothing to help the young man, over whose head the mace was raised once again, since she had not yet had time to recover. But then, at the moment when the weapon had almost reached the victim's body, the young man suddenly stopped its movement with his hand, asking the monster about what he had just said. Laughing at his words about eating him, the young man received a message about the increase in all his characteristics due to overcoming the speed barrier. With an incredibly fast movement, he disarmed the resurrected troll, and so, warming up his hands and receiving a message about tripling his new characteristics with the game skill, he suggested that the monster try to eat him. Watching the changes in the man, the troll whispered that this was simply impossible, to which Jeremy cheerfully replied that there was no trace left of the monster that wanted to devour his body. He then quickly rushed past his opponent, striking him with his heavenly halberd, which made his legs weak and forced him to fall. But the young man didn't even think of stopping, already soaring into the air to deliver the next blow, where he hit his opponent's back with all his might. But not stopping there, Jeremy began to strike one blow after another, not allowing him to do anything against it, saying that he would make him regret the resurrection skill. Even Tina couldn't watch what her partner was doing to this monster without pain, and so the exhausted troll, who as soon as he was resurrected, immediately received a new fatal blow, was already begging Jeremy to kill him, where he would not be resurrected again. And the young man fulfilled his request, plunging his weapon into the monster's chest. Returning to his new friend, Jeremy asked how she was feeling, to which the wolf said that she was much better, but was not sure she could help in the battle. Taking out her red crystal, Tina said that she was ready to give up and leave this world. But with a deft movement, Jeremy took the stone from his partner, telling her not to even think about leaving, but to just sit here and wait. Where, turning around and heading towards the forest, the young man added that finishing off the rest would not take him much time or effort. And so, using his new speed skill, Jeremy made a powerful jump that could be compared to flight. One of the contenders was very happy when he saw the number 6 in the sky, indicating that there was little time left until victory. He noted that it would be possible to start moving when there were about 4 people left, when someone appeared behind him who would interrupt his participation in the test. Sensing danger, the creature tried to turn around and attack, but Jeremy was very fast, where, having disarmed the enemy and put a halberd to his throat, he suggested that he simply surrender, since resistance was useless. Taking out his crystal, the monster said that he would never forget either this shame or the boy's mercy. Watching another of his opponents disappear, Jeremy wanted to tell himself how many more needed to be neutralized. But suddenly, his speech was interrupted, because he, feeling something, turned his head and looked at a tree growing nearby. And the warrior who was on that tree was very surprised that he was noticed, since he used the skill of hiding his presence. Deciding that the guy was too strong, the warrior decided to retreat, but Jeremy was already behind him, where he immediately dealt his new opponent a powerful blow with his halberd, counting that now only 3 remained to be eliminated. The next warrior wandering in the middle of the forest also did not have time to understand what had happened, where Jeremy's lightning strike left him without a chance to win the challenge. After the attack, the young man immediately felt that someone was aiming at him, and using his speed, he easily avoided the attack, where the archer, watching the incredible movements, could not believe that the applicant had such incredible skills. Where, quickly approaching, Jeremy dealt the last challenger a crushing blow. With difficulty rising from the ground, the elf took out a red crystal and said that she was giving up and retreating. However, after knocking the stone out of her hands, Jeremy said that no one allowed her to leave here. And so, standing opposite the defeated archer, he smugly noted that he had some scores to settle with their race, where he told the crying girl that she could thank one of her relatives for everything that was happening next. And so, a few seconds later, the she-wolf saw how the fireworks in the sky showed the number 2, and Jeremy was already approaching her, saying that he had finished eliminating his rivals. Tina thanked the guy for helping her come in second, and the young man thanked the she-wolf for her help, saying that they would meet later. Saying that she would be only too happy about it, his partner activated the crystal and disappeared, leaving the young man victorious. Where at that very second, a fireworks display began in the sky, symbolizing the end of the test and the victory of one of the participants. After which Jeremy received a message that he had successfully passed the test for class promotion. When Jeremy read the next message that he would receive an additional reward, he couldn't believe that he was the first. Where he immediately remembered his distant past, where he was always only second. But now he could feel what all those who occupied the first places felt. But now he has moved from the island where the test was taking place to the hall to receive the reward, where he was met by a stunned Ulrich, who until the very end could not believe that the one he instructed would win. By hugging the winner tightly, the bird was saying that this was the first time his challenger had won. And when the hug was over, Ulrich said that Jeremy would soon receive his reward. The bird also noted that he too would be awarded as the winner's partner. And so, showing a door that was not visible nearby, Ulrich suggested that they follow him to receive the reward. As they got closer, Jeremy was about to go inside, but his companion suddenly blocked his path. Having said that there was a strict time limit in that room, the bird strictly told the guy to return on time, where, in response to a corresponding question, Ulrich explained that according to his earthly time, it should be 10 o'clock in the evening. Looking at his watch, the young man noted that he had more than 3 hours at his disposal. And when his interlocutor reminded him of this again, Jeremy asked what would happen if he didn't return on time. To which Ulrich replied that then a test with an incredible reward awaited him. But his young man would definitely not be able to pass it. But now all the instructions were given, and the young man went to receive his well-deserved reward. Inside, he found himself in a spacious, round room where there was absolutely nothing. Noticing that it was completely empty, Jeremy wondered where the promised reward was. But suddenly he was surrounded on all sides by some small glowing birds. They continued flying around him until one of them accidentally collided with the young man's back. Where after this collision the bird disappeared, and Jeremy received a message that his characteristics were increased by 1 point. Only now did he understand what these birds were needed for, where one after another they collided with his body, adding indicators to the characteristics. Not leaving it all to chance, the young man began to catch birds himself, where he also understood the reason for the time limit. Realizing that such a chance does not come often, the young man did not want to leave the hall at all, waiting for new birds to appear. And then another one appeared, where after the addition of characteristic points occurred, Jeremy noted that he still had 10 whole minutes left, having decided that he would have plenty of time to wait for another one. The young man did not understand what was happening when suddenly the exit was blocked by a lowered grate. Greatly surprised, the young man shouted loudly that it was not yet 10 o'clock in the evening, but the message informed him that time was up. A test had begun that was more difficult than his current level, where in case of victory he would receive an additional reward. Where, immediately after this message, a griffin armed with a hammer appeared from a newly opened door. The number of griffins grew as Jeremy tried to figure out why the time had run out earlier than it did on his watch. He remembered that the last time he wore this watch was when he went to cleanse the world with Samantha and Hank, where during the battle he definitely did not harm them. And after the battle, Hank invited them to visit him, where he met Erlea, who, upon her appearance, stopped time in order to talk. And now the young man realized that his watch was simply running late because the representative of the universe had stopped time. Jeremy didn't think he'd have to use the black card summon ticket he received as a reward for breaking the speed limit so soon, but he had no choice. And now he has already launched the lottery, where he is again surrounded by many black cards. The griffin didn't wait any longer and began his attack, aiming a huge hammer straight at the subject's head. But the young man easily stopped this blow, noting that the bird had a heavy hammer. After which the young man noted to himself that this was the strongest blow that he had ever had to stop, where no one could stand it except for one single character named Hercules, whom he was lucky enough to draw in the lottery. And so, after he had stopped the enemy's attack, Jeremy easily threw the enemy away with a sweeping movement of his hand, which, sliding across the floor, flew towards the farthest wall, into which it crashed with a loud bang. Using his research skill, the young man determined that these were stone griffins that could be defeated by extracting their hearts. The only problem was that this heart was constantly moving throughout the body of his opponents. As Jeremy dodged another attack, he concluded that without using the research skill, he would not be able to figure out where the heart was at a specific moment in time. And under such circumstances, he had only one choice left, where at that very second, they created a new weapon, which was the most ordinary titanium club, where he immediately pounced on one of his opponents, starting to crush his stone body with this club. With each subsequent blow, he repeated that he would break into small pieces everyone present in the room. While he was dealing with one, another griffin approached him from behind, preparing to destroy the enemy with a hammer. But seeing his opponent perfectly well, the young man quickly turned around and knocked him down with a sweeping blow of his club. Where with the next blow, the young man said that he would grind all his opponents into dust. And so, Watching the guy destroy his brothers one after another, the griffin found it impossible that he could destroy their stone bodies so easily, and Jeremy didn't even think of stopping, where with his club and using the strength of Hercules he destroyed another enemy, where his fists were also used, which, with the support of a summoned character, were not much different from a club. And so he stood among the destroyed bodies of the griffins, and received a message about passing the test, where his mana was fully restored, and an additional reward would be given. The exit was clear, where watching the grate being raised, Jeremy noted that if it weren't for Hercules, he would have had a very hard time. And just as he wanted to leave the room, suddenly a new message informed him that he had gained access to the second test, where immediately behind him, a new passage appeared, where he was told that if he did not wish to undergo the next test, he could leave the hall through the main door. But if he decides to continue, there will be no opportunity to turn around. And then Jeremy realized that it was just like a few levels of a computer game, where he will have to go through one level after another, receiving small bonuses, and at the end, he will fight the boss. After which, the young man began to think about whether it was worth it for him to take such a risk by getting involved in this adventure. After all, he managed to pass the first test with such difficulty even using the black card, where the subsequent ones will definitely be more difficult. But he could not decide what to do, where the young man understood perfectly well that the reward would be directly proportional to the danger experienced. And so, after several minutes of torment and doubt, Jeremy decided that he would take the risk after all. In preparation for the next level, the young man called upon his luck bearers and soon drew a gold card. But this didn't suit him very much, where he decided to sacrifice characteristic points and continue playing. Here the ringkeeper intervened, saying that her master had promised to stop when the mana ran out. But the young man said that she had misunderstood him, where he was going to stop only when the minimum diamond card fell out. And so he began to spin the lottery again, using tickets purchased with stat points, where in another of the scrolls it was announced that Van Lung had leveled up again. After which the character said that in any case it serves to the benefit of his master, since his characteristics also increase. But then the lottery was spun again, where Jeremy finally saw the diamond card that had fallen out, where the character summoned turned out to be some old Chinese archer, who said that he would try to help in any way he could. However, having studied the characteristics and skills of this grandfather, the young man was in seventh heaven, as he could not even dream of such a thing. Realizing that time was not on his side, he decided not to delay any longer and quickly headed to the next room, where after passing through the door, Jeremy suddenly found himself in a spacious green meadow. Looking around and raising his gaze upward, the young man noticed a whole flock of dragons hovering directly above him high in the sky, where the character accompanying him found this coincidence very fortunate, since with his shooting skills no one would escape them. However, Jeremy, having materialized his sword, said that with all due respect to the old man, he was not going to shoot at the dragons. After all, his weapon was closely connected to his dragon blood skill, where he could immediately sense the approach of dragons. And so, having heard the message that his characteristics had been increased tenfold, the young man began to attack his opponents, where he struck them without even touching them, as he directed the destructive action of energy at them through his weapon. And the character he summoned noted the master's incredible abilities, saying that with just one swing he was able to destroy several dragons at once. And so the young man continued to swing his sword, literally cutting into pieces one dragon after another. The young man's work was also admired by his faithful companion, who noted that her master seemed not to be fighting dragons, but to have swatted a swarm of midges. And the old man, looking down, said that he was absolutely useless here. But Jeremy objected, saying that without his strength, he definitely wouldn't have been able to cope. And so he dealt the final blow to the last dragon in the sky. Having decided that the test was over, Jeremy had already managed to put away his weapon, but Ligeia drew his attention to what was starting to happen to the side, where all the dragon body parts scattered across the lawn suddenly gathered into a huge pile, where, after some transformation, having thrown off all the excess flesh, one huge bone dragon appeared in front of the young man. Immediately returning his weapon, Jeremy was glad that he had such an easy opponent, where with the help of a sword tied with dragon's blood he could easily cope. And so the young man made a powerful leap, swinging his weapon to strike. He dropped down sharply and delivered an incredible blow to the bone dragon's head, which for some reason had no effect. While he was trying to understand what had happened, the dragon turned around and responded to the attacker with a powerful blow of its tail. Looking at his weapon, the young man could not understand why his skill stopped working, despite the fact that there was a dragon in front of him. Where the old man who continued to accompany him suggested that this could be due to the lack of blood in this dragon, where a sword bound in dragon's blood will not be able to recognize a dragon in an enemy if he does not have dragon's blood. Deciding that the character was completely right, Jeremy immediately changed his sword to a bow and arrow. And the ringkeeper, looking at the dragon, noted that this beast seemed very angry to her. Where indeed the bone dragon suddenly and swiftly rushed at its opponent. Noting to himself that it was not for nothing that he thought everything was going too smoothly, the young man pulled the bowstring, shouting to the dragon that he was ready to fight. And here, Jeremy stood among the bones of his opponent, noting that he had managed with great difficulty. Where he also noted that if the tests continue in the same spirit, it will be very difficult to pass them. His original plan was to try and pick the Chinese general Chang Pu from among the guaranteed characters. But since it was unknown how many more levels awaited him, Jeremy thought about what strategy to use next. But then he received a message that he had reached a mana level of 100 points, and as a reward he would receive a new skill. Where he looked with interest at the new possibility of collective use of summoned characters, where he had to select and mark cards of the chosen characters in 5 cells in order to increase his abilities by a third and acquire a new skill. Now the young man decided to resort to a selective lottery where Wang Lung was already nearby. And now he was already looking through the cards in order to choose the characters he needed in order to summon the third one, where this time he chose Qin He, who he had already used, and one of the famous warriors who was an expert in wielding a spear. And when the summoned character appeared, the first one to notice him was Wang Long, who called him by the name Zhi Gang. And when Jeremy asked how they knew each other, Van Lung explained that this character was his military leader in the past, after which the young man was informed that he had downloaded 2 linked characters, which would give him an additional bonus. However, Zhigang did not suit Jeremy, and he let him go, immediately starting a new lottery. And finally, the long-awaited diamond card dropped, and Jeremy, delighted by it, began to unite with the loaded character. Where this character turned out to be another famous warrior of the past, Li Ho. Deciding that this character would be enough to challenge the next level, Jeremy decided to continue. But then he was informed that another great warrior had been loaded into the warrior board cell, where, in addition to the fact that he received an increase in his characteristics, the young man was also given an additional ticket. Faced with the next test, the young man saw before him a battlefield where black birds were fighting yellow ones, where the subject was very surprised that as a third test, he would have to participate in a war. Then one of the warriors ran up to him, telling his general that they were facing a huge enemy force. Immediately realizing that in this case he needed to lead the army, Jeremy decided to use the ticket. Meanwhile, someone from his army shouted that their enemy was attacking, where the first to approach Jeremy met with his personal blows of the halberd, where Li Huo, who was summoned from the black card, was replaced by another great warrior of the past, Shang Yuan, whom Van Lung, who was nearby, greeted like his uncle. And Jeremy received a message that familiar characters had been summoned again, which increased all their characteristics, where Shang Yuan also recognized his nephew, noting that they had not seen each other for a very long time. Meanwhile, the army that Jeremy was supposed to command experienced a sharp increase in strength, where the command bonus from the affinity of the summoned characters began to apply to them. But their opponents sensed something was wrong, noting that incredibly strong energy began to spread from the enemy's side. However, the general of the Raven army who appeared said that one should not be afraid, but fight. Using his abilities, the general of the Black Army loudly commanded his warriors to begin the attack, where this cry immediately affected the fighting spirit and abilities of Jeremy's army. And Shang Yuan explained that this was the battle cry of the enemy general, and something had to be done about its consequences. Having studied his opponent, the young man learned that he was a very cruel and strong opponent. His cry was a challenge, which Jeremy of course accepted, calling his horse to his aid, where the summoned character was very happy to see this animal, stroking its head. But Jeremy directed his horse straight towards where the enemy commander stood. He attacked the large black bird with his halberd while running, where using the weapon in one-on-one combat would increase its stats. Seeing the enemy commander nearly knocked down with one blow immediately boosted the morale of Jeremy's army, and the leader of the army himself began to command, telling them to line up in a certain battle formation. And now his army, whose capabilities had again increased significantly under his skillful command, had already carried out the general's instructions and formed up, and the enemy army tried to launch an attack, shouting that the formation would not help their opponents. But listening to General Jeremy's orders to hold formation and make short attacks, the army easily repelled the attack. Here, the general of the Black Army shouted to his opponent that the winner should be determined in a duel of commanders. But the young man, smiling, replied that this was not so, because they were not in a duel, but at war. And to win the war, as they say in their world, all means will be good. After which the enemy general tried to attack his opponent, but the young man calmly blocked the blow. Having shouted that the guy would not block all of his blows, the huge bird resorted to a combination attack. But none of the enemy's attacks were successful, as the young man skillfully blocked them all, and his army, seeing how skillfully he blocked attacks, once again experienced a rise in fighting spirit, where the warriors rushed into the attack with new strength and greater zeal for victory. The enemy commander noticed a strong rise in morale, thinking that at this rate his army would be defeated. And so, having summoned his forces, he said that he would now destroy all his opponents with one blow. Shang Yuan, who was watching his actions, explained that their opponent was currently gathering mana from all over the battlefield. Jeremy then urged his character to use the most powerful technique he had, and so this technique was used, which was called the decapitating ice dragon, where, quite symbolically, at this moment two opposing fighting techniques collided, symbolizing fire and water. As with the clash of these two elements, the clash of the opponent's combat techniques created the effect of an exploding bomb. And now the general of the enemy army was already surrounded by soldiers from Jeremy's army, and noted that he had lost this battle. Where, looking at his unusual opponent, the commander without an army noted that he could not have imagined his defeat before, and so they were told in public that he was admitting his defeat, which led to a joyful cry of victory from the winning side. Immediately after this, Jeremy received a message about his passing of all the tests, where he was returned to the first hall, feeling how literally every bone in his body ached. Shang Yuan, who was still with him, praised the young man for his excellent battle, to which he replied that he definitely would not have coped without the general. As he disappeared, the great warrior of the past said that he would look forward to their next meeting. After which Wang Lung said goodbye to the young man, saying that they would certainly see each other soon. However, Jeremy did not let his lucky friend leave him so easily, saying that they still needed to get the reward together, where one of the additional rewards was the appearance of a Wheel of Fortune, on which you could win new third-level skills. As the wheel spun, the young man prayed that he would get the War God skill, which was among all the other possible winning options. And while the wheel was spinning, the young man's nerves were on edge. And so Wang Lung was lamenting that his power had not worked, and the player was already trying to figure out how the horse summoning skill might change now that he had just received it again. Meanwhile, Shang Yuan became the fifth great warrior who took his place on the warrior board, where the young man was told that 30% had been added to all characteristics, and he also acquired the skill of the 5 great generals. If everything was perfectly clear with the addition to the characteristics, then what kind of skill the 5 great generals had, Jeremy could not understand at all. And by pressing the button to receive information, the young man learned that when using one of the characters on the warrior board, skills will not consume mana. Instead, connection points will be spent, which can be obtained by developing your abilities when loading characters. And the higher the level of the downloaded character, the more connection points you can get. And then Jeremy read that information about a character's abilities was added to the player's profile, which meant that those abilities became his abilities. Ulrich, who remained waiting for his winner, could no longer find a place for himself, not even knowing what he could do. But then Jeremy finally came out from behind the door, where the bird immediately scolded him for making him so nervous. However, he quickly changed his anger to mercy, noting that if the door opened, it meant that the young man had successfully passed the first test, but that his interlocutor replied that he had managed to pass all the tests. After what was said, Ulrich simply lost his gift of speech for a while, but suddenly he shouted loudly that this was absurd, since the last test was a battle with the bird general, to which the young man said that he really was incredibly strong. Ulrich couldn't believe that the guy was able to pass all 3 tests and not receive any reward for it. Then Jeremy said that he had been promised a reward from a certain manager, where upon hearing this, the bird said to follow him immediately. Soon they found themselves in some square where there was clearly a festive atmosphere, and everyone was very happy to see the winner. The first person the young man saw was Tina, who congratulated him on his victory. But when he saw the next individuals, he experienced no small surprise, as he thought that most of them had died. Among them was even that huge troll which he finished off with his own hands, and Ulrich, who was accompanying the young man, explained that the place where the test was being held had the property of slowing down time, and therefore all deaths were prevented, which none of the players should have known about, so that everyone could understand what they were capable of. The bird then sent the winner to the pedestal to receive the saint's blessing, and so Jeremy, kneeling, listened silently as he was blessed by another bird in sacred clothing, after which it was announced that he had been awarded an upgrade skill, where his personal system immediately created the corresponding category, explaining that when the level increased, the chance of creating a skill corresponding to the title would increase. While getting acquainted with the changes, the young man tried to understand how it all works, and then he realized that this was akin to a computer game, where, having upgraded the skill of wielding a sword, you can then upgrade the various ways of using it. After which, turning to the holy bird, Jeremy asked if he could leave this world and return home, to which his interlocutor replied that it was not all over yet. Immediately, the young man was bathed in a beam of bright light, where he was immediately informed that he had acquired a new skill for summoning personalities for completing the first 2 levels of the tests. Where this skill lies is that the player can summon into his world anyone with whom he exchanges promises, and from any time and space. However, for passing the 3rd test, the summoning skill increases its level, where now the player can summon any person into his world, even those not bound by promises. And Jeremy, when he heard what he had received, loudly declared that no matter how difficult it was, the reward was definitely worth it. After this, the Holy Bird announced the end of the award ceremony, and at that very second, the choir of birds began to sing, and the young man quickly headed towards his test partner, who was just about to leave. He asked if she would come to him if he called when he needed help, to which Tina, of course, agreed, after which the young man was told that the promise had been received, and that he could call the she-wolf at any moment, which made him very happy, and he literally grabbed his girlfriend, starting to stroke her belly again. The tests for promotion had long since ended, and Jeremy was honing his skills in the training room. Having destroyed the last target, the young man exhaled as he finished the movement of his hand with the halberd. Watching her master train tirelessly day after day, Ligeia said that he needed to rest a little, to which Jeremy, already grabbing swords instead of a halberd, said that in order to master power, one must improve one's skill. After listening to what the young man said, the ringkeeper noted that her master was the best in the whole world. Then Hank knocked on the door of the training room and said that some guest was waiting for his friend, where the young man became very interested in what could have happened that this guest came here to look for him. And now he was already entering the room where Adrian was sitting in the company of a girl unknown to him. However, despite the fact that Jeremy didn't know this girl at all, her facial features looked very familiar. And so Adrian introduced her as the vice president of a well-known non-governmental organization, and concurrently the daughter of the Emperor of Japan, whose name is Kumiko. Sitting down opposite the girl, the young man asked her why she was looking for him. Rising to her feet, Kumiko said that she knew about the offer from her country's government to participate in the expedition, which the young man refused, and she had come to ask him to change his mind. Looking sideways at the girl, Jeremy remembered the death of Japanese players, where their government decided not to risk their people and is trying to hire players from other countries, which is why he refused. But then the girl got to the main point, saying that in one of the worlds there was a person dear to her, whom she really wanted to save. And when the girl started crying, Jeremy tried to calm her down somehow, saying that tears certainly wouldn't help matters. Understanding what the girl wanted from him, the young man said that even if he agreed, it was impossible to enter a portal where people were already located. But then he heard something he never expected to hear, where Kumiko said that with her he would be able to get inside, where she alone has such an ability that allows her to open a portal that is closed to passage. But nowadays, monsters have become so smart that they now take players captive. It is very important for her to free someone who is currently being held captive by monsters in one of the worlds. After all, there is now an SS-class player from France who is waiting for help, and who has the talent of a saint, known to the whole world under the pseudonym of Jeanne d'Arc. This information shocked Jeremy, and Kumiko continued, saying that this girl is simply needed by the Earth, and therefore she asks to agree to help. After all, if an SS-class player like Jeanne d'Arc couldn't handle the monsters in that world, it meant that their characteristics were in line with the SSS class. Literally clutching his head, the young man thought that, apparently, there was no one else who could help except him. But the SSS level was serious. However, if there was a second wave of portals, then a third one may appear, where the monsters will be even more sophisticated than now, for which one should be prepared. But one way or another, there is a limit to everything, including his abilities. However, if things continue like this, their entire planet will soon be in danger of complete destruction. And so he told the girl that he couldn't make a decision right now and asked her to give him some time to think about it. Of course, Kumiko was not against the young man weighing all the pros and cons in making such an important decision, where he was putting his life on the line, and Jeremy left the office. And while he walked, he thought about everything that the girl had told him, and what he himself had guessed. Having decided to look at the cards with information about the future, which he periodically pulled out of the information lottery, the young man thought about how, given the destruction of the Earth, he could receive information about future events, which could be explained by the fact that after a certain event, life would remain only in a separate area where he would be located. This guess, which turned everything in the young man's life upside down, could not leave him indifferent. When Jeremy got to the house and opened the door, he almost got scared when he saw a human silhouette there. But turning to the young man, Erlea greeted the guy, performing a small curtsy. The visit was very opportune, and Jeremy asked if he could ask a few questions, to which the girl responded with a yes. But then she said that the young man had already learned a lot and had greatly improved his characteristics and class. After which she suddenly added that in the near future, most of this world will perish. Where in the new world Jeremy experiences one battle after another and so on ad infinitum. And in the end he was reborn into some other being, ceasing to be a simple man. And then the young man asked if there was any chance to prevent the destruction of the world and avoid a not very bright future. To which the representative of the universe replied that there was a way, but it would be such a test that it would not hold a candle to all those that the young man had gone through before, where she would not recommend trying to go through it. Where instead the girl prefers that the guy move forward in a different, simpler, and safer way. After hearing this, Jeremy began to think that destroying the Earth was not an easy and safe way to become a super being. And then he said that for a representative of the universe, which is Erlia, who has lived for more than 1,000 years, the destruction of some land may not be a problem. However, even he, the chosen one of the universe, is a man who lives on this very earth, where there are people next to him who are not indifferent to him, and for whom he means just as much. Where for him all this is very, very important, unlike the representative of the universe, who has no friends and family. That's why he doesn't agree to the safe and easy way, but wants to prevent the destruction of their world. When the young man finished, Erlia said that if this was Jeremy's intention, then she would support him in any way she could. And then the young man was given a message that he had chosen the right path, and was given the wish to come to a brighter future. After which the young man breathed a sigh of relief, saying that if the girl had not listened to him, he would not have known what to do, saying once again that he would support any of his intentions for the good. Erlia called the lottery machine, saying that he could find the answers to his current questions there, where at that very second the device gave him that very scary capsule, which usually does not bring good news, where this time the task was to reveal the truth about one of the portals in Japan. Having expressed hope that the young man's intention would definitely come true, the representative of the universe left his company. At the next meeting of the Blackwood Guild, the hooded man said that he had received a revelation from him, where the process of divergence had already begun, to which other participants noted that similar processes had already taken place, and they did not understand how this one was different, where their leader explained that this time the discrepancy was significant, where the future they had planned began to get lost. And when the guild members asked what they should do, the leader explained that it was all for the best. After which the man in the hood conveyed his words that from today on the universe itself would help them, where all they were required to do was to fulfill their missions. And this time the bear and the butterfly will travel to Japan to test their new technology, saying that this was the portal they needed. Kumiko once again thanked the young man heartily for agreeing to help, where the young man thought to himself that he was now in a position where he himself needed to go to the world on the other side of this portal. Kumiko explained to the soldier guarding the passage that only the three he now saw in front of him would enter, while she was talking about how she wouldn't have enough strength for more people due to the portal's power. Jeremy checked the information about the world that awaited them using his research skill, where that world really had the SSS class, where no one had ever encountered such a level before, where the maximum task was to completely cleanse that world, and the minimum task was to simply save the saint. Here Adrian noticed the girl's words about the fact that she could only bring 3 people inside, asking what to do when there were 4 of them. To which Kumiko explained that if they had to save themselves, then she would remain in that world, since Jeanne d'Arc was much more important to the Earth. When everyone was ready, Kumiko used her power, saying that they would now be able to enter the portal. But then she felt that the portal's energy had become even stronger, where it could turn out that no one would be able to enter it at all. To which Jeremy explained that he just needed to expand this portal and everything would be fine, saying that the process had already started and that he just needed a little physical strength. He literally stretched the entrance to another world with his hands. Watching what this madman was doing, Kumiko was almost shocked by his abilities. Meanwhile, the young man finished widening the passage, saying that now everything was definitely ready and they could go inside for the saint. And so the whole trinity entered, where, however, only Jeremy and Kumiko appeared on the other side, to which the girl said that she had used the skill to pass many times, but for the first time someone separated from her. And Jeremy said that if he had passed, then he was also somewhere here, and with his level he would get to the owner's room on his own, after which he suggested that they move on too. And while they were moving, the young man asked how often the girl could use the skill, where she replied that it depended on the class of the world, where it took her 1 day or more to recover. After listening to the explanation, the young man said that this was quite normal, and suddenly 2 horsemen appeared behind him. The monsters that appeared were amazed that someone was able to enter their world, given that a person was already being held captive there. And the monster that looked like a toad said that the girl was emitting strange energy, where it was absolutely necessary to catch it. But before the toad could finish her thought, Jeremy dealt her a powerful blow with all his might, where the second monster didn't even have time to understand what had just happened to his partner before his eyes. Well, the young man, having dealt with the first enemy, was already swinging his spear to attack the second, and so he threw his weapon with all his might, where the spear pierced the monster's body right through. The riderless horses galloped away, and the young man told his companion that there was no need to worry. However, there was actually a reason to worry, as a whole organized group of monsters suddenly appeared and immediately rushed to attack. The young man looked at the approaching crowd, while Kumiko, having assessed the degree of danger, suggested leaving the battlefield. However, as he transformed his spear into a halberd, Jeremy asked the princess to step aside a little, preparing for battle. Shouting that he would destroy them all, the young man delivered his first blow, scattering the entire crowd of his opponents in different directions. The one who commanded the attack could not believe that just one man could destroy all his soldiers with such ease. Holding the dagger in her hands, Kumiko noted that she had no idea how strong the one she called for help could be. And so the squad of monsters was finished, where the travelers approached the whole castle, where, in their opinion, the master of this world should be. However, something was bothering the young man, where he couldn't believe that in the SSS class world it would be so easy to reach his master. But now he was standing in front of this very owner, who was not very happy about the appearance of the uninvited guest. Using his research skill, Jeremy determined that his opponent's level was somewhere between the diamond and black levels of his card characters. And then he noticed that behind this monster, there was also a captive, whom they had come here to save. Moreover, the young man noticed that inside this world there was a portal to another world. This is probably why the world was classified as SSS, since it was unclear what lay beyond. And so, for the duel with the owner, the young man called on his faithful horse, and also took advantage of Tina's challenge. But the monster did not wait for his opponents to organize, and was the first to strike his terrible blow. Jeremy dodged his attack, and Tina, who said there was no time for greetings yet, immediately rushed straight into the monster's face. Shouting at the pathetic dog to leave him alone, the monster tried to knock the she-wolf down with his hand, but she deftly jumped up, dodging the blow, where she landed right behind the monster, biting him in the collarbone area. Having praised his assistant, Jeremy began to attack the master of this complex world. The young man flew past him like lightning and dealt his enemy a powerful blow with his halberd. The monster felt a sharp pain and became very angry, shouting that no one dared to disturb him, after which he struck the she-wolf with his horns. After which, without a second's hesitation, the master of the world finished off Tina with a blow from his huge hand. And so Jeremy's disappearing assistant only managed to shout to him that they would see each other next time, when he was already informed that the call was cancelled. Then the monster noticed a horse rushing towards him from the darkness. Shouting that this maneuver was long outdated, the master of the world, with one powerful movement of his weapon, cut the horse into two parts. But suddenly he noticed that the horse, simulating an attack on him, for some reason did not have a rider, where at the same time he heard a question from behind his back about whether he was looking for him. Where immediately after that, Jeremy pierced his opponent through and through with a halberd. Then the young man added that if this blow was not enough, he was ready to strike another one straight to the heart. And so the body of the defeated monster, with a hole in its chest, fell to the side and landed on the floor of the room. And Jeremy was already approaching the girl tied with chains to the cross, saying that now he would save her. Deciding that he needed to free her mouth first, the young man pulled and lowered the blindfold, where she immediately screamed at the young man to dodge. After which Jeremy calmly turned around and with one simple movement blocked several small knives thrown at him. Placing his halberd on his shoulder, he asked if the performance was over, where his question was addressed to Kumiko herself, who was already holding a new batch of throwing weapons at the ready. The girl asked how he understood her intentions, to which Jeremy explained that he had a personal lie detector that was invisible to anyone. After these explanations, Kumiko suddenly took out her butterfly mask, placing it on her face. After which, laughing, she said that half the work was done after Jeremy entered this world with her. Seeing the girl put on the mask, the young man immediately remembered the monkey, assuming that Kumiko was also a member of the Blackwood Guild, and his new opponent said that she acknowledges that the young man's strength is beyond fantasy. But then she pulled out a bloody sphere, saying that now he was exhausted and would hardly be able to defeat someone who was many times stronger than this monster. Saying that no one would stop it, Kumiko immediately threw the sphere into a nearby portal, after which she laughed at the look on the young man's face when he realized that this would be a breakthrough. But Jeremy, looking at the black card, said that his expression was due to the fact that he simply did not believe who he had summoned and what he could do now. Where Kumiko didn't understand at all what he was talking about now. Meanwhile, the portal had already managed to change its structure, where a whole crowd of demons immediately burst out of it. At the same time, a new weapon appeared in the young man's hand, on which a flag was fluttering, and the character he summoned loudly declared that her body was in the hands of God. And as soon as the unification was completed, Jeremy struck the floor with his weapon, where it was immediately announced that this room had been proclaimed a holy place. After all, no one could have imagined that he would be able to summon Jeanne d'Arc herself to the demon world. The glow that emitted the proclamation of the holy place blinded the demons that had escaped and had a generally detrimental effect on them. Watching everything that was happening, the butterfly, aka Kumiko, decided that it was time for her to run away from here. However, Jeremy used his holy weapon to stop the girl's attempts to leave the scene. Immediately drawing her throwing knives, Kumiko hissed, asking what the almost dead man was allowing himself to do. Where, without waiting for an answer to a rhetorical question, she immediately threw her weapon at the enemy. But this time too, she was not destined to reach the young man, who again defended himself using a holy weapon. But this was only a diversionary maneuver, where taking advantage of the fact that the young man was distracted by defense, the girl abruptly approached him, trying to attack him. But suddenly, with some incredible movement of the flag on the holy weapon, Jeremy stopped her actions, literally wrapping the attacker in cloth. He then slammed Kumiko into the floor with all his might, telling her to sit quietly until he finished dealing with the breakout. Then a saint approached her and said that she was very sorry that the girl had not found another path in her life. After which, she took a place next to Jeremy, preparing to fight the demons, who had already begun to come to their senses after the holy light had affected them. And the young man noted that her weapon was very suitable for the pseudonym Jeanne d'Arc. The character he summoned was very pleased that she had imitators in this world. Meanwhile, the demons, having finally come to their senses, rushed in their entire throng to attack the young people. As the huge army approached them, the girl prayed to God to give her courage. Unlike her, Jeremy met his opponents with a smile on his face, telling them to move faster. Meanwhile, he suddenly received a message that all enemies would attack him first. But this didn't really frighten the young man, who had already used his character's skill, using the Great Holy Cross, which immediately crushed several demons. But this was only the beginning of the attack, where after the first cross on his opponents, crosses rained down from the sky like hail. Falling to the ground, the sacred objects produced the effect of exploding bombs, destroying demons in droves. But before the surviving demons had time to come to their senses after the attack with the crosses, a holy sweat of light fell upon them, where, using one skill after another, Jeremy was surprised that the amount of mana in his character did not decrease at all, where he could only explain this by the fact that Jeanne d'Arc was chosen by God himself. The girl he summoned only had time to say one prayer after another, while the player dealt with the demons, where her words were not empty sounds and also acted on opponents as an attack skill. And so, after some time, from the action of the sounds emitted by Jeanne d'Arc's voice, the heads of the opponents literally exploded. After some time, the young man stood in the middle of the battlefield among dozens of bodies, and noted that it was a gorgeous and rather simple battle. And his new acquaintance noted that from her position, everything was not so colorful, where she put in a lot of effort to deal with at least one opponent. However, the conversation of the young people was interrupted by some activity that the portal with its altered structure began to show, where, looking at him anxiously, the character summoned by Jeremy noted that this all somehow didn't look very good. Deciding to try to figure out what was going on, Jeremy used his research skill, where he was immediately given a message that the owner of that dungeon would appear now. But suddenly the girl he had saved fell sharply to the floor, clutching her throat and making sounds like those usually made by a person who is choking. And when the young man asked what happened to her, Jeanne d'Arc explained that she could not breathe because of the demonic energy that began to come out of the portal. It was some kind of incredible phenomenon, where the master of the world had not yet appeared, but was already able to disable the player. Looking up at where the source of the holy light was fading, Jeremy noted that his character's abilities were beginning to fade, meaning she didn't have much time left here. However, he still had the second Jeanne d'Arc, who had the talent of holiness and could help him in battle. Noticing that the girl was not in the best condition right now, he used his research skill on her, studying all of her abilities. And then he saw that the girl had a third-level patience skill, where at the same moment, he received a message that his communication skill was activated, which began the interaction of a similar skill in the player, only the first level, with the third skill. The next message informed Jeremy that a forced synchronization had been initiated, after which the boy and girl were literally pierced by beams of light. The girl also did not understand what was happening to her now. But the young man had already received a new message that the forced synchronization of the next talent was beginning. Jeremy didn't even have time to look at the incoming messages and figure out what was going on. Just as he was trying to tell someone incomprehensible to give him a little rest, suddenly the light again pierced his and the girl's bodies. And when the next synchronization was completed, the young man noted that without the restraining necklace, the body might not be able to withstand this. But then his thoughts were interrupted by a strong release of energy from the portal, where some figure immediately appeared in it. And now a new enemy appeared in the room, who was known to Jeremy after studying the portal with the research skill as the captain of the first army of demons. Meanwhile, having experienced the difficult effect of communication, Jeanne d'Arc, surrounding herself with a shield, used the self-healing skill, and Jeremy noted that his body this time endured communication and the acquisition of the third-level skill more calmly. But looking at his future opponent, the young man noted that he still had to live to see the moment when he could acquire new talents of this level. Meanwhile, a new character on the battlefield, examining the remains of the bloody sphere, called it an unprecedented feat of skill to be able to change the structure of the portal. While he was talking about how there weren't many beings in the entire universe capable of such a thing, and asking the young man why he had come here, the latter used the research to understand who he would have to deal with. And when the characteristics of the new personality were revealed to the young man, he was amazed at what he saw, since in strength, this demon was not inferior to the Hercules he had once summoned. Without waiting for an answer to the question posed, the captain of the first army of demons, suddenly appearing behind the young man, asked if there was anyone else in their world capable of changing the structure of portals. The young man turned back and noted with horror that he had not even noticed how this monster had appeared behind him. Suddenly, Jeremy was informed that his opponent had used some ability that would reveal information about the player. However, the next message contained information that the artifact the young man had blocked this ability, which greatly amused the demon, who noticed that this was becoming very interesting, since not many would be able to block it. Meanwhile, Jeremy was thinking about launching an attack on the enemy, taking advantage of the opportune moment while he was off guard. But suddenly, the captain of the demon army turned to the young man, asking him if he was the protector of this world. But before the young man could say anything in response, the demon suddenly announced that he had one proposal for him. But then his speech was interrupted by Kumiko, who had come to her senses and stood up to her feet, shouting loudly that she would not forgive this humiliation. And then the amulet glowing on her neck began to emit some kind of glow, which was directed at Jeremy's interlocutor. And when his entire body was absorbed by the rays of this light, the girl ordered him to kill the young man standing in front of him. At that very moment, the demon's face changed, and in his hand appeared a sword, engulfed in tongues of bright hellish flame, where Jeremy noted with horror that this girl had the skill of controlling other beings at her disposal. Well, Kumiko, feeling genuine admiration, loudly shouted curses at Jeremy, saying that he only had a few seconds left to live. But suddenly something strange began to happen, where the demon she controlled turned around and directed its powers at the one who thought she was controlling its actions. Where watching as the butterfly mask on her face suddenly flew into two pieces, the girl was completely shocked by what was happening. Well, the captain of the demon army said that the girl was too noisy, and that she definitely didn't belong here. And so he applied his abilities to a much greater extent, directing a whole barrage of fire at the unlucky mind manipulator, where Kumiko could do nothing to resist this terrible force, drowning with screams in the tongues of this hellish flame. And so, just a few seconds later, there was no trace left of the former member of the Blackwood Guild. Jeremy looked in horror at the incredible power the demon standing in front of him possessed, where he had already returned to their conversation, saying that the young man had been able to prove his abilities to him, and therefore he had one proposal for him, where the young man from this moment has two options, where he can accept his offer and become the captain of the 7th Legion of Demons, which he destroyed today. But if Jeremy refuses, then the alternative is immediate death here and now. But the young man immediately said that there was another option, where the captain of the first army of demons had an incredibly new thought, asking to share it with him. And the young man did not keep his interlocutor waiting, saying that the third option was that he refuses the offer and kills the captain of the first army of Dagon's demons. Where after what was said, Dagon immediately drew his sword, saying that in that case, everything would be much more interesting. The summoned character, still with the young man, once again used her holy abilities. And so Jeremy began to reflect the demon's blows using weapons charged with light energy. However, Dagon only had time to increase the intensity of his attacks, while simultaneously saying that the young man was having a hard time keeping up with him. Noticing a gap in his opponent's defense, Jeremy prepared to attack the demon by gathering holy energy. But before he could blink, his opponent, who was standing right in front of him, suddenly disappeared. Appearing in a completely different place, Dagon cheerfully noted that getting it would not be so easy. While he was speaking, Jeremy used his research skill, directing it to the strange energy that his opponent was emitting, where it turned out to be the effect of an artifact that reduced the effect of holy items and spells. Thinking that holy energy was completely useless in this case, the young man was barely able to defend himself from his opponent's new attack, after which he immediately attempted to counterattack his opponent, where, observing the actions of the young man, Dagon cheerfully declared that it was completely useless. But Jeremy dealt him a blow from which the demon defended himself, but was able to feel all of his incredible power, where, looking at the young man in amazement, the captain of the demon army could only ask how he managed to do this, to which the young man explained that he simply went and struck him, where he himself received a message that the enemy's magical protection was now ignored. After these words, the young man rushed into the attack, dealing one blow after another to the demon. However, despite the fact that the task had clearly become more difficult, Dagon, with a smile on his face, noted that it had become much more interesting. Deciding to try and end the fight with one blow, the young man began to activate the Five Great Generals' skill, where he immediately acquired the abilities of the one he had once summoned on the Chin-He Bridge, which was more than enough for him, where Jeanne d'Arc, who was still with him and had been summoned by him, also felt how she suddenly began to be overwhelmed with power. But the captain of the demon army was not very happy, watching as his opponent's energy suddenly increased sharply. Confused as to where the boy got such strength from, he simply watched as Jeremy rose into the air, ready to deliver a crushing blow, where now the power of his blow was primarily invested with the holy power of Jeanne d'Arc, which was remarkably compatible with the magical spear from ancient Celtic mythology. And all this was complemented by the special skills of the commander Chin-He, who also had excellent command of long weapons. All this combined by the young man allowed him to strike with a force never seen before, where it produced the effect of 10 bombs exploding in one place. The dust gradually settled and the smoke cleared when Jeremy received a message that the effect of the Five Great Generals' skill had ended. Looking in the direction where the girl he had saved was still lying, the young man noted that, thanks to the protective field, she was fine. Straightening his arms, Jeremy decided to spend the remaining loading time of his character to help the girl recover faster. But suddenly his opponent appeared in front of him, smiling and placing his palms against the young man's palms. It was something incredible, where Jeremy could not believe that Dagon could survive a blow of such force. Saying that it was cool, the demon grabbed the boy by the neck, noting that he could never imagine that he would ever die at the hands of a man in such a place. After which he added that the young man could be proud of himself, since no one had killed him for about 1,000 years. But then Dagon, looking intently at his opponent, asked why he had stopped feeling that enormous power in him. At that very moment, the young man was informed that the character loading had finished, which was the worst possible scenario. And while the demon noted that his opponent was very strange, where his strength sometimes increased, sometimes decreased, Jeremy thought that his opponent was too strong. But suddenly his attention was drawn to a bright flash of light, which was accompanied by words about the action of the holy fire. Having prepared his sword, which gave him protection from all holy forces, Dagon prepared for a new confrontation, where now a third-tier saint stood against him, saying that she would destroy evil even if she had to spend all her mana to do so. Distracted by the girl's actions, the captain of the demon army did not notice how a spear appeared in Jeremy's hand. The young man struck, to which Dagon, dodging, told the boy not to strain himself, since he would not be able to wound him anyway. But the movement of the young man's spear was not aimed at wounding his opponent, where he was just counting on the fact that he would dodge, opening the way for the spear to knock the sword out of his hand. And as soon as the demon was left without his artifact that provided protection from holy forces, Jeanne d'Arc attacked him again with holy flame. Under intense attack, Dagon declared that he would still have time to break his opponent's neck, to which the young man stated that if he wanted to do this, he should have talked less and taken advantage of the moment. After which, watching the Wheel of Fortune stop on a certain field, Jeremy said that luck was on his side today, and the demon lost the battle. Where this time, the Wheel of Fortune gave the young man the ability to proclaim a holy place, which he immediately took advantage of. After which, the skills of purity, kindness, and holiness that players in the holy place had were significantly strengthened. And now Dagon was able to fully experience how holy power can affect a demon. Standing in the rays of holy light, the captain of the demon army asked about the name of his opponent, and Jeremy gave his name. After which Dagon said that he remembered him and told him not to die until they met again. And as soon as he finished speaking, Jeremy, with a movement of his weapon, cut the enemy weakened by holy powers into 2 parts. After which, the unconscious young man received dozens of messages that his level had been raised. Opening his eyes, Jeremy saw in front of him, as it seemed to him, Jean, who asked if everything was okay with him. The image before his eyes was very blurry, and the young man named her name to confirm his guess. But then Adrian's voice, who was very happy that his friend had finally woken up, sobered Jeremy's mind. Rising up from his bed, the young man thanked his friend for looking after him while he was unconscious. To which Adrian said that he was very upset that he couldn't help in any way, that he was thrown into an unknown place, and he just walked around that world doing nothing. After which the young man touched Kumiko, saying that he would never have thought that she would turn out to be a traitor. And when asked about what they were saying about her death in Japan, Adrian explained that there was a big stir because their only SS-class player had died. However, who she really was kept a secret from the people, who were told that she simply fell in battle with a monster. However, some radical groups began to claim a conspiracy, where the princess was deliberately killed in order to have a pretext to monopolize the issue with the portals. But all protests quickly died down, when the saint herself took an oath that no one had ever done such a thing. Here Jeremy asked how the saint herself was feeling, to which Adrian explained that her condition was much worse than his friend's. However, her body quickly recovered, where she began to feel even stronger after going through these trials. And so the conversation between the friends was over, and Adrian left Jeremy, wishing him a speedy recovery. After which the young man, left alone, called his faithful ringkeeper, where she explained to her master that she did not sense any lies in Adrian's words. With a huge sigh of relief, Jeremy explained that he had been very worried that his friend might be in league with Kumiko. But then Ligeia scolded the young man for getting involved in a very dangerous duel, where Jeremy agreed that this time he was careless and almost died. And from now on, he will definitely not relax until he receives a message that the level has increased, which will indicate the death of the enemy. As the young man opened the status window, he thought that he never imagined that his communication talent could raise the level of other players' talents, where under such circumstances he can use it to strengthen all his friends. But then Ligeia intervened in his reasoning, saying that the saint was able to withstand the promotion thanks to her skill of patience, where it was not a fact that others would withstand such a promotion. It was the right thought, where the young man noted that it was now generally dangerous for him to meet with friends, since the talent works automatically, and they would simply die. But then a familiar female voice told him that perhaps she could help solve this issue. Raising his head, the young man saw Early Angelus in front of him, who said that this time her chosen one had done an excellent job. And then the young man received a message that a function had been added to him where he could turn on and off the action of the communication skill at his own discretion, which made Jeremy very happy. After which the girl said that Dagon's level was higher than everyone the young man had met before, where she closely watched what was happening, since such a character should not have ended up on Earth. And Jeremy compared the demon to the general of the bird army, coming to the conclusion that the bird seemed stronger to him. However, Early immediately explained that the Dagon that Jeremy met was not in his main body, where, due to the forced transfer of a high-ranking being to a lower-ranking world, his abilities were reduced. This greatly surprised and upset the young man, who realized that in fact he was fighting only a weakened copy of the demon. Taking a defensive pose, the young man said that the universe had poor control over processes, allowing such a creature to practically end up on Earth, to which the girl explained that there are exceptions to everything. After which, Jeremy wondered why he was the one who constantly had to deal with such exceptions. Having replied that it was all due to the influence of the forces of the universe, Erlea suggested moving on to the more pleasant question of reward. And then a message came that the block on experience points had been lifted from the ground, where the young man did not even have time to rejoice about it, when suddenly all knowledge began to shake violently, and the representative of the universe said that after he was able to defeat Dagon, the universe was momentarily confused. It was then decided that the planet had become strong enough for further development, where from that day on the entire Mount Fuji in Japan would be inextricably linked with other dimensions. In other words, it will be one big portal from which monsters will constantly come. Where, upon hearing this, Jeremy shouted that in that case he had not saved the Earth, but had only created an even bigger problem. To which the girl explained that this phenomenon is temporary, until the confusion of the universe passes. But to maintain balance, she added the dome above the mountain that can now be seen from the window, where it works in such a way that monsters will not be able to exit it, while players will be able to enter inside. The first monsters that appear there will not be very strong and not particularly smart or developed, and only now the young man realized that this place could well be perceived as a training ground, where there would always be someone to raise the level on. Where after his words, Airly pulled out a certain glowing sphere, saying that Jeremy became the owner of this training ground. Taking the sphere in his hands, the young man asked his guest what it was, to which the representative of the universe explained that this is a key where, under the influence of mana, you can do everything, from turning off the dome to completely blocking it, where no one can enter under it. As soon as Jeremy heard this, his joy at such an extraordinary reward knew no bounds, where he has the prospect of some kind of management of hunting grounds, where he can sell tickets to the gathering. And when asked whether this dome is eternal, Airly explained that if the universe decides that the Earth is truly ready, the dome will disappear. Also, it can be removed by a creature with a very high mana level, but there are none on Earth. Having thanked his patroness, the young man said that this gift would be very useful to him. The man who burst into the Prime Minister's office shouted in panic that they were in big trouble. The man stood up abruptly from his seat, preparing for the worst, and asked what had happened, to which the speaker replied that a huge portal had formed on Mount Fuji, where the Prime Minister literally listened with his mouth open about how the monsters couldn't get out of there yet, due to the presence of some kind of translucent barrier. And so, when he finished, he asked the boss what they should do with it now. After thinking for a bit, the man suggested that perhaps this was somehow connected to the previous cleansing of the world through the portal on that mountain, where the people participating in that event might know something about it. And now an order had been given that a player named Jeremy Randalls should be brought to the ministry immediately. A huge monster, using a huge club as a weapon, tried to break through the protective dome, where, seeing that a crack had formed in the barrier, the two men in suits became very scared, already preparing for death. But then Jeremy, putting one hand in his bag and manipulating his key, told them to step back. And then, under the influence of some forces unknown to everyone, the crack on the wall of the dome disappeared. And the young man immediately said that after he defeated the demon in the world, the passage to which opened on this mountain, he gained the ability to control the dome. And so, wiping sweat from his face, the man accompanying him asked if it was possible to let players inside so that they could deal with all the monsters. The monster began to hit the dome again while the young man explained that only he and a select few could enter the dome. The young man noted to himself that his words were, of course, the most brazen lie. However, for now he is not going to give access there to anyone except his own, where they will have fun and raise their levels first, and only then he will consider the question of letting someone else in there. And so Jeremy said that the Japanese government should not worry, since he would take full responsibility for containing the monsters inside the dome. And so, finding himself in the car, where the Japanese official felt more or less calm, the man noted that troubles always come at the wrong time. He noted out loud that it was unthinkable to hand over the fate of the country to a foreigner, and the man sitting behind the wheel said that he completely agreed with him. Spreading some kind of energy throughout the cabin, the driver asked a question about whether there might be some other way to control the dome. And so, under the influence of unknown forces, the idea formed in the man's head that the fate of the country cannot be entrusted to a foreigner, where the territory of their native country should be governed by its people. Noting that it was a great idea, the man asked for the name of his driver, who was in the process of putting on his mask, where, turning sharply to the official, the Blackwood Guild member said in an ominous voice that he should be called simply Bear. Having discovered a passage through the dome, Jeremy decided to try going inside to look around a bit and scout out the situation. The first person he encountered was the same monster that had frightened the Japanese officials, for which he could be thanked. Seeing the man, the monster tried to attack, but the young man immediately materialized a sword and dealt with the monster with one blow. And when he was told about the increase in characteristics, Jeremy noted that he had become much stronger, since even an S-class player would not be able to cope with such a monster with one blow. But then his peripheral vision noticed a huge boulder flying straight at him. However, without even moving from his place, the young man with a light movement of his sword cut the stone into two parts, where immediately after that he saw the one who had just thrown the stone at him, where his new opponent stood, clutching an axe in his hand. And so, saying that because of people like this monster, he had to endure a lot of suffering, Jeremy attacked the enemy. And after he heard the message that the level had been raised, Jeremy looked around and asked who was next. And then his attention was drawn to sounds that were coming from literally all sides, where the young man came to the conclusion that monsters were surrounding him on all sides and in considerable numbers. However, he boldly stated that he was not going to run away from a good fight, inviting his opponents to join the fight. And at that very moment, a huge crowd of all sorts of monsters rushed towards him from all sides. But after some time, the young man was sitting on the body of one of the defeated monsters, examining another trophy and noticing that experience points and trophies were pouring down on him, where he made his faithful companion laugh by saying that this place was so sweet that he was afraid of ruining his teeth. After saying that he had trained enough and allowing Ligeia to absorb the monster's body, the young man came to the conclusion that it was time to conduct a proper reconnaissance. And so he used his ability and summoned his former partner Tina. Looking around, the she-wolf noted that things like this dome had also begun to appear in her friend's world. Where, in response to the young man's question, Tina explained that this also exists in her world, where if this place is not cleared, increasingly powerful monsters will appear. There must be a hidden place here, which they called the core, where, if it were destroyed, the danger would be eliminated. Scratching her chin, Tina said smugly that the core was well hidden, but finding it was no problem at all for her. And when the young man said that the she-wolf had no equal, she said that she was ready to help her friend in the search. Where at the same moment, using her abilities, she created many clones of herself. And Jeremy noted with affection that he now had a whole bunch of cute dogs at his disposal. And now he was already trying to start petting one of them. But Tina said that it was better not to touch it, as it would interfere with the search. A few minutes later, the she-wolf heard one of the clones let out a long howl, indicating that the target had been found. And now she was already rushing to the right place, telling Jeremy to immediately follow her. And now they were already at the place where, looking out from behind the shelter, Tina showed the young man the very core from which the monsters appeared. Where the she-wolf was surprised by the absence of the guard who needed to be defeated to destroy the core, which led the young man to think that it could be because he had the key, after which he suggested that for now they focus on destroying the monsters that they come across. Tina agreed, but suddenly turned to Jeremy, saying that she had one request, where she asked permission to settle in his world, since her world was freed from war and no longer needed her. After thinking for a while, the young man said that he would be only glad, but at the sight of such a huge wolf, everyone around would be terrified, to which the she-wolf said, beginning to use force, that she could easily solve this problem. And then she turned into a very small puppy, asking Jeremy how he liked her image, where the young man immediately grabbed his girlfriend, charmed by what a cute puppy she had become. After spinning the lottery again, Jeremy was again disappointed that he got a simple card, and the girl accompanying him said that her friend had been doing some strange things since they came here, to which her interlocutor once again explained that in order to increase the likelihood of obtaining certain skills, he needs to be in special places. And he came here because there is a monument to the one whose skills he so badly wants to obtain. To which the she-wolf replied that in any case, the young man's cries after every failure would not help matters. And when Jeremy said that luck is not as simple as it might seem, Tina said that in that case, she would concentrate too. And so the unifying lottery was launched again, where the young man said that he seemed to feel luck coming his way. But then the map was given out, and immediately before his eyes a very well-dressed ram appeared. Saying that this guy was there because of her, Jeremy asked his friend not to do anything else. Having decided not to tempt fate any further, the young man called upon his old and successful acquaintance, and the she-wolf noted that she was frightened when Jeremy began to talk to himself. The lottery was launched again, where this time, the young man really did get lucky in the form of a diamond card. After which the ancient warrior Daichi Kobayashi appeared, and said that he missed this place where he had won many victories. Upon seeing which, Jeremy literally praised the gods for allowing him to summon the best samurai. Turning to him, the young man asked how he could become as strong as Daichi, to which the man replied that some people are born with talent, but those who are unlucky can only follow the path of daily practice. And then he told the young man to take the sword, and he would personally show him the path to becoming a great warrior. When the training was over, Daichi noted the young man's high abilities and hard work, after which he expressed regret that he could not fight the earthly monsters. The young man did not understand what he meant, but the samurai continued, telling him to call on him again when he was on Mount Fuji. Having promised to give the young man something to help him, Daichi, whose time had run out, disappeared into thin air. While he was getting acquainted with the message that he had successfully mastered the samurai skill, the young man suggested that his companion return to the mountain. But then, another window appeared in front of him, where he was informed that he had already been dealt diamond cards 10 times, where the possibility of replacing characters in the album was opened for him, where for 3 characters from the gold cards you can load 1 from the diamond, and for 3 from the diamond, 1 from the black, and if you delete 4, the character will generally evolve. After receiving this information, the young man noted that if it were a computer game, then such a replacement would require spending a lot of resources. The new function opened up completely new possibilities, where he could boldly spend previously summoned characters to evolve the ones he needed. However, if a character that is part of the warrior board is used for replacement, all the effects and benefits that it provided will disappear. Until the warrior boards are activated, it is impossible to know which character belongs to which. However, For now, the goal can be to collect as many characters as possible, which can then be gradually replaced with cooler ones from the black cards. Jeremy was distracted from his plan of action by his phone vibrating in his pocket, where Hank's voice told him that he and Samantha had landed safely in Japan. Sincerely glad to hear from his friend, Jeremy said that they would meet at the previously agreed place, after which he asked about how the guild registration process was going, where Hank said that the registration process was complete. After this, the young man asked who the fourth member of the guild was, to which Jeremy replied that he had hired someone for office work. At the end of the conversation, the team leader said that he would introduce them later, and Samantha, who was next to his interlocutor, said that she missed him very much. After disconnecting the connection, Jeremy noted that it was time to head back to Mount Fuji. When the young man approached the dome, he was quite surprised to see that he was met there by an official with whom, as he thought, all issues had been resolved. Where the man started the conversation by expressing his understanding of how much Jeremy does for Japan, but he immediately added that citizens are very concerned about the situation, and he would like to personally go to the other side of the barrier, where he has no doubt that it is safe with Jeremy, but nevertheless would like to take one bodyguard with him, where their personal example will prove to the citizens that everything is safe. The young man was about to refuse the official when Ligeia suddenly stopped him. Approaching her master's ear, the girl quickly began to say something to him, after which the young man's mood changed dramatically, where he said that he understood the man perfectly and asked him to follow him. And so he, as usual, put one hand into the bag where the key to the dome was, opened the passage, inviting the men to go inside. Once inside and looking around, the official noted that he was very worried, but apparently there weren't that many monsters here. But then Jeremy said that it would be much easier to calm the people down if they were shown how easy and simple it was to destroy the monsters here. After which, the young man noticed that he did not see any cameras among the visitors that could film everything to show to the people. Realizing that he had made a mistake somewhere, the man hastily tried to come up with some kind of excuse. The official's bodyguard came to his aid and said that there was nothing to worry about, since they were filming everything from a satellite, where the young man was prepared for some kind of similar answer. After which he said that because of the dome, no satellites would be able to film what was happening here, to which the bodyguard did not know what to say. Then Jeremy himself suggested a way out, saying that the people certainly have no reason not to trust the official, where if he himself says that everything is fine, then they will believe him. And when the men confirmed that the people's trust was with them, the young man asked if they minded if he used the skill to search for monsters. Once consent to use the skill was obtained, the conditions were met, and the truth room began to operate. And Vida, who appeared behind Jeremy, happily noted that she could see visitors again. Without wasting any time, the young man directly asked the official if he was working with the Blackwood Guild, to which the man easily replied that his hand would definitely not tremble if he had to confront this organization, for which he had never worked and does not work. This answer showed the young man that the man standing in front of him was simply being secretly used. And when the official asked what the question was about, the young man admitted that the skill he activated was not related to searching for monsters in the literal sense. Where to the surprise of the man's bodyguard, Jeremy said that he had activated a skill that could detect lies. And while we're at it, he also claims that he has nothing to do with the Blackwood Guild. The next person to say the same words was the bodyguard, who of course could not utter a word. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the bodyguard used his hidden abilities, where, with their help, he influenced the official standing in front, causing him to scream in pain. And then the possessed man quickly jumped up from his seat, trying to attack Jeremy, where, observing what was happening, the young man noted that the same force was being used here that he had seen in the spy in the service. But at that moment, his bodyguard suddenly jumped out from behind the possessed official, swinging his axe. Moreover, the blow was directed not at Jeremy, but at the minister, whom the young man saved from certain death by throwing him backwards over himself. He immediately asked his new enemy why he decided to kill this man himself, to which the bodyguard replied that he really didn't care at all about the worthless life of an official. However, if, following Kumiko, who died while being with Jeremy, the deputy also dies while being with him under the dome, then the young man's days will be numbered. Immediately after these words, the official grabbed his throat with his hands, greedily trying to gasp for air, where the bodyguard, showing mad joy, shouted that his magic had put a suicide mark on this man, and now he was definitely finished. Realizing that something urgently needed to be done, the young man used his research skill to at least discover the type of threat. And so, having studied what was happening to the official, the skill used by Jeremy was able to deactivate the suicide mark. Seeing his victim's condition begin to stabilize, the bodyguard killer couldn't believe his eyes. But before he could even say anything, Jeremy had already dealt his first blow to his opponent. The man tried to defend himself, which he succeeded in doing, however at the cost of the weapon he had. And Jeremy, pointing his heavenly halberd at the enemy, said that their guild does not value human life at all, which gives him an irresistible desire to visit them and destroy everything there, where he promised that he would catch every single one of them, without sparing or pitying anyone. Listening to the young man, the attacker, convulsively clutching his bent axe, came to the conclusion that he would be unable to oppose anything to this truly strong opponent. But suddenly his eyes turned bloodshot and he rushed forward, shouting that even if he had to burn everything here to the ground, he would destroy his enemy. His face was distorted in some kind of madness, and his hands reached forward trying to grab his victim. However, his plan was not destined to come true, because Tina, who had returned to her normal form, grabbed him right on the fly. Seeing someone's mouth and sharp fangs instead of his target and the surrounding landscape, the maddened man was, to put it mildly, shocked. But then the she-wolf began to quickly shake her head from side to side, giving the killer a good shake, which amused Jeremy quite a bit. And when she finished, she threw him several dozen meters into the air, where, at the highest point of his flight, the failed killer exploded like a fireworks charge. There was no longer any time for laughter, where the young man menacingly said that the Blackwood Guild would eventually answer for everything. Seeing the broken stone in his hand, the bear said that his mission had completely failed. Immediately, all the other participants began to discuss the situation on Mount Fuji, where some explained to others that it was created by magic much more advanced than that on Earth. However, some wondered what would happen next, where 2 members of their guild had already gone to their forefathers. But then their leader stopped all discussions, saying that the death of guild members should not worry anyone, because their main problem is Jeremy Randall's, who is the reason for all their recent failures. It is on him that we must focus our attention, for it seems that he is their greatest enemy, whose appearance was foretold. At the same time, the hooded man noted that if it was really him, then they would not be able to do anything to him, where he even instructed them to stop following him so that he could not track them back. And until he returns to them, every member of the guild is obliged to avoid confrontation with Jeremy Randall's at all costs. Hank finished off one of the monsters, which looked like a huge toad, with a powerful blow from his shield. Turning to Jeremy, he happily asked him if his level had risen after this fight, where, after using his research skill, the young man said without enthusiasm that there had been no level increase yet. And Hank, in response, was once again glad that his friend told him about his amazing research skill, where the young man did not share his joy, reminding him that the skill consumes mana. Here the conversation of the friends was interrupted by a voice familiar to Jeremy, addressing him by name, where Tina, who was in the tight embrace of Samantha, who was delighted with this puppy, asked to remove this female human from her. After which the she-wolf looked menacingly at the girl, menacingly telling her to stop squeezing her. But then Samantha pulled out a smoked sausage and shoved it right into the puppy's mouth. Instincts took over, where Tina began to skillfully deal with the treat, saying that she hated this humiliation. Jeremy, watching what was happening, cheerfully noted that he was very glad that all his friends got along. Here, he received a message that he had reached level 99, where until he completed a special task, he would not be able to advance further, which is why the young man had to leave his friends for a while. Stepping aside, he took advantage of the information lottery, where the crazy machine this time gave out a green capsule, and when he printed it out, he saw a message telling him to turn his head and look to the left, which the young man did immediately, where he met the eyes of Airly, who warmly greeted Jeremy. After asking if it wouldn't have been easier to just show up than to arrange all this, the young man received the answer that she didn't want to stop time, but somehow needed to talk to the young man. The young man then expressed his concern that a representative of the universe had personally come to instruct him about the test, but the girl said that she would not even send him to another world, since the test would take place on Earth, where Jeremy would only need to suppress the earthly monster. And when the young man asked whether these monsters came from other worlds, Airlia explained that they were a product of their world. Monsters, including good ones, used to populate the Earth densely, but when the cities grew, they left and hid. Some have survived to the present day, where they skillfully hide among people. But the strongest and most evil monsters were captured, and a magical prison of spells was created for them. And so the young man, in a stupor, listened to the story of how this was exactly the kind of monster he would now have to defeat. There are prisons with monsters all over the world, including a couple in Asian countries, Japan and Korea, where the young man can choose anyone, but the girl herself would recommend the Korean one, since the spells weakened in his prison. Having received the assignment, Jeremy said that he would not waste time and was leaving immediately. And when he asked what he should do with the dome, Erlia said that he could give the key to his friends, who could continue training there. After which the girl explained that the player who receives the key must pour his mana into it in order to be able to use it. Already disappearing, the representative of the universe added that the monster that Jeremy would have to meet was no weaker than the demon Dagon. Calling on everyone nearby to exert more force, the man shouted that they must not allow him to get out, and so the young people crowded together against the door, behind which, in his prison of spells, was the monster. A worried Betty approached the place where the monster was sealed, and asked why the spells cast had suddenly weakened, to which they explained to her that some villain had sneaked in, killed the guards, and weakened the effect of the spells. At that moment, the monster launched another attack on the gate, which threw back the men trying to hold back its onslaught, where, through the gap that had formed, one could already see the huge eye of the monster located there. Elizabeth, who had arrived right after Betty, asked with no small amount of surprise where the monster had come from. Then the heiress of the warrior clan asked if the head of her guard had heard about the evil monster with huge tusks that looked like an elephant. Almost everyone had heard these legends. But now that the legend turned out to be true, Elizabeth asked why this monster was not destroyed, but only locked up in prison, where the explanation for this was quite simple, and Betty gave it, saying that this monster was immortal. More than 1,000 years ago, their ancestors, having asked for power from the universe itself, were able to capture him and imprison him in a prison of spells. However, this monster, about which nothing was known, began to feed on the energy of spells and therefore grew very large. And now this monster, who was helped by someone, is struggling to get free, tired of his long imprisonment. Then one of the men holding back the monster's impulses turned to Betty, saying that the amulets were also stopping working, which meant that in a couple of days the monster would break out. Elizabeth then suggested calling in troops, to which Betty refused, saying that this would only lead to more and unnecessary casualties. However, if this monster breaks free, then a catastrophe awaits their entire world, where the girl could not even imagine what could be done in this situation. But suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by information received from external forces, after which Betty said that there was a very dear guest at the foot of the mountain right now. And when Elizabeth asked the lady what kind of person this was, the heiress happily replied that this was the one who would resolve the situation. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain stood none other than Jeremy himself, accompanied by Vaglun and Ligeia, and who already wanted to see what the earthly monster was capable of. And now the young man was already standing in front of the door, behind which was the monster with whom he had to fight. Fearing for the boy's life, Betty said that they didn't even know who he could have been reborn into over all these centuries. The girl then handed Jeremy the amulet, saying that if everything worked out, he needed to leave it on the monster's neck, where he would bind him for another 100 years. Having accepted the amulet and already started the lottery, Jeremy assured the girl that she could rely on him. And so, without waiting for the monster to break down the doors, Jeremy used his powers to open them himself. Looking at the giant elephant that appeared from behind her, the young man was amazed by its impressive size. But today he was accompanied in battle by no ordinary man, but by a very famous character, who was known to the whole world by the name of Sir Lancelot. But then the monster saw his first victim, on whom he could vent the anger that had accumulated over 1,000 years, and immediately rushed to attack. Looking at this giant, Lancelot recommended his master to climb on his back, which wasn't too difficult for Jeremy, where he made a high jump and failed his opponent's attack. After which, landing on the giant's back, he simultaneously delivered his blow. But after standing on the monster's back and delivering several devastating blows, Jeremy was unable to inflict any significant damage. Then, raising his sword and gathering more energy into it, the young man used another of his techniques, where the monster already felt this blow, and the young man had already managed to get some crystals, saying that he had heard about the monster's fear of fire, and therefore had prepared something for him. Jeremy then threw a few red stones towards the elephant's head, where as soon as they came into contact with the monster's skin, a powerful explosion thundered, creating a huge amount of flame. Delighted that his trick had worked, the young man prepared to plunge his blade into the monster's back. But suddenly he stopped his actions, seeing how the elephant was rapidly approaching the wall, where, without slowing down, the monster crashed into the wall, causing Jeremy to fly off its back, hitting the rocks painfully. Landing on his feet, the young man noted that his opponent was quite agile for his size. Here the character he summoned warned him that due to strong vibrations, huge stalactites began to break off from the ceiling. But Jeremy was able to easily dodge some of the falling ice flows, and cut some of these blocks with his sword. And before the young man had time to come to his senses, the monster, who had immediately approached, dealt him a powerful blow with its trunk, which, however, could not knock down the young man, where he, having stopped the movement of his body with the help of a sword woven into the ground, was already preparing to counterattack. But the monster had already prepared several stones for its opponent, throwing them at Jeremy, where the latter, defending himself, came to the conclusion that the elephant was deliberately keeping him at a distance. And then Lancelot, whom he had summoned, came up with a clever idea, expressing his regret at the fact that they did not have magic at their disposal that could create a storm of fire. Having said that there is always a way out, Jeremy carried out the summoning of his especially lucky character. Turning to him, he asked him to use his special skills for good luck. Where, having received permission, Wang Lung said that he had been waiting for this opportunity for a very long time. And now the summoned person has already used his special skill for luck, directing its action at his master, where the latter regretfully noted the loss of several points of his characteristics. After which, Jeremy placed King Arthur and Sir Lancelot, whom he had already summoned, into the selection lottery, where he hoped that the lottery would give him the very character he needed now more than ever. And now the card that had fallen was already known, along with which an old man in a wide-brimmed pointed hat and with a staff began to appear in this world. And so, Lancelot, who was still here, was surprised to see the appearance of the greatest wizard Merlin, where this ancient old man greeted Sir Lancelot in response, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. However, the meeting of old friends was interrupted by a monster rushing towards them at great speed, where, watching its approach, Merlin was surprised that this terrible creature trembled before the fire. Having decided to first deprive him of the ability to maneuver freely, the summoned mage character summoned thorny vines that restricted the elephant's movements, after which Merlin said that now it was necessary to attack his master, where Jeremy immediately raised his sword over his head, after which, with the support of Lancelot, he launched an energy attack aimed at their enemy. At the same moment, Merlin also used his magic, summoning a real firestorm, after which the great monster, which had terrified people for many centuries, found itself in the very center of this fiery hurricane. But Jeremy, who was watching what was happening, commanded that the fire hurricane be used again, where he sent another shockwave of flames at the monster, where right there, before the young man's eyes, the monster began to fade away little by little, no longer trying to escape from the fire surrounding it. His sword continued to emit a huge amount of energy, which was no longer needed as he had already started receiving level-up messages. The girls who had been standing at the entrance all this time expressed their hopes that everything was okay with their savior. But then Elizabeth drew the ladies' attention to the young man who appeared in the passage. Betty was glad that the young man was alive, as well as that they could sleep peacefully for the next 100 years. However, Jeremy said that it was definitely not 100 years, but he guaranteed peace from the monster, and showing what was left of it, the young man explained that he had destroyed the elephant. Taking the magic item, the girl immediately felt the energy of the former monster, making sure that the elephant really no longer existed. And Jeremy had already asked Betty if she knew a craftsman who could process this material, to which she replied that there were definitely no such craftsmen on Earth. What he heard led the young man to the idea that only his gnome friends could cope with this. Tapping on his defense, the young man noted that he definitely needed better armor to fight high-level opponents. And then he asked if the heiress knew anything else about the monsters sealed in the magical prisons of the Earth. To which Betty said that the closest monster she knew was in Japan, where it was a huge multi-headed snake. This information pleased the young man, who noted that this would be the next material for his new armor. But then his thoughts were interrupted by the heiress, who said that they would give him a reward for helping to destroy the monster. Where, having opened the brought chest, the girl said that this was the heart of a fire goblin, where they did not know how and where to use it. Thanks to Betty for the gift, Jeremy noted that he would definitely find a use for it. Having finished communicating with the heiress, the young man said goodbye to his current assistants, where immediately after their disappearance, 2 wheels of fortune appeared in the air. And when he launched the first one, Wang Lung screamed at the top of his lungs for a good skill to come out. And Jeremy reassured him, saying that his battlefield analysis skill was also very good, where he had another try. And so he spun the wheel of fortune for the second time, expecting some interesting result. But both he and his lucky friend were shocked when the young man got a level 2 beauty skill. Very soon, Jeremy arrived at Adrian's house, where he was going to use the forge once again. But as soon as he opened the door, he was greeted kindly by a representative of the universe, where she said that their new meeting symbolizes that her chosen one has become a little stronger. And then she added that for the first time since she appeared and saw the light of day, she felt a sense of pride. Then Erlia turned to the young man, saying that she had prepared a reward commensurate with his merits, where cards immediately began to spin around Jeremy, where one of them stopped in front of his eyes, which was accompanied by a message that the player had gained access to white cards. Taking the sample, the young man found it interesting that there were now white cards, And when asked who could be summoned with these cards stronger than those who already existed, Erlia explained that the white cards summoned those who were called gods. But that was not all. An extra card immediately appeared before the young man's eyes. Looking at something completely new with confusion, Jeremy asked his patroness what it was, to which the girl explained that if you summon a character of an exclusive rank, then with the help of this card, you can endow him with special properties. But the young man did not understand what could be so special about those who were already recognized as gods. To which the disappearing Erli cheerfully said that he could turn to the information lottery for all the answers. And so the young man stood and wondered if he could, with his luck, pull out at least one special character. However, deciding to put those thoughts aside for now, Jeremy pulled out his new trophies. In order to process them, he needed one of the gnomes, and he put a couple of his gnome friends into the selection lottery. Wang Lung was also summoned with his special luck, who wished the young man to achieve his goal. And now for the second time, golden cards with characters that he absolutely didn't need at the moment fell out. Then, Jeremy assumed a meditation pose, and began to give himself instructions to calm his thoughts, let go of all the bad things, and let go of his desires. And while Wang Lun was saying that the gentleman was frightening him with his strange behavior, the young man had already managed to start the lottery again, where, watching the cards spinning around him, he said with the calmest expression that he would accept any outcome as a given. And luck was on his side this time, where he finally got a white card, which guaranteed the summoning of a special character. Where a second later he was sincerely happy to meet the master from the world of gnomes, Gotrek, who, of course, did not recognize him, since he was only a copy of that gnome. The master's gaze immediately fell on what remained of the monster defeated by Jeremy, where he noted that the object was very interesting. Looking at it more closely, Gotrek said that this creature was still alive. It was just as if it was in a state of sleep. And when the young man asked if it could be processed, the dwarf said that none of the dwarves could, but the boy was lucky to meet a real master. And now the fire was already blazing in the furnace, and the summoned gnome was busy with his work. And so, when the work was finished, Jeremy looked with admiration at the brand new armor, which greatly increased all his characteristics, but was not yet fully completed. Gotrek even noted that it was a shame that they couldn't finish the work completely, but at least they were able to give it shape. Where the dwarf said that more material needed to be obtained in order to complete the armor completely, and he, after consulting with his colleagues, would then finish everything. Deciding that this was a great plan, Jeremy said that in that case, he would immediately go to Japan to get the multi-headed snake. But suddenly 2 wheels of fortune appeared in front of him, which he did not expect at all. Having initially thought that the white card would award a double prize, he was immediately disappointed to be told that he could spin both wheels, but only choose one prize. And so, having spun both wheels, Jeremy stood and listened to Van Lung's advice about choosing the talent of harmony, where this word has a very favorable effect on his ear. But Ligeia didn't agree with him at all, saying that there was no reason to choose an ability based on how it sounded, and that the master would be better off choosing to ignore compatibility. Jeremy decided to listen to his lie detector, and 6 sense all rolled into one and chose to ignore compatibility. Soon the young man returned to Japan, where he listened with some pleasure to his friend's admiration for his new armor. Jeremy then asked if his friend's skills had improved, to which Hank replied that they were still far from his level. And when his friend said that he was overwhelmed with power when he was around Jeremy, the latter explained that it was because of one of his talents. And then he received a message that the stabilization of the 3rd level leadership talent was complete. After which, Wang Lung, greatly upset by this circumstance, stated that in such a case, he would hardly be called into battle again. Suddenly, a huge and enraged monster jumped out of the thicket right at Jeremy. Seeing this attack on the young man, Samantha, shouting for her friend to be careful, rushed to stop the attack. And the young man suddenly received a message that the leadership talent he was using was overshadowed by the communication talent. And when the girl dealt a crushing blow to the monster, Jeremy was told that the allies' abilities had increased. Looking at what happened to the monster after her actions, the girl did not understand what had happened to her, and Jeremy told Van Loon that he would be glad of their further cooperation, to which the latter replied that when it would be is now unclear. And so, having said that his friends had done a great job, he said goodbye to them, saying that he himself would stay here a little longer. And as soon as Hank and Samantha were out of sight, Jeremy turned to Tina, asking her to find a creature whose energy was similar to the energy of his new armor. Using her sense of smell, the she-wolf quickly sensed the right direction, rushing towards the target and calling the young man to follow her, where after some time she led him to a cave, saying that the creature was inside. As soon as they entered inside, they immediately felt the effect of ancient magic holding back the monster. Jeremy said it made it hard to breathe, as if there was some kind of gas spreading through the place. Meanwhile, Tina noticed that there were many traces here, indicating that someone had deliberately weakened the effect of the holding magic. Materializing a spear, Jeremy said that in that case, someone who could really stop this monster without waiting for its sudden release should intervene. And so he threw his weapon with all his might right at the place where the monster was sealed. Rapidly closing the distance, the spear plunged into a huge vat standing in front of the cave visitors. After which the sleeping snake, opening his eyes and feeling the imminent moment of liberation, said that he had been waiting for this for a very long time. And suddenly, everything around began to shake, as if during a powerful earthquake, and Jeremy could hardly stay on his feet. Noticing that the cave was beginning to collapse, the she-wolf shouted for the young man to leave this place as quickly as possible. And as soon as the friends ran out of the cave, its vaults completely collapsed behind their backs, and from the ruins began to appear huge, long bodies of snakes intertwined with each other. Watching as a new monster appeared before his eyes, Jeremy couldn't believe his eyes, because the monster was much larger than he imagined. And now, having found himself completely on the surface of the earth, the huge monster said that he had finally found the long-awaited freedom, where he also sent 1,000 curses to the people who locked him up in this dungeon for many centuries. His promise was the complete destruction of all humanity, of which he did not intend to leave even the slightest trace. But then his fiery speech was interrupted by someone's voice, which said that everyone is strong in words. And having prepared his heavenly halberd for battle, Jeremy added that the place where the monster was captured would also become his grave today. And then the huge snake asked what the guy who had helped destroy the dungeon today wanted from him. Assuming that the man needed money, land, and power, the serpent invited him to kneel before him, after which the whole world would lie at his feet. After listening to the monster's proposal, Jeremy said that none of the above interested him at all, after which he added that he came here for bones, scales, and other parts of the snake's body. The monster, not expecting to hear such insolence, called the man a smug fool and rushed to attack. Jeremy was able to deftly dodge the lightning-fast throw of one of the heads trying to bite him, following which, the others tried to get him, which he also dodged by jumping high. And while heads were turning, the young man launched a counterattack using his halberd, where, seeing the skills his opponent possessed, the snake could not believe that a man could be capable of such a thing. To which Jeremy replied that the monster had so many heads that they should have realized long ago that resistance was useless. Once again calling his opponent overly arrogant, the snake opened its mouth wide and launched a poison attack, where Jeremy defended himself from the poisonous stream without moving from his place and only slightly covering himself with his hands. And while he was receiving the message that his abilities had neutralized the effect of the poison, the young man again noted to his opponent that he could not win. The serpent, watching how his poison, which as usual broke down the body of people into small molecules, but now had no effect, did not know what to say. Jeremy, telling the monster that it was too early to be surprised, kicked the ground, after which the snake began to be entangled in energy chains that appeared from all sides. And the young man explained that it was not just for nothing that he had arranged a duel with him in this very place, where the monster had fallen into his trap, which he had created with the help of his friend Wong. And while the snake was trying to bite through the chains that had entangled it, Jeremy jumped high into the air, pointing his weapon straight at one of the enemy's heads. And so he delivered his crushing blow with a sword that had the ability to double damage. And when his weapon pierced the snake's body, Jeremy began to quickly move along its body, literally cutting it in two. Seeing that one of his heads had come to an end, the monster decided to change the tactics of the fight, where at that very second the heads of this monster dispersed, and after several maneuvers surrounded the young man from all sides. But Jeremy immediately jumped high, delivering multiple blows to the opponent's body, where he noted for himself the ever-increasing strength of the snake, which could gradually return to him after a long period of being locked up. Having called his lucky friend, the young man decided that he needed to deal with this problem as quickly as possible. And now he has already launched another process of unifying lottery. And so the sorcerer Algarab, summoned by him from the black card, noted with some surprise that he saw an ancient monster, which it was his direct responsibility to deal with. Well, the young man's opponent did not stop his onslaught, and once again attempted an attack. However, his movements were suddenly stopped by some parts of the plants, grabbing the snake from all sides. Where were the trees that the sorcerer had cast a spell on, and which now attacked the enraged snake in a crowd? Trying to fight off new opponents, the monster used its poison that destroys all living things. Where he looked at how several trees were destroyed, Jeremy smiled and drew his opponent's attention to the fact that they were in a forest. Where there were no place for 2 destroyed trees, 5 more immediately appeared. As it turned out, this attack with trees was needed in order to buy time for preparation, the completion of which the sorcerer had just informed Jeremy. The delighted young man immediately decided to test what his new character was capable of, where at that very second a rain of fire fell upon the snake, and very soon the entire body of the huge monster was engulfed in flames, where screaming in pain, the snake nevertheless did not intend to die. Algarab said that this way they would only be able to contain him for a while, but to destroy him, they would need to come up with something else. Looking at the conscription ticket he had, the young man wondered whether he should use it. But suddenly someone's voice told the man who heard other people's voices to come to him. After asking who was talking to him and looking around, Jeremy suddenly saw some light far away in the forest. But then his attention was drawn to his faithful companion Ligeia, who said that the master needed to distract the monster. Having listened to the keeper of the ring, the young man opened the sorcerer's fan and began to use his magical abilities. And at that very moment, white paper glowing cranes began to fly out of the fan towards his opponent, preventing him from seeing what was happening around him. And while the snake was lamenting the fact that he could not see anything and demanded that the young man show himself, Jeremy was already quickly running away. Moving towards the voice calling him, he soon found himself near a small cave, where he saw a certain stone statue from which a voice constantly calling him was heard. Jeremy asked who was talking to him, but before anyone could answer, his companion suddenly expressed her surprise, not believing that all this was true. But suddenly the statue split into two parts, where, as it turned out, some ancient sword was kept in its depths. And then a certain creature asked the young man to take this sword and with its help defeat the snake once and for all. And the sorcerer accompanying Jeremy said that if they combine his abilities and the power of this weapon, they will be able to put the monster back in prison. But Jeremy disagreed, saying he could see how the gift could be used most effectively. Meanwhile, the monster continued to fight with the annoying trees and persistently demanded that the man continue the battle. Tina, watching what was happening, was very focused and mentally urged her friend to return, as there were fewer and fewer trees in the area. And then, finally, Jeremy appeared, immediately drawing the attention of his opponent to himself. Seeing that the man still did not run away from the fight, the monster noticed that he had a lot of courage. And while the serpent was speaking, Algorab, understanding the intentions of his master, said that destroying the serpent with this sword was too dangerous an undertaking. But the young man said that he needed the weapon first of all, so that the new character summon would work correctly. And so he activated the unification lottery, where the double summoning skill was immediately activated. And when the map was determined, the warrior Kaiden from the ancient tribe came to the aid of the young man against the huge monster. Seeing that his opponent was preparing something dangerous, the monster immediately rushed to attack him. However, with a deft movement of his fan, the young man suppressed this sudden outburst of rage. After which the sorcerer accompanying him used a binding spell, which their enemy did not like at all. Already grasping the hilt of the sword, Jeremy said that now the snake would neither be able to split nor escape from him. After which, adding that he would now relieve him of all his torment, the young man began his attack on the monster. However, his decisive actions did not bring the expected result, where the monster was not defeated after using the weapon, and the snake only grinned, saying that the 1,000 years in prison had not been in vain for him, where he had long ago learned to resist the most diverse forces and abilities. And the ancient warrior Kaiden, who accompanied the young man into battle, said that they were in a dead-end situation. Jeremy then asked his character if he was ready to trust his master, and immediately received a positive answer. After which the young man asked the summoned character to completely transfer his power to him. Having nothing against this, the ancient warrior without any doubts passed on his abilities to Jeremy. Well, the snake, who believed very strongly in his own strength and the impossibility of defeat, rushed in order to deal with his enemy once and for all. But then, using one of his skills acquired from the Wheel of Fortune, Jeremy dealt an incredible blow to the approaching monster, where at that very second the heads of the huge monster separated from the body, flying to the ground, where the defeated snake could not believe that some simple man could destroy him so easily. While watching the snake's body fall to the ground with a huge noise, Jeremy simultaneously received numerous messages that his level had increased. He didn't immediately notice how a television helicopter appeared above his head, filming the very moment when he destroyed the huge snake. And now every channel, to the delight of all the townspeople, was telling the story of how a player named Jeremy Randalls had defeated a huge monster that had brought terror and fear to many generations of people, where Japanese citizens took to the streets in droves and applauded the heroic player. And finally, it was announced that everyone who watched the broadcast today had witnessed the appearance of the first SSS class player. A huge number of reporters literally did not give the young man a break, asking standard questions like what the only SSS level player in the world felt like. Somehow breaking through this crowd, held back by Hank, Jeremy hurried to disappear from their field of vision. But at some point, he turned around and asked everyone to leave, as they continued to eliminate monsters on Mount Fuji. But this only gave rise to new questions, where he was now asked whether he continued to remain faithful to his duty, no matter what country he was in. But then he and his friends finally disappeared behind the dome, where Samantha noted that her friend was now a real celebrity. A few hours later, they finished another monster hunt, where their leader said he had a little business to attend to. He also added that today they have not yet raised their levels sufficiently, where it would be good for them to work a little more. And so he left them to continue the battle, saying that he believed in their abilities and promising to meet later. Very soon he returned to the very cave where he had received the sword to fight the serpent, and Ligeia, who was accompanying him, remarked that she felt that something else was left here. And very soon the keeper of the ring drew her master's attention to some box standing in the corner. Upon opening it, the young man discovered a book and 2 first-class samurai blades inside. And as soon as he took the book in his hands, the ancient magic contained in the book immediately began to act. After which he was told that he had acquired the skill of the 5 elements, where he could now add the power of the elements to his attacks. No less joyful was the discovery of a new legendary weapon by the young man. And then, looking at Ligeia, who was breathing very heavily, Jeremy said that now it was time to go home. And when he asked why she was breathing so heavily, his faithful companion said that the snake's body was very large and difficult to digest. And the young man, laughing at her, noted that now he had all the necessary items. Therefore, upon returning home, he can begin to continue improving his armor. And so he stood and looked at his goods, which remained after he had defeated the serpent. But then Ligeia intervened in his thoughts, saying that the snake's tail did not seem so necessary to her for armor, where she was ready to eat it right away. But Jeremy, picking up his prey, said that the tail was a very valuable part of the body of the monster he had defeated. And answering his companion's question about what valuable thing could be in it, the young man, having plunged a knife into it, said that according to ancient myths, a treasure should be hidden in it. And indeed, when the tail was cut, a mythical blade appeared from it, forged from the bones and scales of the same mythical monsters. As Jeremy examined the valuable item, he wondered if he needed it, given that he had an item that imitated any weapon. But suddenly, short electrical discharges began to flash right next to him, after which a portal began to form. And when it was fully formed, Jeremy, having examined it with his skill, was glad that a passage to the world of the gnomes had once again formed before him. And now he was already walking through the dark catacombs, noting that nothing had changed here since last time. Standing in front of one of the walls, the young man noticed that he had not noticed this flow of energy leading to the door before. After examining the wall, Jeremy decided not to open the door, but to test his strength by trying to destroy it. But at that very second, a door appeared on the wall, and from the opposite side a familiar voice was heard shouting for the young man to stop. Where a second later, Tobus appeared on the threshold and asked the guest why he was trying to break down an ordinary door. After laughing at how seriously the gnome took literally everything, Jeremy asked him how he was doing, to which he replied that it was fine until the guy tried to destroy his house. And all the other gnomes, seeing the guest, heartily congratulated him on his successful return to their world. At that very moment he was seated on a chair and presented with a huge mug of cold beer, where, while trying the gnome drink, Jeremy noted that this time everything was completely different than on his first visit. Feeling that the young man had come for a reason, the masters told him to show them the materials whose energy they felt. Taking another sip, Jeremy, without keeping them waiting, immediately dumped out all his goods. And now each of the gnomes was examining the amazing objects, admiringly saying that man had managed to obtain something incredible. And Jeremy, observing their reaction, noting that the items were apparently definitely worthwhile, asked if they would make something for him. To which Tobus replied that he would first have to pass a test, where they would not mind doing without him. But the rules set by Braden obliged them. Looking at his interlocutors, the young man, not with the most satisfied face, asked what kind of test, game, or fight it would be. At the same time, he remembered the words of the dwarves about the duel in 1,000 years, and now he asked how much longer he had to wait for the test to begin. And one of the gnome team, seeing the energy of their guest, noted that he would be ready to fight at such a level. But his impulses were interrupted by Tobus, who reminded him of their previous defeat, where they trained a lot in order to take revenge. And so he invited Jeremy to follow him, that this time the test would be a game on the console. As they entered the familiar room, the young man wondered how much the dwarves could improve their skills. But as soon as he picked up the joystick and received a message about the activation of the game's talent with a multiplication of all abilities by 3, Jeremy noticed that any improvements to them were in vain. And so the game began, where, like last time, Tobus did not even have time to understand what his opponent was doing. And so, sadly bowing his head, He already noted that he had lost again, where he had not managed to land even one blow. But after Tobus lost, everyone else immediately rushed to fight the young man, each considering their skill better than that of their opponents. But soon they all mourned their defeat, not understanding what they could have done to deserve such suffering. And then Tobus said that the young man had won again and they would fulfill his request, where he should say what he wanted, where his desire was quite simple and consisted of improving all his equipment, where he, having handed over to the gnomes the bracelet they had once made, asked them to make improvements to it as well. And when Tobus noted that not all the materials would be needed to improve the bracelet, Jeremy took off his armor, explaining that the rest would be used to complete the equipment. And so the gnomes headed to their workshop in order to quickly finish modifying weapons and other equipment. Only Gotrek, taking the armor in his hands, suddenly stopped, examining it carefully. He just kept turning it over in his hands, not understanding how this was possible. And Jeremy asked him what the problem was. And when the dwarf said that he felt his hand here, only with much greater energy, the young man explained that he really did make this armor. Where the dwarves' eyes literally popped out of their heads when the young man added that he had summoned a copy of Gotrek. And then all the dwarves pounced on him, asking how he was able to summon Gotrek and where he got such an ability. But then the young man said that Dimitru should have seen his future, to which the latter replied that he knew about the boy's acquisition of abilities, but did not know what kind. Then Tobus came to the fore with a serious look, and said that they all had a request for the man, where he asked to immediately summon their copies, where they cannot say the need for this because of Braden, but they will reward the guy well. But before the young man could answer anything, all the other gnomes also pounced on him with a request to summon their copies. But Jeremy immediately stopped their impulse, saying that his mana would only last for 3 attempts, during which he might not be able to summon the one he needed. But at that very second, Tobus ran off somewhere and returned with a whole box of some kind of bottles, where, having shown one of them, the dwarf explained that these are elven tears that instantly restore mana, which cannot be bought for a fortune. Moreover, they have elixirs and talismans that greatly increase luck, where the guy only has to apply his skill. The arguments were compelling, and Jeremy agreed to try to summon a copy of them. And now, he has already called the device of the selective lottery, where he suddenly saw the presence of the visibility function. And as soon as he moved the switch, Dimitro immediately noticed that something appeared in the air next to the man. After which the young man, turning to his audience, said that he would now place 2 characters here, where the desired result can only be achieved if a white card falls out, but any other will not call the gnome. And so, having done everything necessary, Jeremy launched the random lottery. Standing nearby and watching the lottery wheel spin, the gnomes experienced a wild sense of excitement, asking for their copy to be summoned. After some time, all the reserves of elven tears were depleted, and only empty vessels remained on the floor. And after another spin of the lottery, the gnomes watched in disappointment as the most ordinary card came up again, where Tobus became very indignant, loudly noting that the human race is probably the unluckiest race in the entire universe. But then he received a blow from one of his brothers, whose nerves were on edge due to the fruitless excitement he had experienced. The rest of the gnomes simply began to worship their savior, praying that he would finally be able to summon the necessary character. But then Tobus said that perhaps they should take some other, more effective path to achieve the result. In response, Jeremy said that there is a skill that instantly increases luck, but this will greatly affect his characteristics. Immediately shouting that this should have been said immediately, Tobus gave the command to drag all the elixir from the warehouse. And now the young man was holding in his hands a new potion that instantly restored and increased all the players' characteristics, for 1 bottle of which it was possible to buy an entire castle. Watching what was happening, Dimitra and Gotrek were quite skeptical about the impulse of their brothers, coming to the conclusion that now they would be left without this precious potion. But then Jeremy supplied the gnomes with wisdom, telling them to imagine themselves in the role of treasure hunters, where, having traveled a huge distance and dug up several tons of earth, at some point they decided to give up this activity. Despite the fact that there were only a few meters left to dig to the treasured treasures, the gnomes were deeply moved by this parable. And the young man, finishing his story, asked whether the gnomes were now ready to give up their treasures, where at that very second they all shouted that they were not going to retreat and believed in the man until the very end. And now Jeremy was already pouring the priceless drink into himself, thinking that he could not miss such a unique opportunity to enjoy the lottery to his heart's content. Having called upon his faithful Wang Lung and secured his luck, the young man launched the lottery for the umpteenth time today. And all the gnomes were literally shaking with excitement and desire that this time everything would finally work out. But the lottery that was drawn again did not give the desired result, giving out not a white, but a black card. But the gnomes did not despair, claiming that they had a very good feeling, which meant that everything would definitely work out. But with another scroll, a gnome from a completely different world greeted his comrades, noting that he was lucky to meet a lot of great guys today. Demanding a new spin of the lottery machine, Dimitru literally burst into tears when, for the umpteenth time, the most common card came up. An equally saddened Tobis said the young man had only one last try left, to which Jeremy replied that the gnomes simply had to believe in his luck. Having drunk the last portion of the potion, the young man launched the lottery machine for the last time. The first to notice the result was Gotrek, shouting for everyone to look at it, where indeed a white card appeared over the head of their guest, and the joy of the gnomes knew no bounds. But instead of one of the gnomes appearing, a certain woman appeared behind the young man, which he could not have expected, who suddenly said that she was very disappointed in those who decided to resort to such primitive methods to solve their problems. At that very moment, all the dwarves fell to their knees, lamenting that they had sinned and begging their goddess for mercy. And the woman began to lecture them about how truth cannot be achieved by shortcuts, where Jeremy quickly got tired of listening to the summoned person. When it was all over, the young man approached Tobis and asked him if he was okay, where, with tears in his eyes, he told about the words of the goddess, who said that they must solve their problem themselves, after which he said that while they were busy improving weapons and equipment, he could take a few items from the treasure room as a reward for his efforts with the lottery. And now the young man was already inside this room, noting the truly countless amount of gold and jewelry, and then his eye fell on a bottle of potion that he had recently used to increase his characteristics, and thought that it had run out. And then Tobis, who had come up to him and was not let go by his passion, told the young man to drink a little more before the end. The people standing near the building noted with surprise that the man walking towards them was the same guy who had been shown on TV lately, where everyone knew Jeremy as the only player in the world with the SSS class. Then one of the young men ran up to him, saying that he was his fan and asking for an autograph, and the girls standing nearby, seeing their idol, also became active, noting how handsome the young man was and asking to take at least one photo. Watching what was happening, Hank was a little jealous of his friend's great popularity, while Samantha was extremely displeased with the attention that Jeremy was receiving from the opposite sex. Then a girl in uniform appeared and asked everyone present to stop making such a loud noise. She then turned to Jeremy, where his friend immediately suggested that they would now get into trouble for the noise they had created. But instead, smiling affably, the girl invited the young man to follow her inside the room to complete the process of creating the guild. When the three friends found themselves inside the right office, Samantha couldn't believe who she was seeing before her eyes, where the former head of the guild, Dave Martinez, turned to face them and warmly greeted his old acquaintances. Having shaken hands with Jeremy, who had approached, the man said that all the documents had been completed, and all that was left was to check everything again and sign. And when Hank asked, the young man explained that from that day on, Dave would manage the guild he had created. And now his friend was already shaking the man's hand, saying that he was very glad to meet them and hoped for fruitful cooperation. Having handed over the founding document to Jeremy, the employee of the state registration company said that all that remained was to write the name. Realizing that he hadn't thought at all about what to name his guild, the young man turned to everyone else, asking them if they had any ideas, where Samantha was the first to respond to his call, saying that she had one idea. Hank was ready to accept any idea the girl had, and the others were prepared to listen to what she came up with. After a very short period of time, everyone who participated in the creation of the guild was already drinking for their organization, which was named New Level. The men shouted that they were drinking to the guild and to their leader, which greatly embarrassed the young man. After thanking his friends for their support, Jeremy said that to build that trust, he wants to share his skills with them, where Samantha and Hank noted that they already knew about his extraordinary skill of seeing the abilities of others. But then the young man showed his friends a hellish lottery machine, saying that this machine gives out information about upcoming events, where, immediately realizing the possible prospect of guessing the winning combination in the state lottery, the men began asking to try spinning the machine once, saying that he was willing to demonstrate how the machine worked without any ulterior motives. Jeremy started it up, where it immediately produced a white glowing capsule. Watching this previously unseen capsule open, the young man froze in anticipation of what information he would receive, where, after seeing the message, Jeremy learned that in 10 days the third wave of monster invasion on Earth would begin, where he would now be provided with detailed information about it. Watching his friend frozen in place, Hank tried to get his attention with a light joke, but the young man turned around with a very serious face and said that for the next 10 days, his friends should focus as much as possible on leveling up, since the third wave of invasion was coming. Heading out to meet his next adventure, Jeremy adjusted his new dwarven modified armor, After which, with a movement of his hand, he materialized his favorite weapon using the also modified bracelet. And feeling how he was literally being charged with energy from his equipment, the young man noted that now he was definitely ready. At that very second, right in front of him, and in accordance with the coordinates received earlier, a portal appeared, sparkling with lightning discharges. Dave, Hank, and Samantha, who accompanied him, immediately noted that this was some kind of completely unusual portal. Using his research skill, Jeremy determined that only one person could enter this portal, and when he decided to move alone, Samantha worriedly suggested looking for some other way out. To which Jeremy replied that if such a portal were to break through, then humanity would definitely come to an end. After which he cheerfully said that he could handle this task himself, and that his friends would be back before they could blink. The girl could only breathe out heavily as she watched the person dear to her disappear into this devilish hole. When Jeremy found himself on the other side, he discovered that he had again appeared not on the ground, but in the sky, where he saw an entire army below him. One of the monsters below, noticing a stranger, immediately drew the attention of everyone else to him. Well, Jeremy didn't even wait for his opponents to figure out what to do, attacking them with his devastating blows, where without even using any special techniques, he created the effect of a huge explosion with his attack, which killed many opponents. And now he was already on the ground, observing a large army in front of him. Looking at the hordes of soldiers as a demon, it was hard for him to even imagine how many of them were standing in front of him now. But there was nothing to be done. And so, suddenly jumping up from his place, the young man rushed into the attack. Moving deftly among his opponents, he only managed to scatter them in different directions with his heavenly halberd. Exhaling heavily after another attack, Jeremy noted that there was simply no end to the demons. As a result, he came to the conclusion that he needed to find and defeat the master of this world as quickly as possible, so that all other opponents would simply fall. And in order to attract the owner's attention, it was necessary to make a lot of noise, where he decided to try out one of his new skills. The new exchange apparatus he had summoned was already ready to receive the offering, where for the exchange Jeremy decided to use 3 diamond cards for the first time, which the machine immediately swallowed. While he was waiting for the result, the young man was informed that for the first use, he would be given a character of the highest level as a reward. And at that very second, everything around began to be covered in thick white smoke, which demoralized the enemy soldiers. Hearing some noise, the demon raised his head and saw a weapon rapidly approaching his head. The attack was so powerful that it created a huge shockwave that destroyed a whole bunch of monsters. This time, behind the young man's back and helping him in every way in the confrontation, was the character from the Black Card, whom the whole world knew as Richard the Lionheart, where the true king, having come to the world of demons, promised to crush each of them. After which, turning to the gods, he said that they would soon receive their victims, where at that very second Jeremy was already lowering his formidable weapon onto the enemy. The fight continued, with none of the young man's opponents having any chance of escape. And so, having dealt with another demon, the young man finally saw the one he had been waiting for here for so long, where someone's huge hand stopped the flight of the demon he had thrown away, grabbing him by the head. After which, the new character of the current battle appeared and struck his soldier to the ground with unprecedented power. Smiling, the young man noted that he had already been waiting for the owner of the dungeon, who was apparently hiding. To which the commander of the 5th Corps of the demon army, Origin, replied that he was very interested in seeing what was destroying his army, and Jeremy, having engaged his opponent in conversation, meanwhile used the research skill, noticing how strong his new opponent was, and while the leader of the demons was asking the young man whether he was the guardian of the universe, he had already rushed to attack the enemy. Origin, with great difficulty, managed to put his weapon under protection, defending himself from the attack, the force of which could not leave him indifferent. However, having thrown the enemy aside with a movement of his armed hand, the demon noted that he liked such irascibility, and then he offered the guy to join his army, where with such abilities he could take the post of his personal assistant. To which Jeremy replied that he did not think of becoming an assistant to someone weaker than him, but was ready to give the demon a chance, where if he wins, he will join his army. Laughing, Origin said that the young man perfectly captured the essence of their world, where none of the demons would refuse a duel. After which the monster said that he, unlike the others, would refuse, since he had come here not for duels, but for war, where, with such overwhelming force behind him, he finds absolutely no reason to take risks. Unlike the other demon commanders, his mind remains cool, where he knows that the commander-in-chief does not charge ahead of the formation. These speeches of the demon did not please Richard at all, who shouted that Origin was just a coward who knew nothing about how to raise the morale of soldiers. But the commander of the demon army didn't care at all what and who thought about him, where he had already given the command to kill the enemy. Watching the vast crowd of approaching demons, Jeremy noted that this battle would not be easy, but suddenly a huge glowing cross appeared beneath him, the appearance of which stunned the crowd rushing towards him. And suddenly, from the rays of light, several spears appeared, piercing those demons who had managed to come closest. After which, the army of crusaders he had summoned appeared behind the young man. Declaring the action as a sanctuary, Jeremy shouted for his army to begin attacking the dark enemy. And so the warriors he had summoned immediately rushed to meet their opponents, where the latter stood, shocked by what was happening. The army of crusaders with their sacred mission confidently moved forward, scattering demons in different directions. Meanwhile, Jeremy, having already summoned his faithful horse and prepared his unnamed heavenly halberd, prepared for the attack, saying that now it was his turn.